comrades send another long volley into the upper level of the house, Oleg got up and ran. "Stay barricaded behind this door jamb," Liz said. They could hear Caroline or Thorne engaging from upstairs. Single shots, and they could hear the return fire from outside. "You are far enough back in the room where it will be hard for anyone approaching to see you. Cover this sector here," Liz said, indicating an area of the backyard beyond the guest room patio. "Where will you be?" Katie asked. "With only 2 of us, we won't be able to cover all the angles, so I'll be mobile. If you see anyone, take your shots. I'll come to support if I hear you fire," Liz responded before disappearing into an adjacent room. Katie had survived 2 ambushes and a kidnapping since Reece had come into her life, and now she was fighting for her life. At least this time she had a vote. She had a rifle. Oleg moved through the trees. Had they seen him? He hoped his comrade's full-auto barrage had distracted the upstairs shooter long enough for him to get out of the line of fire and approach the house from the back or side. He was going to get inside. He wouldn't be a shestyorka for long. It didn't happen the way she had thought. One second Katie was running through the possible scenarios in her head, and the next second a skinny man in a black leather jacket holding what she recognized as an AK-47 was sprinting across the garden. She tried to call for Liz, but her mouth was dry and wouldn't make a sound. When he hit the patio, he came to a stop by a pillar that helped support a second-story back deck. Katie watched him peer cautiously around the support, then creep to the glass door that led to the back guest room. He was less than 30 feet away. "Liz!" She tried again, not knowing if any sound escaped her lips. She was certain that even through the glass, the thin man could hear the beating of her heart. "Take the weapon off safe, Katie," she told herself. She was sure the man outside heard the almost inaudible click of the safety moving to the fire position. Less than 10 minutes had passed, but still she struggled to remember what Caroline had told her. "Put the stock in your shoulder. Aim this red dot at whoever tries to come across the back garden, and shoot them until they go down." Katie pulled the stock into her shoulder. Her eye found the red dot of the optic. "Where did he go?" Her eyes traveled back to the pillar. He was kneeling, part of his body concealed by the round support. The AK was pointed directly at her. Before she could press the trigger, the glass door exploded. Chapter 46. Cresting a rise, they could hear shooting. Jonathan pinned the accelerator to the floor. "We are coming in on the X," he called out. "No time for anything fancy. They could already be in the house." Tactically, Reece wanted to take the high ground and flank, but this was an in extremis situation. Katie and the others could already be dead or dying. It was time to kill. A blue F-250 sat at an awkward angle in front of the house, 3 of its 4 doors open. 2 men here behind nearby trees firing sporadically at the home. They were completely unaware of the approaching vehicles to their rear. Jonathan slammed Reece's Land Cruiser to a stop and bailed out, sprinting forward with his FAL at the ready. Knowing that vehicles quickly turned into bullet sponges in combat, Reece opened the passenger door and instinctively took up a solid position at the base of a large rock. Rafe skidded his Defender to a stop behind them and, armed with his truck rifle, a SIG SG-553 carbine, raced after his father. Reece found a target, dropping him with a solid headshot. Jonathan fired as he moved, 10 rounds from the FAL tearing through a man at the base of a tree. Rafe had reached the truck within seconds, clearing it and putting rounds into a man in the back seat and another in the driver's seat. The 3 sprinted toward the house. Reece's head swiveled up and around to take in the surrounding area, looking at positions on the high ground. Stacking on the front door, the 3 prepared to make entry. Visions of Reece's wife and daughter riddled with bullets dying in a pool of blood on the floor of their home flashed through his thoughts. Jonathan's voice brought Reece back to the present. "Caroline!" the former Celis scout yelled. "Annika!" "We're here, Dad," his daughter called back. "3 coming in," Jonathan shouted. Zulu charged through the breach and went straight for Annika, taking up a protective position at her left side. "You okay, baby girl?" Jonathan asked, kneeling next to her. "I'm fine, Dad. Mom is upstairs with Thorne. Katie and Liz are down the hall in the guest bedroom. I just heard shooting down there." Reece sprinted down the hall without waiting for more. "Katie? Katie!" Nothing. "Katie!" "I'm here, James," Katie said. She sat on the bed. Liz was next to her. Glass was strewn across the back entry where the door had once been. "Are you okay? Stand up," he said, pulling her to her feet and looking her up and down for injuries. "You're not hit, are you?" "No, I'm okay." "Don't worry about me," Liz interjected sarcastically. "I'm just fine." "Sorry, Liz. Is everyone else okay?" "I think so. Well, not this guy," she said, pointing her rifle toward a man on the patio. There was no need for a security round, as half his head was missing. "Liz?" "He almost got the drop on us. Katie here did a fabulous job." "Did you?" Reece asked. "No," Katie answered. "As I brought my rifle up, he fired and the whole room seemed to explode. I fell back into the bathroom. I guess he was a bad shot, or I was lucky, maybe both. Next thing I know, Liz is standing over me. It was just like Iraq, Reece. It's been a while, but my self-preservation instincts are still strong." "Thank you, Liz." "James, I was so worried about you," Katie said. He could feel her body shake as they embraced. "Come on, let's go check on the others." Annika was in a chair at the kitchen table, and Jonathan was coming down the stairs with his wife, as Reece, Katie, and Liz entered the main room. "Where's Thorne?" Reece asked immediately. "He's upstairs, keeping an eye on things just in case. We're not sure that was all of them." "Reece, you're hurt," Katie exclaimed as they emerged into the lighter portion of the home, and she spotted the bloody tear on the back of his jeans. "It's just a scratch, I think." "Let me look." "Now?" "Yes, now." Reece took a seat and pulled up his right pant leg. He jumped as she touched the wound, which had been effectively cauterized by the heat of the bullet. The round had just grazed the back of his calf, leaving a half-diameter channel as it plowed its way across the flesh. "See, I told you it was fine. I'll dress it anyway." "Let me get you what you'll need, dear," Caroline said, exiting the room. Reece laid his own carbine on the table next to Caroline's bolt gun and prepared to endure Katie's medical treatment. "Who were they?" Katie asked, her journalistic mind already working to understand the events that had unfolded. Reece looked at the others around the table. "Not sure. We think Russian." "Russian?" Caroline returned and handed Katie a plastic tub loaded with first aid supplies. She pulled her chair close to Reece's and propped his leg up on hers before dabbing the wound with a betadine-soaked gauze pad. "Do you know what you're doing?" "My dad was a doctor, remember?" "Does that mean yes?" "Don't worry. I also watched a couple of episodes of Grey's Anatomy." She used her finger to coat the wound in ointment before covering it with a pad and wrapping the entire calf with several loops of gauze. "There, done." "Not bad," Reece admitted. Caroline nodded approvingly. "All right, lads," Jonathan said. "The authorities will be here soon. We need to talk. Why are Russian mobsters attacking us in Montana?" Reece looked at Rafe, and then back to Jonathan, and then to Katie, Caroline, and Annika. "I'm sorry, sir. It's my fault. I think they were after me. I should have known better than to come here and put you all at risk. I should have known they'd find me." "None of that, lad," the weathered old man snapped. "We're all still above ground. That was nothing compared to what the Tears and Mugabe's thugs did in Rhodesia. I'm just getting warmed up. Will they be back?" "If I stay, they might. But let's also not make any assumptions until I talk to the agency. They might be able to shed some light on all this." He looked to Rafe. "Remember, there were 2 hit teams. One was after Rafe, so unless they didn't know which one of us was which, let's not count out Rafe being a target as well. It could mean someone knows you were with me in Switzerland." Rafe looked at Annika, whose concern was more than apparent. "Also," Reece continued, "please check in with your other daughters. Have them go someplace safe." "He's safe here now," Jonathan remarked. "Had they hit us at night with nods, lasers, and a more capable force, standoff weapons, we wouldn't have stood a chance. We got lucky. And we were prepared for this type of an attack. A more professional unit could have taken us. All of us." Reece looked around the room as the severity of the situation sank in. "I'll call the girls now," Caroline said, moving to a landline next to the couch. Reece leaned across the table, his eyes intently moving between the father and son. "There's only one person who can tell us what's going on, and right now he's dying in the back of my truck. Give me 10 minutes with him," Jonathan stated. "We'll see how tough he is once I wrap him in tires and start burning them." "Unfortunately, we can't do that," Reece said. "Ellie has got to be inbound, so we are on the clock. If they get their hands on him and he lawyers up, we'll never get what we need." "What do you suggest?" the elder man asked Reece. "Liz, how far is it to Thorne's most remote cabin?" About an hour in the Albatross. Why?" "Okay. Liz and I will take Stalin out there to the cabin, Reece said, indicating the Russian bound in the land cruiser. You two get ready to meet the sheriff. Even local LE is going to put together that there is more going on here than meets the eye. I'll call my contact at the CIA and see if he can throw up some veil of national security to stall things. In the meantime, I've got work to do. Reece, are you sure you want to do this? Rafe asked. Reece looked around the room. Instead of seeing Katie, Annika, Liz, and Caroline, he saw the ghosts of his dead wife and daughter. I think I know who's behind this. He might be after us both for taking out Andrenov in Switzerland, but I think it's about something even more personal. I need to know where he is. Our one link may already be bleeding out of my truck, so we need to move. I'll be back when it's done. Oh, Jonathan, Reece said, do you have any more of those homegrown ghost peppers? Chapter 47. Infantry battles are uncommon in Flathead County, Montana, despite an extremely high rate of gun ownership. Because of this, the law enforcement response was predictably substantial. Every available deputy made their way either to the ranch or the scene of the attempted roadside ambush. The entire family was seated at the kitchen table, along with the Hastings' attorney, Brad Cale, when the authorities arrived at the house. Cale was a former Army Ranger and U.S. Attorney for the Montana District and was a close friend of both the Hastings and Thornton families. Cale's trademark white Stetson sat on the table, but, at his suggestion, the rifles were tastefully relocated. A regional SWAT team from the FBI field office in Salt Lake City arrived shortly after the deputies in a pair of Bureau helicopters, having been alerted by a call from Vic Rodriguez of a possible ambush in progress. Within hours, the ranch was crawling with armed agents, and a mobile command center was set up near the main house. With everyone they came to fight already dead, the SWAT team took on a force protection role while the evidence response team went to work. Vic had spoken to the on-scene supervisor while inbound, citing a slew of legislation passed in the wake of 9/11, so the investigators were sensitive to a national security angle. Having an attorney and a respected and wealthy family on scene didn't hurt either. Vic's phone calls prompted the decision not to alert the media. The last thing that anyone wanted was a bunch of conspiracy theorists from either end of the political spectrum camped out in front of the ranch's gates. One by one, each of the participants gave statements to the investigators, with Cahill ensuring that both the questions and responses were appropriate. One member of the ensemble was conspicuously missing, the quiet, bearded man who had been staying on the ranch for the past month. Crime scene technicians were scattered across the ridges and valley floor, marking, photographing, and cataloging every piece of tangible physical evidence. It was nearly 6 when a black Tahoe pulled up to the ridge. Jonathan and Rafe Hastings watched as a man in tan cargo pants, hiking boots, and a dark fleece jacket emerged, shaking hands with the lead investigator, who pointed him toward the main house. Vic Rodriguez was a Miami native and the son of Cuban exiles. After college, he had served as an Army Special Forces officer before being recruited by the agency where, in the midst of the War on Terror, he achieved a well-earned spot at the top of the CIA's paramilitary food chain. He was the rare Washington animal who was respected by those both above and below him in the chain of command. It was Vic who had seen the potential in Reece and arranged for him to be recruited into Ground Branch in exchange for a pardon of his past transgressions. Vic was in his late 40s, with closely cropped graying hair and blue eyes that belied his Castilian heritage. He spoke in broadcast-neutral English, yet he could flip to his parents' native tongue mid-sentence. Jonathan and Rafe met him at the door. "Mr. Rodriguez, welcome to our home. It's not usually this shut up." "Mr. Hastings," Vic said warmly. "And you must be Rafe," the agency man said, extending his hand. Rafe hesitated, then took the outstretched hand. After his experience with a CIA asset in Iraq that had caused his unseasonal departure from the SEAL teams, he was not a fan of intelligence officers. "Can we get you anything?" Jonathan, ever the host, inquired. "Beer, wine, liquor?" "No, thank you, I'm fine. Is there a private place we can talk?" The question was clearly directed at Rafe. The father and son exchanged words in Afrikaans. "Use my office upstairs," Jonathan offered. "I'm here if I can be of service." The pair ascended the stairs and took seats in an office off the master bedroom. The walls were adorned with pictures from the Bush War days, and the shelves were packed with books from and about the old country. A monstrous Cape buffalo shoulder mount extended from one corner, and a full-body leopard mount was situated on the limb of a tree on the opposite wall. "Mr. Hastings," Vic began. "Call me Rafe." "Rafe. As you know, we've cited national security concerns up to this point to keep a lid on this, but that won't hold up for long. I need to talk to Reece, and I need to talk to him now." Rafe looked the shorter man in the eye and nodded. "Reece told me you were one of the good ones. He wants to talk to you, too." Rafe reached across the desk and handed Vic a phone number on scratch paper. "Dial it from the landline here. It's to a set phone." "Where is he?" "He's not far, but he needs a little time. He'll explain." Vic took the paper. "Are all members of your family accounted for?" "Everyone but my sister Hannah. She's in Romania. If you could have someone from the embassy check in on her and bring her in, my family would be grateful." "That will be my first call," Vic said, standing to switch places with Rafe so he could use the phone. "You and your family did good work today." "We've had some practice." True to his word, Vic called Langley. The desk officer immediately contacted the chief of station in Romania. Within the hour, 2 embassy vehicles were on their way to the town of Moldavia. He then dialed the number Rafe had given him. "Vic?" "Well, Reece, looks like your days of peace and quiet have come to a screeching halt." "Someone had other plans. Your phone call saved our lives." "I can't lose you before I even officially bring you on board." "Yeah. I guess I'll have a harder time saying no next time you ask me to do something." "I'm going to do that now. Where are you?" "Close. There was something I had to do before law enforcement arrived." "Please tell me you don't have a live suspect in custody." "If I did have someone, they wouldn't be a suspect. They'd be an enemy combatant. I'll share what I can when I can. In the meantime, I need you to hold off the FBI until I figure this out." "A dead Russian hit team on one of the most respected ranching outfits in the state won't stay secret for long." "What have you found out on your end?" "I can only share that with cleared ground branch staff." "If I don't get thrown in prison for what I'm about to do, I might be just that. What do you know?" Reece pressed. "This morning I received a call from a retired spook from the old days. He was Moscow's station chief near the end of the Cold War. Knew your dad. He told me he got a personal call from a Russian intelligence officer named Alexander Zharkov, who warned him of an attack in Montana targeting James Reece and Rafe Hastings." "What? Why would an SVR official want to save my life?" "That's the million-dollar question, Reece. I don't know. Zharkov's father is Ivan Zharkov, a Russian mob boss. He runs the Tambov gang out of St. Petersburg." "That fits. The EKIA look like Russian mafia. They're covered in prison ink." FBI made the same assessment. So, my first instinct is that this is directly related to the intelligence package I gave you last year on Colonel Andronov. Reece remembered firing the RPG-32 that turned Vasily Andronov, a man responsible for manipulating markets with terrorist attacks across Europe and an attempted Russian coup that almost killed the President of the United States, into mulch. "Vic, I'm going to have to get back to you. I have work to do." Chapter 48. SVR Headquarters, Moscow. The full intelligence report on the Hastings family was on Alexander's desk when he arrived that morning. It was more robust than even he would have imagined, with information going back to the 1970s. Soviet intelligence assets had aided insurgencies throughout the world, and the Rhodesian Bush War was no exception. Detailed records of these operations were kept, and many duplicate reports from satellite nations were provided to the Soviets. The result was a treasure trove of information in the SVR's records that spanned nearly a century. The GRU had identified 2 brothers, Jonathan and Richard Hastings, as members of the elite Celis Scouts, and further identified the family's ranch in the nation's Lowveld as a possible target in years and wars gone by. Jonathan Hastings's name came up again in Angola before he emigrated to the States and fell off the communist intelligence radar. Richard, it appeared, had never left the continent of his birth. The remainder of the information had been gathered from open-source information and by hackers, including biographical, educational, and financial records on the entire family. They had significant land holdings in Montana as well as sizable sums in various investment vehicles. Jonathan Hastings had done very well for himself. He examined the reports for Rafe and Victoria Hastings and found nothing actionable. The final report was for Hannah Hastings. According to her social media profile, she was working in Romania on some type of agricultural project. Alexander's thumb and forefinger sensuously rubbed the human hair bracelet on his desk. Feeling a spark of arousal, he picked up the phone and placed a call. Chapter 49. St. Petersburg, Russia. Gray walked into the office. His steps were slow and heavy, and the gleam in his eyes had been replaced by a dull stare. He had aged over the last 48 hours. Svetlana felt a flicker of empathy for the man, as not all of her affection for Gray was false. Over the years, she had learned to find some attractive quality in each of her subjects, so that she could make the illusion of her attraction to them real. In Gray, she had found intelligence and an almost boyish innocence that brought out her own maternal instincts. Still, his seduction was a job, a way to survive. Her mother had taught her that if she did not look out for herself, no one would. Her mother had been right. The look on her face was one of genuine sympathy when she took his coat and bid him good morning. Gray acted as if she were invisible as he walked into his office and stared blankly at the monitor before him. His plan had failed. Reece was alive, and a dozen of Zharkov's men were presumed dead. His operation had been a complete disaster. If this had happened back at the agency, he would have been ruined, banished to sort mail the remainder of his career. Here, however, he was afraid that he would meet a different end, one that might involve a bullet and a ditch. There was nowhere else for him to run. He would march down to Ivan's office, give him a full report, and throw himself on the mercy of the Pakhan. He asked Svetlana to set the meeting and occupied his time by arranging the documents for the brief. 45 minutes later, he looked at the Rolex on his wrist. It was time. He rose from his desk and marched dutifully toward his judgment. One of the double doors to Ivan's office was partially open, and Gray rapped lightly to announce his presence. The patriarch looked up from a stack of papers on his desk and beckoned the former CIA man inside. To Gray's relief, there was no plastic on the floor and no thugs waiting in the corner to drag him away. The office, half encapsulated in the mirrored glass that made up the building's exterior, was tastefully decorated with relics of Zharkov's travels, a basket of tribal spears in the corner, a Cossack's saber hanging on the wall. The most striking element, though, was the lion. A snarling black-maned cat stood mounted behind Ivan like a guardian in contrast to the Russian's measured demeanor. It stood for the power of the brotherhood that he led. Ivan could speak softly because there was an army of lions behind him waiting to pounce. He motioned for Gray to sit and offered him tea. Gray politely declined. "Pakhan, I will get right to the point. I have some very bad news to deliver." "Go on." "The operation in the U.S. appears to have met with unexpected resistance. Someone must have warned James Reece of the attack. He stopped just shy of the ambush, turned around, and sped off. Vitya's team pursued him to the Hastings' ranch, but that was the last we heard from them. I cannot reach Dmitri. I fear the worst." Ivan paused, as if deep in thought. He already knew about the disaster in Montana, but feigned ignorance. "What do you think went wrong, Oliver?" "I don't know, sir. It's possible that U.S. intelligence caught wind of it somehow, but I used every method available to avoid their detection. I know how they work. The only plausible explanation is that we were betrayed."
You're saying we have a traitor in our midst?
I don't know. Maybe if we can figure out the why, we will figure out the who. Why would someone in your organization, our organization, want to help Reece?
What do you know about lions, Oliver?
Lions? Gray asked, slightly confused.
Yes, lions. Panthera leo, African lions.
I'm not much of an outdoor person.
Well, I know them, Oliver. I hunted for 21 days before I took this brute behind me in Mozambique. We shot bait animals and chained them up in trees. We waited and waited until his hunger overcame his sense of danger. He was an old male who had been kicked out of the pride to die alone. One day he was the most powerful animal on the block, and the next he had lost all respect. Do you know who did this to him, Oliver?
No, sir.
His son. When a lion's son gets to maturity, he challenges his father for the right to lead the pride. Eventually, this comes to a head and they fight, sometimes to the death. If the father is lucky, he survives, and he limps away to live in solitude for the rest of his days. It's the natural order of things, Oliver.
I don't understand what this has to do with James Reece, sir.
That's because, forgive me for being blunt, you didn't have a father and you don't have a son. It's a struggle as old as mankind itself.
Oliver took a moment to consider the situation and everything the old man had just relayed. Your son, Alexander, is an intelligence officer. He wants to take over the Bratva and would have his own assets embedded in your organization? Gray asked, thinking of Svetlana and finally comprehending the significance of the lions. Could she have betrayed him? Yvonne nodded slowly. But why? Why would he want James Reece alive?
So that he can hunt him, Oliver.
Chapter 50. Boundary County, Idaho, United States-Canadian border. The albatross circled the lake, its iridescent waters a colder version of Caribbean blue. Officially known as an inn-holding, Senator Thornton's wilderness retreat was located in a remote section of the Canucks National Forest, on the border between Idaho and Canada. Privately held from a time before the area was designated a national forest in 1908. Thorne used it as an escape during his years in Congress, so his staff could truthfully answer that he was out of the state when he needed a reset. Reece remained in the back of the plane with their prisoner, curiously studying the man he would soon kill. The Russian's head was bagged, his eyes underneath taped over with riggers tape. They'd given him 4 oral disc fentanyl wafers for the pain and to knock him out for the flight to a more remote location. Reece's memory flashed back to the chaotic days at the height of the war, when enhanced interrogation techniques were the order of the day, and a time when Iraqi units who did not abide by such rules did what came naturally. War brought out the best and worst in one's fellow man. Reece saw the Russian leveling his AK at those he cared about, those who had provided him sanctuary. Katie, Rafe, Annika, Jonathan, Caroline, Thorne. It was his fault. He had been targeted on U.S. soil, and even with all the security precautions in place, they had found him. Reece was going to find out who they were. As the plane began its final approach, he saw the prisoner level his rifle at Katie's head and pull the trigger, her frightened face turning into that of his beautiful wife before being riddled with bullets. Suppressing an urge to choke the life out of the man before him, Reece closed his eyes. Patience, Reece. You need him. As Liz put the plane down with expert precision and floated to a dock, Reece unbuckled his harness and stuck his head into the cockpit. How's Khrushchev doing back there? Liz asked. He's still alive. Where's the cabin? You'll be able to see it back in the woods momentarily. Beautiful spot, Reece offered. Yeah. Thorne usually flies in alone, but every now and again he'll have a guest and I'll ferry them to and from the airport. Make yourself useful and tie us up. Reece jumped from the side door of the antique aircraft and secured the amphibious bird to the cleats spaced along the mooring. Liz cut the engine and joined her friend on the pier. "I'll need your help getting him to the cabin, Liz. After that, I want you to come back to the plane and wait. I don't want you to see this." "Are you forgetting what those savages almost did to me in Iraq? You think I'm squeamish about this? Whatever you are going to do, I can help. These Russian clowns almost killed me and the closest thing we both have to a family. Whoever sent them wanted you and Rafe dead for a reason, and they didn't care who they had to kill to get to you. Whatever you are going to do to this asshole, not only does he deserve it, but it's not you who's responsible, it's whoever sent him. Find out, Reece, and don't feel 1 ounce of pity." "Did you see the prison tattoos? This is going to take a bit of work." Reece and Liz secured the Russian to the plane's Israeli stretcher with wrap upon wrap of rigger's tape, and maneuvered him through the hatch and up to Thorne's cabin. Steps offered access to a spacious yet rickety deck adorned with a basic black Weber grill, showing its age, next to a handmade picnic table. Liz opened the door, allowing Reece to take stock of his surroundings. It was a humble structure by necessity, quite literally cut from the wilderness. Each and every piece had been flown in or borrowed from the surrounding environment. The result looked more like a trapper's cabin than an escape for one of the wealthiest men in Montana. And that was just what Thorne was after. The main room hosted a small kitchen, 1 round table, and an old iron wood-burning stove. A loft with a narrow staircase overlooked the gathering area, and a short hallway led to 2 guest bedrooms. Tall trees surrounded the refuge, filtering the late afternoon sunlight and leaving the room in perpetual shadow. It was perfect. "Let's get him in a chair. I'll take it from there." Chapter 51. Community Agricultural Project, Moldavia, Romania. The sun was setting as Hannah Hastings leaned against the fender of her Renault pickup, making notes on her tablet. The harvest was going well, despite a lack of modern combines. The single machine they had dated back to the 1970s and had already broken down twice. What these farmers lacked in technology, they made up for in resilience. When the machinery malfunctioned, the most skilled mechanics of the group would go to work on it, despite a complete lack of replacement parts. While those repairs were taking place, the community came out and continued the harvest with hand tools, just as they'd done for centuries. These were hard men and women from a harsh land. They reminded her of her family in Montana. Windswept hills provided fertile soil, but droughts threatened to ruin crops and crush wills. Hannah had received a grant to dig a well, build a basic irrigation system, and introduce the local farmers to modern seeds and chemical fertilizers. The results of their efforts were paying off. This year's yield appeared to be the best that anyone could remember, despite a relatively dry summer. Hannah was a horticulturalist and crop specialist with a master's degree from Utah State University. She had been born in the United States after her family had immigrated to Montana, and as the baby of the family, she had always rooted for the underdog. She was only 8 years old when she found her first cause. The ranch hands had moved some cattle to a fresh pasture, and a newborn calf had been separated from the herd. They quickly discovered the oversight and reunited the calf with the herd, but her mother would not claim her. The calf was dehydrated and weak when Hannah first became aware of her plight. Caroline drove her to the feed store in Winfred, where she used her allowance to buy a nursing bottle and a large bag of milk replacer. She also made a deal with her father. If the calf survived, she would never be sent to auction. Jonathan reluctantly agreed. He'd never been good about saying no to his youngest daughter. She named the calf Patches and nursed her back to health in a hastily built pen. Patches regained her strength and was soon able to rejoin the herd, living a long life and having many calves of her own. Those calves earned thousands of dollars in revenue for the ranch, which Jonathan dutifully placed into Hannah's savings account. One of the family's favorite photos was a snapshot of Hannah sitting inside Patches's pen, with her legs crossed, bottle-feeding her rescued calf. It came as no surprise when Hannah turned down a potentially lucrative career with a seed company and chose to work for an NGO educating farmers in developing countries. She was currently helping modernize the farming practices of one of the poorest countries in the European Union. She stayed in touch with her family through email and Skype and planned to return to Montana for Christmas. Her father always joked that Hannah was the bleeding heart of the family, but that wasn't exactly true. Though she was incredibly compassionate, she was very much of the teach them to fish mindset. Her father was right about one thing, though. She couldn't save the entire world by herself. She looked forward to going home in a few short months. She'd been away too long. An hour later, Hannah picked at her dinner at the small table that served as a dining room, her laptop next to her. The living conditions of the small farmstead apartment should have been uncomfortable for a wealthy American, but she had a genuine appreciation for the simplicity of it all. She tried to email her parents, but the farm's satellite internet signal was down, as usual. Headlights flashed across the ceiling as a vehicle turned onto her lane, the beams casting eerie shadows as they filtered through the high window frames. She heard footfalls on the stone walkway as a figure approached. Visitors after nightfall were not a normal occurrence. Listening to her sixth sense, Hannah looked around for something to use as a weapon and picked up a battered kitchen knife. The knock at the door sent a shiver down her spine, but a woman's voice put her at ease. "Excuse me," the woman said in Romanian. Hannah peeked through the window shade and saw a young, well-dressed female. "Can I help you?" "My husband and I are lost. Is this the road to the bed and breakfast?" She could see that the woman was holding a smartphone, presumably trying to find a location on the map that would not come up due to that lack of coverage in the area. Still suspicious, Hannah unlocked the door and stepped out to help, holding the knife in her right hand, the blade pressed upward against her forearm to conceal it. The woman smiled and held out the phone so that Hannah could see the map. She leaned in to see where she was pointing. "Thank you so much." Hannah opened her mouth to respond, but was grabbed in a powerful bear hug from behind. She slashed backward with the knife and felt the resistance of clothing, flesh, and bone. The vice grip loosened as her attacker grunted in pain. Twisting away, she turned and ran back through the doorway, sprinting through her home for the back door that led into the night. If she could get out of the house, she would have a 200-yard dash to the forest. She heard footsteps behind her and threw a chair into the doorway to slow her pursuer. "Almost there. The back door. A chance to escape." Slamming her shoulder into the back door, she catapulted herself toward the tree line and was knocked to the ground with a 2x4 to the face. She fell backward, crashing back into the door frame, the knife slipping from her grasp. Bloodied and barely conscious against the side of the house, she had no defense when the man she had stabbed appeared and struck the left side of her head. Before the others pulled him off, he landed another blow where her jawline met her ear, sending her spiraling into darkness. Chapter 52. Boundary County, Idaho, United States-Canadian border. He'd seen the technique once before, and it had stayed with him. Having been attached to the CIA in the days when IEDs became a tactical weapon of strategic importance, Reece had witnessed the unleashing of the most aggressive elements of the U.S. intelligence apparatus. Though Americans were strictly prohibited from practicing the darkest arts of tactical interrogation, they could teach host nation forces some of the more refined elicitation methods and then leave the room when partner force interrogators applied their most recent knowledge on the enemy. Reece knew the importance of maintaining the moral high ground in war. Sometimes that's all that distinguished the good guys from the bad. If you abandoned the moral high ground, all was lost. "You've lost your way, Reece. Tell that to your wife and daughter." Reece swung the med kit from his shoulder and looked at the man strapped naked to the leather chair in front of him. Reece and Liz had set the chair on a tarp to help contain the inevitable DNA. Riggers tape secured the prisoner's legs, arms, and upper chest to the chair. A rope fixed in a noose was looped securely around his head and was tied to a beam running the length of the cabin. He wasn't going anywhere. The man was covered in ink. Almost every inch of his body was overwritten by intricate tattoos. Saints, angels, skulls, and coffins covered his chest and back. A giant cathedral with multiple domes dominated the scene. A hooded executioner branded each shoulder, and roses stood out from his forearms, one twisting around a dagger, the other wrapped in barbed wire. Reece didn't know much about Russian tattoos, but what he did know was that they signified the man before him had spent time in some of the toughest prisons on Earth and survived. While working for the CIA, Reece had learned techniques carefully designed to elicit responses from the most hardened Islamic terrorists. What he took away was that regardless of the technique, as an interrogator, you had to offer hope. Hope was the key. He wondered how it would work with a hardened Bratva enforcer. He was about to find out. Reece moved forward and felt the pulse at the man's neck, slow and weak. He needed the Russian alive for at least an hour. Returning to the med kit, Reece took out an IV and a length of 550 cord. He threw the cord over the exposed beam that held the noose and attached it to the IV bag dangling just to the side of the Russian's head. His veins stood out like pipes, probably due to the copious amounts of steroids that sustained his muscular physique. Reece stabbed the needle of the 18-gauge catheter into a vein running through the rose and dagger on his subject's right arm. He pulled the hub, withdrawing the needle and leaving the plastic sheath in the vein. He then attached the tube and opened the IV spin valve to flood the tubing with fluid after taping it to the arm. He ran the bag wide open to replace the fluids necessary to stabilize the Russian for questioning. When the first bag had drained, Reece attached a second, watching an air bubble move down the tube. "Enjoy your rest, my friend," Reece whispered. "You'll need all your strength for what's coming." "And so will I," Reece thought. The Scoville scale measures heat in Scoville heat units, in this case specifically the heat of peppers, a heat that comes from the neuropeptide-releasing agent capsaicin, which they contain. Reece put on rubber gloves and clear eyeglasses from the medkit and dumped Jonathan's red ghost peppers out on a cutting board in the small kitchen. Reece was after the capsaicin. He'd seen the process done in sterile conditions at the CIA over a series of days. Reece didn't have days, he had hours. He was going to do what SEALs did best: improvise. Preheating the oven to 350 degrees, he moved back to the cutting board and sliced the ghost peppers down the middle, removing the seeds and separating the white pith that contained the capsaicin. Careful not to touch his face, he put the pith on a baking sheet and threw it in the oven to dry it out. Opening and closing cupboards, Reece found what he was looking for: a coffee grinder, French press, and a bottle of Jack Daniels. Sinatra Select, not bad, Reece thought. 5 minutes later, Reece returned to the oven and removed his baking sheet. He then slid the dried pith into the hand grinder, which he cranked over a bowl, turning it into a coarse powder. He then added 4 shots of Jack Daniels' finest and began to stir. If time was not of the essence, he would have let it sit for a week or two in pure alcohol. "I hope this works." When the consistency was that of slush, he poured it into the French press and pushed down on the strainer, leaving a hazy, brownish solution of pure liquid. Carefully, Reece filled a 60cc syringe with his concoction, remembering the CIA doctor who had taught him this technique all those years ago. When Reece had asked how hot it was, the doctor had answered, "If you were eating a jalapeno pepper, it would measure about 5,000 Scoville heat units. This solution has a Scoville heat unit measurement of over 3 million. It will burn them alive from the inside out, but without the fire." The Russian's head was beginning to sway, signifying the fentanyl was wearing off. Good. Reece sealed his resolve and approached the man he hoped had answers. Reece brought his leg up and slammed it down directly on the Russian's broken leg, eliciting an animalistic scream. Reece stepped behind him and tore the rigger's tape from his eyes, then grabbed a chair from the small kitchen table and turned it around so that its back was facing his subject. He sat down, rubber gloves, eye protection, and syringe all clearly visible to the Russian, who blinked his eyes and slowly took in his surroundings. "Hi," Reece said as pleasantly as possible. "I'm James Reece. You tried to kill me and Rafe Hastings earlier today. I have some questions for you." The Russian's breathing was slow and labored. His head was restrained by the noose, but his eyes moved to his leg, then back to Reece. In heavily accented English, he responded, "My leg. Something for my leg." "Oh, don't worry about your leg. That's about to be the very least of your problems." One of the first rules of interrogation was to only ask questions to which you already knew the answers. Reece started with what he already knew from his phone call with Vic Rodriguez. "Let's start with an easy one. Who is Ivan Zharkov?"
"Сейчас по-ебалу получишь, сука, блядь!"
The Russian spat, his muscles straining to break free of the tape that kept him securely in place. Without a word, Reece stood and walked behind him and grabbed the noose, wrenching his head back into the side, slamming his free hand onto his adversary's face and prying his right eye open. With the syringe, Reece administered a drop of the capsaicin solution and stepped back. The effect was immediate. The Russian's eye turned an instantaneous red, and his mouth opened in a roar of agony from a level of pain he had never experienced, body thrashing as his hands desperately fought to break free of the tape that bound them to the chair. Had they been free, he would have ripped his own eyeball from his head, the agony feeling like a blade pivoting through his eye from the deep recesses of his brain. "That's one drop, comrade," Reece said. "I have this entire syringe and more where that came from. Let's try that again. Who is Ivan Zharkov?" The Russian blinked, blood tears running down his face, his body doing its best to clear itself of this foreign invader. Then, taking a moment, he took in his antagonizer. This was James Reece, his target. He knew Ivan should have used a team from Wagner Group. He was a Bratok in the Bratva. He hadn't broken in Black Dolphin prison, and he certainly wouldn't break for this American. Ivan Zharkov had gotten him out of that hellhole. The Pakhan would get him out of this one. He was almost a brigadier in the organization. He would not break.
"Cigarette?"
the Russian asked. "Nope, those things will kill you." The Russian looked at his tormentor.
"Сука, блядь!"
he said, attempting to spit at Reece. "I was afraid you might say that. Don't go anywhere," Reece said, standing and returning to the medkit. "He's not giving you a choice, Reece." Reece closed his eyes and took a breath, seeing a vision of the Russian standing above a gagged and bound Katie, terror in her eyes. Reece selected another 60cc syringe and filled it with tap water. He then ripped open a Foley catheter bag from the kit and emptied its contents on the table. "Do it, Reece." Reece opened the 14-gauge catheter and lubed it with the provided KY jelly. He then turned and marched back to his subject. Ignoring the stream of threats in Russian, Reece grabbed his prisoner's penis with his gloved hand and threaded the catheter down his urethra. Unable to move, the Russian continued to thrash his head as much as the noose would allow. Reece applied pressure to his captive's broken femur with his elbow, and only stepped back when he saw yellow urine appear in the drainage bag. Reece then attached a 10cc syringe preloaded with saline to a side port, which blew up a small balloon, anchoring the system inside the bladder. Reece gave it a yank to ensure it was in place.
"You think you can make me talk, American? I used to rape guys like you in prison. I used to rape wives in front of husbands, daughters in front of fathers, and then chop them up in little pieces. You think you are tough, American? I think I'll fuck that little blonde bitch of yours right in front of you. How would you like that, you weak piece of shit?"
Reece kept his composure, unhooked the catheter bag, and attached the syringe filled with the capsaicin solution. He took another look at the bloodied mafia hitman in front of him and pushed in 5 cc's of pain. 8 seconds later, the Russian's body contorted in agony as his bladder erupted in an uncontrollable spasm, coupled with the most intense cramping imaginable. His body naturally attempted to curl up and vomit, but the noose and tape held him in place, vomit spewing from his nose and mouth, eyes bulging from his head. Reece waited 30 seconds and then attached the syringe with water, flushing the capsaicin from the Russian's system. Reece stepped back, waiting for his breathing to return to normal. "Maybe that first question was too difficult," Reece said, disconnecting the clean syringe and reattaching the one with capsaicin. "Let's try something easier. What's your name?"
What harm could that do?
Dmitri thought. Instead, all that came out between labored breaths, chunks of vomit still falling from his mouth, was,
"Fuck you!"
Reece didn't hesitate. Depressing the plunger, he sent 15 cc of his homemade mixture, 3 times the original dose, into the Russian's bladder. Then he stepped back. The results were horrific. The man's neck strained against the noose as he began to foam at the mouth, choking, cramping, vomiting, emitting a visceral cry reserved for those in the throes of death. Reece counted the seconds ticking by on his watch, giving a full minute this time before flushing the system again. Then he waited as the animal became human, trying desperately to breathe.
Who was this American?
I already know that Ivan Zharkov ordered the hit. I know he is the head of the Tambov gang. I know you work for him. You won't be betraying him. I'm already going to hunt him down and kill him. Nothing you say will change that. And, as you've probably figured out, you are not leaving here alive. What I need to know is why. If you can tell me that, I can offer you a quick death." His detainee paused in thought.
James Reece, I studied you. I knew we needed a professional team. Yet we almost killed you with a group of thugs. In the Bratva we learned too. They will come again. And this time they won't just be after you and your friend. The next time they come, it will be professionals. You've insulted their honor now. That is something that Bratva will not let, how you say, lie. They will kill you all. Wives, children, especially children. The Bratva doesn't want to fight another generation. They might even fuck a few of your women to death and make you watch. They will come for you, and they will kill every last one of you.
Reece knew it was true. In his head he saw visions of the dead. There was only one way this ended, and it was up to Reece to finish it. Reece slowly picked through the med kit until he found a connector from the IV kit and attached it to the syringe, which he then connected to the Y port on the IV drip. "Last chance," Reece said.
"Fuck you,"
the Russian said without much enthusiasm. "He's close." Reece slightly depressed the plunger, releasing what he hoped was about 1 cc of capsaicin into the IV drip and directly into the Russian's bloodstream. A blood-curdling scream filled the cabin as every single pain receptor in the Russian's body ignited at once, like a bolt of lightning hitting brain, muscles, and organs. A pain worse than the previous 2 capsaicin exposures threatened to boil the Russian from the inside out. Intestinal fluids began to spew from his lungs, while brain secretions worked their way into his nasal cavity and labyrinth of his inner ear. His heart felt like it was about to explode. Via the bloodstream was the most painful delivery method for the solution, but it was also the most short-lived. A person would metabolize the 1 cc solution in about 30 seconds to a minute, depending on weight, composition, and body type. Reece kept slowly injecting the serum as he sensed it was beginning to subside. "What? I can't hear you," Reece said over the screams. Only you can stop this. Ivan is as good as dead. Just tell me why he sent you, and I'll end your pain. Sensing that the Russian's body and brain were about to give out completely, Reece gave the man a moment of reprieve.
Dmitri,
the man said, coming down from what felt like a blowtorch working every portion of his body and brain.
My name is Dmitri Mashkov.
See, that wasn't so hard. Keep talking or I keep pushing this shit into your system.
Please, please.
It's all up to you. Remember, Ivan Zharkov put you here. The Russian attempted to catch his breath. He wanted to die.
I was a prisoner in penal colony number 6 for 7 years. Do you know this place?
I can't say I'm familiar.
It is the oldest prison in all of Russia. They call the prisoners the maniacs. A fitting term, no? Terrorists, child molesters, serial killers, even cannibals. Life sentences only. No one gets out.
No one but you?
Ivan Zharkov got me out and brought me back to the Brotherhood. Promoted me. Vakan did not put me here. The one who betrayed us did. The only reason I am talking to you is so you can find the man who betrayed this mission.
How do you know someone betrayed it?
How do you Americans put it? This was not my first, cattle drive? You avoided the ambush, and now you are asking me about Ivan Zharkov a few hours later.
Tell me about him.
He worked his way up. He was a foot soldier, like me. In 1991, Russia became like your cowboy West, I think you say. He saw opportunity and is now one of the most powerful men in Russia.
Why would he want to kill me? Dmitri hesitated. Why? Reece demanded, shaking the capsaicin syringe attached to the IV line.
I think it has to do with the American.
The American?
A CIA man defected to Russia and now works for Zharkov.
What CIA man? Reece asked with renewed interest.
One I escorted from Argentina to Russia. He was an old Soviet mole involved with the President Zubarov assassination.
Son of a bitch, Reece thought. Oliver Gray. And who do you think betrayed you? Reece asked.
Someone I should have killed long ago. Ivan's son.
Son?
He has many, but the one who is most valuable to the organization is Alexander.
Why?
He's a director in the SVR.
The SVR has ties to the Mafia? Reece asked, pretending he didn't already have the information.
This is Russia. The Bratva intelligence political triad is strong.
I want you to think long and hard about this one. Why would Alexander Zharkov call a contact at the CIA to sell you out moments before the attack? Reece watched as his detainee's eyes flashed with recognition. Tell me.
It is said that Alexander is sick.
He's dying?
No, sick, like, how do you say, crazy.
I don't understand.
Alexander is what I hear called not right in head. He hunts humans.
What? Where?
He leases an island in the Russian Far East from the government. Mednye Island. It is said he imports people from Africa, but this is only, how do you say, guess. But if Alexander called your CIA to warn you of the attack, Then I want you to kill that suka. I know you can't let me live. In exchange for this information, I want you to kill Alexander Zharkov. Send him to me in the afterlife.
You have my word. Reece would have preferred to put a bullet in Dimitri's head, but that would have left DNA all over the former senator's cabin. This was going to be hard enough to clean up as it was. Depressing the syringe's plunger, Reece pushed the remaining 30 cc's of solution into Dimitri's veins, flooding his system with an overdose of capsaicin. The right side of his brain stroked immediately, the left side of his face dropping into paralysis as blood filled his retinas and brain, the red fluid attempting to escape from its dying host through his nose, mouth, and ears. Almost simultaneously, his bladder and bowels released a mess of bloody excrement. Seconds later, his heart went into fibrillation, and Dimitri went to hell to wait for Alexander Zharkov. Reece stepped outside and grabbed the railing of the deck for balance, taking deep breaths of mountain air while suppressing an urge to vomit. Oliver Gray was in Russia working for the Mafia, working for a man whose son was a senior intelligence official with a penchant for hunting humans. That same son had called a contact at the CIA to betray his father's and Gray's plan to kill him. Why? Reece waved to a worried-looking Liz on the dock, then picked up the sat phone to call Rafe via the landline at the main ranch house. "Hannah?" Caroline Hastings picked up on the first ring, a hint of panic in her usually steady voice. "No, I'm sorry, Caroline, it's Reece." "Is Rafe there?" "He couldn't wait. He's in the air on his way to Romania to look for Hannah. She hasn't answered her phone or any of our emails. Vic has the embassy trying to track her down, but Rafe doesn't trust them. He just couldn't sit around and wait." He could tell she'd been crying. Reece paused. "I would have done the same." "I know." "Is Vic still there?" "Yes, but he's about to return to D.C., the Hastings matriarch answered after composing herself. "Good. Please tell him I'll meet him at Langley. I don't want to cause another commotion by flying back to the ranch with L.E. still combing the place. How's Katie?" "She's a strong woman, Reece. I think it's all sinking in, but she's fine." "Please give her a hug for me and tell her I'll meet her at her place in Alexandria tomorrow. Can you get her home for me?" "We can certainly handle that." "Thank you. I'm so sorry I brought this on you, Caroline." "Where is all this leading, Reece?" "Russia." Chapter 53. Iași International Airport, Romania. The flight from Dulles was well within the 8,000-mile range of the G550, but it was still almost 5 o'clock a.m. when they finally landed. The combined flights had exceeded the crew rest requirements for the two pilots, but given the emergency nature of the trip, they were willing to push it. Despite the creature comforts of Thorn's Gulf Stream, for Rafe, rest was an impossibility. Rafe rented a car as rapidly as was possible in Romania from a man speaking passable English, and headed directly for the farm where his sister lived, driving the small Opel sedan as fast as he dared. His parents had tried to contact Hannah several times during the past 24 hours without success, and the embassy personnel had predictably been unable to track her down. A sense of dread permeated Rafe's very being. His instincts were usually correct. The navigation app he was using was next to worthless in this area, so Rafe had to rely on a paper map that he kept in his lap as he drove, just like the old days. The sun was beginning to rise, illuminating the small farmhouses and villages that dotted the rolling hills, the local residents already moving into the planted fields to bring in the harvest. It was a simple, meaningful existence, and Rafe quickly realized why his baby sister had fallen in love with it. He pulled the sedan off the road and compared the small brick building and nearby barn to a photo on his iPhone. This was the place. Not wanting to disturb anything or anyone, Rafe left the car near the road and walked toward his sister's temporary home on foot. He walked around the barn and saw that a small pickup truck, presumably belonging to Hannah, was parked outside. Maybe she was home and her internet was just down? As he walked farther, he saw that the door to the small home was open. A burst of adrenaline surged through his body as his mind put the pieces together. He was unarmed, a requirement to clear Romanian customs. The old wooden door creaked as Rafe pushed it open. A chair was on its side, and blood was visible on the tile floor. Rafe pushed the horror of the moment from his mind and put his tracking skills to work. The fact that her body wasn't here meant she was probably still alive. He pulled the small pack from his back and retrieved a pair of nitrile gloves from the first aid kit inside. At first glance, it appeared the droplets of blood on the tile floor led outside, but upon close inspection, the pattern indicated it was leading inside the home. The bleeding had begun outside. Rafe went down to his hands and knees and used a small but powerful LED light to search for evidence. A kitchen knife had slid underneath the table and appeared to be covered in blood. Hannah had fought, and for a slight moment a sense of brotherly pride broke through the pain. The beam from his light found a strand of hair that appeared to belong to his sister on the floor, an arm's reach away from the knife. Rafe backtracked outside and searched the soft, dry ground. He paced the area with his eyes on the ground, stopping, kneeling, then going prone, just as Melusi had taught him back in Africa. "The tracks will tell the story. Let them speak." After 20 minutes of study, those tracks had given their testimony. A vehicle, a van by the looks of it, had stopped by the road, and two large males wearing work boots had stepped out. One set of boot tracks led to the back of the home, where he'd knelt next to the door. The other set of tracks led to the front door. It swung outward, and he'd positioned himself on the hinge side so that he would be hidden when it opened. A woman wearing high-heeled boots had traded places with the driver and driven the van up the driveway toward the home. The tracks led to the door where she'd likely lured Hannah outside. The man had probably pounced on his sister from behind in the darkness, and based on the greenish hue of the blood trail, had taken a knife to the guts for his trouble. Hannah had been subdued just outside the back door. The drag marks left by her feet led to the van, which indicated that she'd been unconscious, either knocked out, drugged, or both. Where would they take her? That was the psychology of tracking. Learn from the spoor and anticipate your prey's next move. Rafe needed to get inside the head of whoever had taken her. The tracks were only a few hours old, but Rafe didn't have any leads as to where they might be headed. He was in an unfamiliar land, didn't speak the language, and had no local network on which to rely. Rafe walked back inside the farmhouse, and this time his eyes were up, looking for anything he'd missed on his first pass. He didn't have to look far. A piece of paper was on the small kitchen table, torn from a notebook. On it was written a URL of seemingly nonsensical letters, numbers, and symbols, followed by two additional sets of similarly random alphanumeric combinations without the URL designation. A username and password. The dark web. Feeling a vibration, Rafe reached in his pocket and answered the phone. "Tell me," he said. "It's not good. Did you find Hannah?" "I'm at her place now. She's been taken." Rafe heard his friend pause on the other end of the line. "I know who did it and where she is," Reece said. When Reece was finished relaying the information he'd learned from the interrogation of Dmitry Mashkov, Rafe's eyes moved back to the paper in his hand. "He's hunting her," he said. "Or he's using her as bait. Come back and I'll talk to Vic about mounting an operation to get her out. There's no time for that. He wants me or he wants you, probably both. See what you can do about it through official channels. In the meantime, I'm going to book a hunt." Chapter 54. Medny Island, Russia. Alexander sat at his desk in his fortress on Medny. The island was first sighted in 1741 by Vitus Jonassen Bering, a Danish cartographer employed by the Russian Navy. It wasn't until a few years later that Yemelyan Basov explored and hunted the island, bringing back a host of valuable furs to Kamchatka and on to trading posts throughout Russia. Alexander looked at a seal pelt on the wall. Fitting, he thought. Native Aleuts had moved to the island in the late 1800s and set up a whaling station. Relying on harpoons, they hunted whales and seals until the government moved the settlement to neighboring Bering Island. It was a frontier post with Cold War military significance up until 2001, when it was abandoned. The Zharkov family dacha on the Black Sea would not do for what Alexander had in mind, so, when the opportunity presented itself, the entrepreneurial young intelligence officer had leased the island from the government. He needed a remote outpost to partake in his most dangerous of games. Siberia was remote. An island in the Bering Sea was even more so. Hunting the woman from Montana had ended in a most unsatisfying manner. He hadn't been able to feel the pleasure of releasing his arrow into his quarry. She'd also managed to kill 2 of his best dogs. No matter. Sergei had others to take their place. Luckily for him, a plane was about to land at a remote strip in Kamchatka. There, 6 new prisoners from the Central African Republic would be transferred to an Mi-8 transport helicopter for the flight to Medni Island. They would provide ample opportunity to sharpen his skills before the ultimate chess match. Americans were so easy to manipulate. Hannah Hastings had served her purpose. Alexander had received word that an American had arrived in Romania and traveled to her farmhouse. It wouldn't be long before he put the pieces together and connected via the dark web using the note left on his sister's table. The trap was baited. Now it was time to wait. His prey would come, and Alexander would finally put himself to the test against the most worthy of adversaries. He felt like more tea. "Sergei?" he called out. Where was that mongrel half-breed? Probably out training the dogs or practicing with that old bow of his. Sergei and all those who carried the blood of his people remained stuck in the past. Aboriginals fretting out a meager existence much as they had for centuries. They had not adapted to the changing environment. They had even attempted to defend themselves against Russian colonization with bows and spears. The result had been catastrophic. Where disease and war failed, alcoholism and forced migration picked up the slack. Sergei, whose Koryak blood had been diluted through breeding and the ravages of a war the world knew little about, still favored the ancient bow of his people over the modern crossbow that Alexander carried on their hunts. Alexander scoffed at the thought. The Siberian native had been conscripted into the Russian army. There he'd excelled in the ranks of the Spetsnaz, serving with distinction in the Second Chechen War, putting down the insurgency using the tactics and techniques that had earned them the respect of the Mujahideen in the Soviet-Afghan campaign. Sergei's unit had been responsible for the targeted assassinations of Chechen separatist leadership, by any means necessary. In the Russian army, he'd learned an appreciation for the Russian martial art of Sambo, to which he continued to devote himself with zeal. Alexander couldn't fathom why the huge Koryak dedicated so much time to unarmed combat. After all, his size seemed sufficient to deal with anyone reckless enough to fight him hand-to-hand. It seemed to be the one vestige of his time spent with the Spetsnaz that he carried forward into his work for Alexander. He'd spent months building a baidarka, a kayak made of driftwood, with a deck covered in seal and sea lion skins. The fool even hunted from it, in the tradition of his people. He knew the dogs, though, and, much like the canines whose company he kept, he was loyal to the man who fed him. For that, Alexander would allow him his little bow and kayak. A light on a computer used for only one purpose roused him from his musings. Alexander hovered over a Tor network icon and depressed his keypad before entering a 28-character password and entering the world of the dark web. The platforms that hosted illicit activity on the dark web changed as international consortiums of law enforcement built cases on a virtual battlefield. Silk Road, Alpha Bay, and Hansa were but a few of the cyber auction houses whose specialties catered to the dark side of man. Weapons, child pornography, human trafficking, and illicit drugs were the mainstays of the realm, traded for with Bitcoin cryptocurrency, moving people and destroying lives at 50 megabits a second. The dark web was where Alexander offered a specific service to a discerning and niche customer. It was where Alexander offered the hunt of a lifetime. To those who had adorned their walls with most every species the planet had to offer, a few longed for one more trophy, one they wouldn't be able to brag about at cocktail parties in polite society. They yearned to experience the hunting of man. Marketed via the dark web, the prey were described as prisoners destined for execution. These hunters would be fulfilling a civic duty. For $500,000 US in Bitcoin, rich Russians, Europeans, and Americans had traveled to Medni for the experience that had thus far eluded them in life. Alexander ran his tongue along his bottom lip as he read the email. "It is so nice to make your acquaintance, Mr. Rainsford." Part 3. The Kill. I am still a beast at bay. Sanger Rainsford, The Most Dangerous Game, by Richard Connell. Chapter 55. Boundary County, Idaho, United States-Canadian border. Reece would have preferred to somehow bring Dimitri's body back to the Hastings' property and leave it where a bear could dispose of it. Dimitri dying in the firefight at the ranch made a lot more sense than him sustaining life-threatening wounds there, then wandering 100 miles to a property coincidentally owned by Tim Thornton. But with law enforcement still combing the crime scenes, Reece and Liz had no choice but to dispose of the body in the deepest part of the lake. "I think the chairs are goner, buddy," Liz said as they contemplated how to clean up the cabin. "I'm afraid you're right." Donning surgical masks from the med bag and using bleach from under the sink, they cleaned off the leather chair as best they could. The tarp and towels went into a trash bag along with the coffee grinder, French press, and baking tray. Reece dismantled the chair with an axe and wrapped it in trash bags as well. When they were done sanitizing the crime scene, they loaded it all into the plane. With Thorne's G550 somewhere in Eastern Europe and wanting to get things moving as quickly as possible, Reece had Liz drop him in Billings. Liz borrowed a van from the corporate jet center and took her trash to a landfill. Reece was able to catch a commercial Delta flight to Minneapolis that connected into Washington Reagan National. After spending several months of solitude in a rural and isolated environment, it took Reece some time to adjust to the sights and sounds of the modern world. His mind had adapted to the natural order of the wilderness and rebelled against his re-entry into society. By 10 o'clock p.m., he was relieved to be stepping through the doorway of Katie's condo in Old Town, Alexandria. "I told you it wouldn't be long," he said. Katie had beaten him to Virginia by 30 minutes, and despite the late hour, she made coffee, while Reece caught her up on the developments of the past 48 hours. "How are you feeling?" Reece asked. "Like I'm grateful that I wasn't kidnapped by a psycho assassin who likes to wrap women's heads in debt cord. Thank goodness for small favors." "I'm okay, Reece. I just keep thinking about how lucky we were that Caroline Hastings is such a great shot, and that you showed up when you did, and..." "And what?" "I'd be lying if I said I didn't wonder if life with you is always going to be this way." Reece nodded. "I've wondered the same thing myself. Before we delve into that, though, I have an important question to ask. Do you have any honey?" "Ha! Oh, yeah. I forgot you take your coffee like most of my old sorority sisters." Returning to the table with honey in a small carton of half and half, she watched as Reece doctored his brew. "I have something to tell you, Katie, and I need your help to think it through." "What is it?" "Rafe's little sister, Hannah, is missing. She was working in Romania, and not long after we were attacked, someone took her." "What?" Katie whispered in disbelief. "The same people who were after you?" Forcing the rational side of her brain to restrain her emotions, she closed her eyes and processed the news.
How can I help?
Well, hold on, Katie interrupted. She picked up her iPad and phone, depositing them in her bedroom before closing the door. She then unplugged the LCD television hanging on the wall of her living room. Satisfied, she picked up a legal pad and sat back down.
You're as paranoid as I am. It's not paranoia if someone's really after you, she said.
I've heard that somewhere before, Reece thought. Here's what we know. Oliver Gray was a CIA analyst who went off the grid several months ago. It turns out he was working for Vasily Andrenov, a former colonel in the GRU. He recruited Gray near the end of the Cold War and kept him on retainer even after the fall of the Soviet Union and Andrenov's ouster from the new Russian government.
He's the Russian billionaire who was blown up in Switzerland last year?
That's him. Gray helped plan the operation that killed the Russian president and attempted to kill ours. After the follow-on chemical attack in Odessa, he went underground and ended up in Argentina.
I thought they only hid Nazis.
They're branching out. Anyway, after that, he makes his way to St. Petersburg, Russia, and started working for someone named Ivan Zharkov, who runs one of the big crime families in the Bratva, the Russian mafia.
Why would Gray want to kill you? Why wouldn't he just lie low in Russia?
I can think of a couple of reasons. First is that he knows I'm going to track him down. He's right about that. He's one of 2 people left who had a hand in killing Freddie. He wanted to put me down before I got the chance. Kitty frowned at the casual way Reece referred to killing like it was a normal everyday occurrence, and she had to remind herself that for him it was.
And the second?
Reece thought of the stainless steel Submariner that used to adorn his father's wrist. He'd purchased it in a PX in Vietnam and worn it every day Reece could remember. I think Gray had my father killed, Katie. I can't prove it, but I've been doing some reading while I was in the mountains. I asked Vic for some files after the Odessa incident.
When you save the life of the president, it probably opens a few file cabinets.
It doesn't hurt. I had Vic put together a list of my father's postings at the CIA from just before 9/11 until his death. Oliver Gray was in Buenos Aires the night my father was killed.
I thought you told me he was an analyst. A desk guy.
He was. I think he used the recruitment skills that Andrenov taught him to recruit a contract agent named Jules Landry to do the actual killing.
But why, Reece? Why would a former Soviet spy want to kill your father? Because of something that happened in the Cold War? I thought a lot of the warriors on opposite sides of the Iron Curtain were actually friends now.
I wondered the same thing. It goes back farther than that. It turns out that Gray signed out a file in 1993. That file was an after-action report from a MACV-SOG operation in Vietnam that resulted in the death of a Russian advisor. Can you guess the advisor's last name?
Andrenov.
That's right. And can you guess who led the mission?
Tom Reece.
Right again. I think Andrenov recruited Gray to find out who killed his father, and then all those years later finally got his revenge.
I think we need to switch to something stronger than Black Rifle coffee.
I need a drink, Katie said, standing up to retrieve 2 glasses from the cabinet.
I don't have any Semper yet, but I do have a nice bottle of Sea Smoke.
That'll do.
It's a 2013 10. My dad gets a case on his birthday every year from his golfing buddy, Nick Kasulis. He and his wife Tina own a golf course out in California and get it at cost for the restaurant there. My dad always saves me a bottle,
Katie said as Reece organized his thoughts. That's nice of him.
That reminds me. There's no good time to tell you. He sent me 3 boxes to give to you. My parents were listed as next of kin when your mom passed away. You were presumed dead, so the nursing home shipped the last of her things to my parents. I have them in the back closet when you want them.
Thanks, Katie. I'll go through them when this is all over. Now, where were we?
You were just getting me the part where Gray almost kills us?
Right. I think Gray saw an opportunity to use both the protection and resources of the Russian mob to launch a hit on me on U.S. soil.
Why Rafe as well?
That's the question I'm going to put to Vic tomorrow.
And who tipped off the CIA about the attack in Montana?
That's where this gets a little strange. A former agency case officer who spent a lot of time in Russia got a call from a Russian intelligence official named Alexander Zharkov.
warning him of the attack. He called Vic, who contacted us just in time. Any relation to Ivan Zharkov? It's his son. So let me get this straight. Katie's analytical mind was going to work. A Russian mob boss hires a former CIA mole who then plans your murder but gets sold out by the Mafia Don's son? As best as I can figure it. Anywhere else but Russia, that would be crazy. Fair point, Reece conceded. Maybe they went after Hannah when the attack in Montana failed to draw you and Rafe out so they can try again? It's possible. There's something you're not telling me, isn't there? Reece nodded. During my interrogation of the Russian who survived the attack, he told me that Alexander Zharkov imports humans to his own private hunting ground on an island off the Kamchatka Peninsula. To do what? Katie asked, already dreading the answer. He hunts them. Rafe is on his way there now. I'm going to see if I can talk Vic into mounting a rescue operation, but the odds of that happening are slim. What I really need from him is information. Why, may I ask? This is the part you might not want to hear. Katie took off her small pair of black-rimmed glasses and set them on the legal pad covered with her hastily scribbled notes and looked at him, her blue eyes clouded with sadness. Even if the CIA says no, you're leaving again, aren't you? It's my fault, Katie. The attack in Montana, Hannah's disappearance, now Rafe. I need to find her. One way or another, after I get what I can from the agency, I'll have to go. Where? Medney Island. Chapter 56. Central Intelligence Agency, Langley, Virginia. It was early and they'd beaten rush hour, so traffic on the George Washington Parkway was relatively light. It was already hot and oppressively humid, the aging 4Runner's air conditioning struggling to cool the SUV's interior. As they made the scenic drive along the Potomac River, Reece couldn't help but think about the last time they'd been on this road together, going to say goodbye to his parents at Arlington. It looked different now, the deep snow having transformed into lush green grass. They drove by the airport on the right and then the Pentagon on the left, and eventually passed Arlington National Cemetery. Sweat-soaked joggers and cyclists were out in force on the sidewalks that flanked the river, many of them crossing the Memorial Bridge into D.C. proper. Katie took the exit that led directly to the North Security Gate and rolled down her window as they approached a team of guards wearing body armor and BDU-style uniforms. Reece leaned over the console and held out his green contractor badge for the officer to inspect. She's just dropping me off. I've got a meeting at 6:30. No problem, sir, but you're going to have to get out here. We can give you a ride up to the building. Thanks. He turned to Katie. I'll text you when I'm done. You be safe, James Reece. Semper, he said with a wink. The security officer directed Katie to where she could make a U-turn, and another waved Reece toward a Chevy Equinox with a light bar on the roof for the short drive to the headquarters building. Reece had been to CIA headquarters on a few occasions in the past, but had never asked about a large black aircraft that towered above the road on a pedestal. Is that an SR-71? Everyone thinks that, but it's actually an A-12 ox cart, the agency's version. It was a tad faster than the Blackbird, and it only had one crew member. Guess you've answered that question before. Every day, man, every damn day. Here we are, the officer said as he pulled the small SUV to the curb outside the new and old headquarters buildings. Thanks for the ride. He'd scrounged up a collared shirt, but even if he'd worn a suit, there was nothing about James Reece that blended in at Langley. He entered the hallowed ground of the old building, stepping across the mosaic Central Intelligence Agency seal. As was his custom, he walked to the Wall of Honor on the north side of the lobby, where black stars representing the fallen were chiseled into the white marble. Flanked by the flag of the nation and the flag of the agency, the stars were a daily reminder to those who crossed the threshold that they were the country's first line of defense. Above the 133 stars were the words, "In honor of those members of the Central Intelligence Agency who gave their lives in the service of the country." Reece looked down at the glass case protruding from the wall that held the Book of Honor under lock and key. A black Moroccan goatskin logbook lay in wait for its inch-thick glass to be opened yet again, for another date to be inscribed, and sometimes a name to correspond with a new star on the wall above. Reece slowly scanned the names visible through the glass in silent respect, hovering over those he knew. He was in the company of warriors. The page had already been turned on the 79th star representing Johnny Mike Spann from one of the first battles in the War on Terror. It had also been turned on the page with Chris Mueller and Chief, whose actions under fire in Afghanistan defined heroism. The current pages displayed under protective glass were almost at capacity, and soon the page would be turned yet again. Reece's eyes hovered over the names of Redacted, Glenn Doherty, Ty Woods, and Redacted. 19 other stars stood out on the page, names withheld. Reece knew more than a few, their names and the circumstances of their deaths locked away on secure hard drives and in the memories of those who were there. Reece ran his fingers over the newest star, the one that represented his friend, Freddie Strain. Reece had been there for the ceremony, as had the president. Memories of his old teammate flashed through his mind. Sniper school, their first post-9/11 deployment, Mozambique, Odessa, the funeral, Freddie's family. Reece closed his eyes, Freddie's face coming to him from beyond the grave. "I'm sorry, brother," Reece whispered, knowing that if it were not for him, Freddie's kids would still have a father. He closed his eyes tighter. "I'd trade places with you if I could. I should be the one in the ground." Freddie smiled, his face blurring in Reece's memory, morphing into another face. This one was hazy, and Reece couldn't quite make it out, but the blur had a name. Nizar Katan, the Syrian sniper who had pressed the trigger that took Freddie as he rendered aid to a wounded Secret Service agent on a rooftop half a world away. Reece had anonymously set up a trust to take care of Freddie's special needs child. The money he'd used had been a reward from the British Crown for taking out the terrorist some had come to call Europe's Osama bin Laden. Reece knew that Freddie's was one of the names not written next to his star, classified, just like the star that represented Thomas Reece. A bureaucrat somewhere in the building had decided omitting the names was necessary so as not to expose certain sources and methods. Reece stepped back and took a breath, composing himself as CIA staff came and went behind him, wearing suits and carrying briefcases. Glancing at the opposite wall, Reece read the unofficial motto of the Central Intelligence Agency from Scripture, John chapter 8, verse 32. "And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free." "We'll see," he thought. Reece badged through the turnstile and headed for the elevators. He felt the eyes of staffers, agents, executives, and security officers burning through him. As he navigated the maze of the world's premier intelligence service, he remembered that it wasn't that long ago they'd been part of the manhunt to capture and kill him. Vic's administrative assistant waved him through the open door into a spacious office. They didn't bother sitting. Instead, they walked directly into the adjoining SCIF, Secure Compartmented Information Facility, which was a fancy name for a secure conference room. Reece placed his iPhone into what looked like a small post office box, locking it inside and pocketing the key. Once inside the soundproof room, he took a seat across from the Director of Clandestine Services.
"It's good to see you, Reece. Thanks for coming in."
"Good to see you too, sir."
"If you came on board full-time, we could do this on a regular basis. You might even get a parking spot one day."
"We'll see how it goes. What do you have for me?" Reece had briefed Vic on the phone from Billings, speaking in riddles in case unwanted ears were listening. Vic tapped a key on a secure laptop that was connected to a large LCD screen on the wall.
"The Bureau folks have been surprisingly generous with sharing information on this one. Frankly, I think an attack on U.S. soil against a former senator, whether he was the target or not, scared the shit out of them."
Reece nodded.
"As you know, there were two teams, the one that attempted to ambush you on the highway and the second that moved on your friend Rafe at the ranch."
A group of pictures, along with an aerial photo of the ambush site, appeared on the screen.
After you drive out of the ambush, the first team moves to the ranch where Caroline Hastings puts a world of hurt on them until you arrive. We believe that everyone on that team has been accounted for. Vic advanced the slides, and a close-up of 6 dead bodies were displayed. Except for the female they used as bait, Reece said. Correct, Vic continued, tapping the arrow key again. A photo of an attractive young woman filled the screen. We've determined that she was working in Whitefish as a bartender. She's a Russian national on a valid green card. Our guess is that she reconned this entire operation. She has not been back to work since this went down, but we'll find her. She looks familiar. I've seen her around town. On that second group, the initial forensics report says that one of them is missing. There was blood on the scene with no body to match. You know anything about that? Reece shook his head. Didn't think you would. They're still running full profiles, but it looks like they were all ethnic Russians. The tattoos made that clear. Anything on the weapons? ATF is working on it, but they were all Russian-made AKMs, so they didn't come through legal channels. Millions of those guns were made, so that probably won't give us much to go on. What about Hannah Hastings? Anything on who might have grabbed her? Reece asked, wanting to confirm his findings from the interrogation. Nothing yet. We pulled in some local assets to investigate, and our station chief in Bucharest is working with their national police force, but honestly, I'm not optimistic. Do you have any theories? Smart Money says they grabbed her as a consolation prize when the attack on you and Rafe failed, but there's something else. Something darker. What? Reece asked. After the accusations and evidence of Russian intelligence meddling in our elections, infiltrating social media platforms to influence our political process, the director is not in the mood to play games with them. The power vacuum left by the assassination of their president has their intelligence agencies running wild without adult supervision. Financial crimes, the election meddling, it's like we're back in the Cold War, but without the rules. We've done a deep dive on their leadership, particularly Alexander Zharkov. Our cyber capabilities are impressive thanks to some help from Silicon Valley. We all know that there is human trafficking that's being facilitated through the dark web, and we've found evidence tying Zharkov to brokering humans as prey for trophy hunting. For $500,000, you get to hunt what they call criminals destined for the gallows. The most dangerous game. Exactly. Our records show that Zharkov is a big hunter type, shot animals all over the world while posted overseas for the SVR. At some point, his tastes crossed over from 4-legged to 2-legged game. You know what Hemingway said, once you've hunted man. That all squares with what I found out on my end. Oh, really? Vic asked with renewed interest. Do you think that Alexander blows his father's op so that he can have a crack at me and Rafe? That's my own pet theory, yes? And he's using Hannah for the bait. Vic nodded. That confirms what I learned in a conversation with a recently deceased Russian mobster. I am going to pretend I believe it was just a conversation, Vic said. Now your intel is confirmed via my HUMINT. What are our next steps? The director is preparing a presidential finding that would authorize a hostage rescue mission. She thinks the connection to you and Freddie and the attempted assassination will help sway the president. He's not running for re-election, and if we can convince him that this won't start World War III, I think we have a chance. You did save his life, after all. Even so, he's not going to greenlight a hostage rescue on Russian soil. Don't be so sure. The operators will all use AKs to make it look like it's a Russian criminal syndicate hit on the son of Bratva leadership. Just enough plausible deniability and confusion to make this a non-attributable action. Believe me, if you knew half the classified history of this place, you'd know this is one of the most sane paramilitary operations the CIA has ever proposed. If denied, we'll have no choice but to pass it to Alpha Group via diplomatic channels. Alpha Group? Vic, we do that and she's dead. I know. Who's got it from our side? Redacted? The Redacted commander has 2 COAs, Vic continued, using the acronym for courses of action. The first is SEALs from Redacted, jumping into the Pacific just south of the Bering Sea to link up with an amphib. From there, they head south to rendezvous with a submarine carrying a platoon from SDV-1 on a
redacted. They'll come from the sea, hit the lodge, and extract back out to sea, just like we've done with redacted, redacted, redacted in the past. It's a proven COA. Even with the AK ploy, if someone goes down and gets left behind, facial recognition technology will confirm it was us. That will be fully explained to the President. What's COA 2? The redacted commander is an Army general, so he wants redacted in on the action as well, Vic said, using one of the nicknames for the Army's redacted, better known to the public as redacted. Second COA is to launch redacted in MHX Blackhawks from an amphib in and out. Riskier COA, Reece observed, remembering the Army helicopter that went down on his last Afghanistan deployment. True. We are pushing for COA 1, but it will take a couple days longer to get that one in motion. We are lucky that SDV was deployed for a redacted. Part of their workup is the redacted. National Command Authority will advise the President. Vic, you know if the President tries to go through diplomatic channels, he's signing Hannah's death warrant. I promise I'll do everything I can to ensure that doesn't happen. Reece leaned back in his chair, his mind racing to analyze the possible contingencies. I need to be there. Negative, Reece. You've never trained for SDV ops, Vic countered, having anticipated the request. All I'd do is get in the back and breathe whatever concoction they breathe. It's not like I'd be driving the thing. First off, they don't drive it, they pilot it. The answer is no. Well, at least put me on the redacted op. No. They don't know this guy. Neither do you. I know him better than you think, Reece snapped. Vic interlaced his hands and brought his index fingers to his lips. There's something else, Reece said. I'm not gonna like this, am I? Vic asked. Rafe is headed for Medni Island. He signed up for a hunt on the dark web. They left a URL with a login and password in Hannah's kitchen in Romania. He's going to get her. Shit! You didn't try to talk him out of it? I can see you don't know Rafe very well. Did you get the URL and password? Sure did, Reece said, passing the CIA executive a piece of paper from his pocket. Shit, Vic said again. Just what we need. A former SEAL in the hands of Russian intelligence. I can help, Vic. Get me on this up. Again. No. What if I go full-time? Vic had been trying to convince Reece to come work as a ground branch officer in the Special Activities Division of the CIA since they first met. You put me on this mission, and I come in for at least 4 years. Vic tapped his index fingers together in front of his face, contemplating the offer. You're on. You knew I was going to offer that up, didn't you? Reece asked. Let's just say I was prepared for your offer. The assaulters are already down at redacted, training on a mock-up of the lodge on Medni Island. You move fast. We're the CIA, Vic said, rising to shake hands with his newest recruit. Nicole Fan and Andy Danreb are already down there. Remember them? I remember, Reece said, thinking back to Andy's role in exposing the assassination and chemical weapon threat to Odessa the previous year. As gruff and cynical as he is, with the Russia connection, Andy is our foremost expert. Nicole will be the connection back to Langley and the Counterterrorism Center. She plays much better with others than your friend Andy. Vic looked at his watch. If you leave now, you can make it in time for tonight's brief and FTX. Reece wondered if Vic knew about Oliver Gray's connection to his father's death, or his obsession with taking out the sniper who had killed Freddie. He knew Vic would think those emotions would cloud his judgment, and he didn't want to discuss anything that would threaten his involvement in the mission. If Vic didn't know that the real reason Reece was coming on board was to settle a personal score, Reece certainly wasn't going to tell him. Reece left the executive level and made his way back to the lobby. This time, he didn't stop at the Wall of Honor, though he did pause, ever so slightly, as he walked across the eagle and compass rows of the agency seal. Visions of Freddie Strain and Thomas Reece had been replaced with the file photos of Nizar and Gray. The Syrian and the traitor were clearly focused in his crosshairs. Chapter 57. Location redacted. It took just over redacted to drive the agency Suburban down to the CIA training facility. Situated on a peninsula, redacted, is a secluded, redacted training site that had gained notoriety as the rehearsal site for the raid that killed Osama bin Laden. A full mock-up of the compound in Abbottabad, Pakistan had been built so the assault force could memorize the layout of the world's most wanted terrorist's home. The SEALs tasked with completing the mission had been successfully assaulting compounds of every shape and size, year after year, on virtually a nightly basis since 9/11. But the Abbottabad mission would have worldwide geopolitical repercussions, so nothing was spared to stack the deck in their favor. The Special Operations community is a small one, and though he was older than many of them, Reece recognized a few of the Army commandos from various training schools and deployments. Navy Seabees were hard at work building a mock-up of the lodge on Medney Island for full mission profile rehearsals. Nothing was known about the inside layout, as all they had to go on was satellite imagery, which would ensure the outside was almost an exact replica of the target. 40 assaulters from Redacted had arrived a day earlier and had been preparing for what they had been told was a hostage rescue mission. They had assumed it was for a target in Somalia or Syria, and had not yet been told mission specifics. That was about to change. When Reece drove in, most of the assaulters were in the chow hall waiting for an upcoming intelligence briefing. The unit, as it is known by the skilled operators in its ranks, drew heavily from the Army's 75th Ranger Regiment. An entire Ranger element had been killed alongside Reece's troop in Afghanistan 2 years earlier. As Reece sat down with his tray of food, a handful of redacted assaulters, including their troop sergeant major, approached.
Mr. Reece,
the large bearded man began, in an accent that betrayed a southern upbringing.
I'm Christian Holloway, troop sergeant major. I just wanted to thank you. We all knew the boys killed with your troop in Afghanistan, the Rangers on those birds. You did right by them.
One by one, the redacted operators shook Reece's hand.
Also heard about what you did in Odessa. Sorry to hear about Freddie. I worked with him in 2009 in Iraq. Solid as they come. See you in the briefing,
Holloway said with a respectful nod. Reece stood at the back of the stadium-style briefing room and wondered if this was the same room where his friends had first received word that the UBL mission was a go. The assaulters and a few support personnel filled the first 4 rows of seats, talking and joking among themselves. It was not that long ago that Reece had been in a similar room, receiving the mission that would lead to the deaths of his SEAL troop, Army Rangers, and air crews on a dark Afghan mountain. The door at the front of the briefing room opened, and Reece immediately recognized the looming figure of Andy Danreb. The Chicago native missed nothing and nodded to Reece without breaking stride. His customary blue Oxford shirt was rolled up at the sleeves. He was ready to work. Nicole Fan was almost the polar opposite of the older, disgruntled Cold War relic. She was young, spry, and always chipper. Reece couldn't remember ever seeing her without a smile. Anyone who mistook her kindness for weakness, though, would soon find themselves on the losing end of an intellectual battle of wits. Born in America to a family who escaped Vietnam in 1975, she was one of the CIA's most talented targeters. After the fall of Saigon, her grandfather had blended in with the boat people as a refugee to escape the wrath of the NVA. She was not the first in her family with ties to U.S. intelligence. She caught Reece's eye and waved. Some might find it intimidating to stand up in a room surrounded by hardened special operators whose lives depend on the information presented. If Nicole felt that way, her demeanor did not betray it.
Good evening, everyone, she began. I'm Nicole Fan. I'm an SSO targeting officer from the CTC. This is Andy Danreb from the Russian desk at the Directorate of Analysis, formerly DI for those of you who remember.
Andy nodded, his haircut and stern look giving the impression that he may once have worn the uniform, even if it was 30 years and 40 pounds ago. At the mention of Russia, more than a few operators began to send questioning looks toward the front of the room.
This operation will be recognized as a special access program, so thank you for signing the NDAs earlier, Nicole continued. I know you all have a lot of practice.
She hit a button on the remote in her hand, and a picture of a young woman filled the center screen.
This is Hannah Hastings, American citizen. She was kidnapped in Romania by what is suspected to be a rogue element of Russian intelligence. We believe she was moved overland through Moldova and into Ukraine, where her captors crossed into Russian-held territory. An unscheduled flight of an AN-26 transport departed Zavodska airfield in Crimea less than 24 hours later. The flight made 2 brief stops for fuel and terminated at Sharomy Naval Air Station, a remote base in Kamchatka, Russia.
A map detailing the flight appeared on the screen along with satellite imagery of the isolated but paved 3,000-meter runway.
This is Alexander Zharkov,
Nicole continued, advancing the slide to a file photo of the alleged perpetrator.
He is the Deputy Director of Directorate S in Russia's Foreign Intelligence Service. In layman's terms, he manages their illegals program, running agents without cover status, sometimes deep penetration programs, and other times simply sleeper agents. His father is this man, Ivan Zharkov.
A black and white photo of the mafia boss replaced that of his son. Andy nodded curtly and pointed to the screen. Ivan Zharkov. He's the Pakhan, or head of the Tambov gang in the Bratva, also known as the Russian Mafia. When the Iron Curtain fell, in 1991 it was chaos, but a select few saw opportunity, hence the rise of Russian organized crime. Ivan was more adept than most. He thought ahead and pushed one of his sons, Alexander, into the Foreign Intelligence Service. He wanted his own mole. We believe it was information from Alexander that allowed Ivan to crush his competition and consolidate power under the St. Petersburg Tambov gang. He used his son to orchestrate the arrest of rival gangs through Interpol. You may remember the arrests made headlines in Spain back in 2008. Dismantling a criminal network made Russia look strong in the eyes of the international community. They elevated Ivan Zharkov to the undisputed position of Vor Vysakon, a top authority for the Bratva, eliminating his rivals and making him the second richest man in Russia behind their president. Point being, Ivan is a long-term thinker and not someone to be trifled with. There are uncorroborated reports of a rift growing between Ivan and his son. Alexander was recalled from a posting in Belarus after he was tied to the murder of a prostitute. It was covered up, presumably through hush money from the elder, possibly by intimidation of the investigators by Bratva thugs. With newly acquired intelligence, Andy's eyes moved to Reece, I correlated the information we have on Alexander's postings with unsolved murders, and although the information is incomplete, the timing certainly suggests that Alexander Zharkov may be responsible for a series of murders around the globe. A series of crime scene photos moved across the screen, each one showing a young female. Why not just turn all this over to Interpol? An operator built like a tank asked through a thick southern drawl. Interpol has a surprisingly strong presence in Russia, but all that would do is tip Alexander off. If, and I say if, this mission gets the green light, you are her only chance.
Thank you, Andy, Nicole said. Alexander Zharkov left Moscow 36 hours ago on an AN-26 and landed at Sharomy Air Station earlier today. An hour later, an Mi-8 took off from Medny Island, just east of the Kamchatka Peninsula. Medny is the smaller of 2 islands known as the Commander Islands and was all but abandoned in 2001. It's small, only about 71 square miles, but over the past 2 years we have seen increased signs of military activity there.
Satellite imagery was projected of the island.
There is a bunker-like structure in addition to a larger metal building that houses vehicles. This summer, an array of structures was erected on various points of the island. Our theory, based on its proximity to Alaska, is that it is some type of radar or early warning site, but we can't be sure. We believe that Miss Hastings was taken to the island and that she's still there. For how long, we don't know. We also believe that Alexander Zharkov is on the island with her.
A 3-dimensional terrain model image of the island showed up on the screens.
To the best of our knowledge, this is the target structure. The CBs are almost finished with a mock-up for rehearsals, but remember, we have no intel on the interior layout.
Any other locations they may have taken her? Asked a man with the physique of a triathlete.
Ivan Zharkov has a dacha on the Black Sea where he doesn't spend much time. He also has a compound in central Siberia, she said, bringing up a map of Russia and zooming in on an area in the middle. It's located at the epicenter of the Tunguska event of all places. He frequents it in the spring and fall, but we do not have any reports of Alexander accompanying his father there in quite some time.
Enemy situation? Asked a laid-back-looking operator chewing gum in the second row. Alexander is an odd one, Andy chimed in. He doesn't trust his own military or intelligence services, and instead has contracted security from the Wagner Group. Heads nodded in recognition. As a refresher, Andy continued, Wagner is a private military company. Think the Russian version of Blackwater. Didn't they get tied to the killing of those journalists in the Central African Republic last year? The same operator asked. Yes, along with disappearances and suicides of more than a few in opposition to Putin's policies. They've been very active in Africa, specifically in CAR, Madagascar, Sudan, and Libya. They continue to grow in power and influence, propping up Russian-backed dictatorships in Venezuela, Syria, and elsewhere. We estimate that Alexander has 8 to 10 Wagner contractors on the island, and possibly a personal bodyguard, but we can't be sure. How well trained are they? The Wagner rank and file are mostly filled with regular Russian army personnel who are trained up at a Wagner compound in the North Caucasus region of southern Russia. They do have a small special operations component for special activities who handle operations like targeting those journalists in Africa. The inquisitive assaulter nodded like these were normal everyday occurrences in the life of being a commando. Which, in fact, they were.
The big question here is why?
Asked Sergeant Major Holloway, verbalizing what they were all thinking. I'll take that one, interjected Reece from the back of the room, making his way to the front. Nicole and Andy stepped to the side to give him the floor. I'm James Reece. I met most of you tonight. I'm a former SEAL currently working for Ground Branch, though I think we are supposed to call it something else these days. The comment elicited a chuckle from a room full of people accustomed to senior-ranking officers renaming programs as a way to fill evaluations, insinuating that a highly successful established entity was entirely their idea before moving up the ladder in the chain of command. Some of you may know Rafe Hastings, the former Frogman continued. Heads nodded again. Hannah is his sister. She was abducted in retaliation for events last year in which Rafe and I were involved. Rafe has gone dark. Our last communication was from his sister's residence in Romania. I think he's on his way to Medny alone.
Shit,
Holloway said, leaning forward in his chair.
So what you were telling us is that we have 2 potential hostages in Russian territory.
And that's not all. Reece hesitated. Recent intel suggests that Alexander has moved on from his serial killing of prostitutes and is hunting humans on Medny Island. He's going to hunt Hannah, but her real purpose is bait. What he really wants is to hunt me and Rafe.
What?
Holloway asked in disbelief.
How reliable is this intel?
Reece thought of Dimitri in Thorne's cabin, the capsaicin flowing through his veins, cooking him from the inside out. Very, concluded Reece, not bothering to use the military terminology associated with source verification. Holloway shook his head.
This is a new one. Though it's not usually my place to ask, how will this be handled diplomatically?
Nicole stepped forward to take the question.
If approved, President Grimes would call the Russian president only if things went south. Insert and extract via MHX Blackhawks, she said, referring to the stealth helicopters made famous by the raid in Abbottabad. We have AKs and Russian ammo sourced in Russia to make the actions on the objective look like a rival gang hit. This needs to be non-attributable to U.S. forces. Fallout could be a house cleaning inside the Bratva. Off the record, I think the president will do little to downplay any rumors of U.S. involvement. He will be eager to show the world that he is not a puppet of Russia after all the accusations of Russian meddling in the last elections when he was the ticket VP.
Holloway stood up and looked at his watch before turning to address his men. Warno in 30 minutes. Time is of the essence on this one. It's going to be a long night. The next time you sleep, we might be on our way to Russia. Chapter 58. Washington, D.C. Reginald Pine relished his role as gatekeeper to the president. One could say that the President of the United States was the world's most powerful figure, but in Pine's mind, the man who controlled access to the president held the real power. A soldier for most of his life, President Grimes was acutely susceptible to Pine's influence and manipulation, not having been raised in the literal and figurative swamp that was Washington, D.C. Roger Grimes had spent a career as an Army officer and was selected as vice president to provide ideological balance to a ticket that would have otherwise leaned too far left for many of the nation's crucial swing states. With a decorated hero of the War on Terror by his side, the previous president cruised to an electoral college victory. After Grimes was sworn in as vice president, he found that he was soon relegated to the background, rarely meeting with the president or his senior staff. It became clear that he had been mere arm candy during the campaign, and that the close advisory role that had been promised to the American people had been a facade. Grimes handled it like a professional and took it upon himself to focus on veterans' issues, appointing a commission to assess the VA healthcare system and then overseeing the implementation of its recommendations. Pine, a longtime Washington insider and former lobbyist, helped guide then Vice President Grimes through the morass of the federal government as he tried, mostly in vain, to advance the causes of those who had served their nation in uniform. The VP learned to trust Pine's political judgment and took his advice as he would that of an executive officer in the Army. For his part, Pine played the loyal soldier, biding his time for an opportunity to gain even greater influence. He couldn't care less about the VA. Those soldiers were stupid enough to volunteer knowing the risks. They were lucky to get free medical care for life. So what if they had to stand in line for a few hours? Pine found that the techniques from a book he'd read at Harvard on how to manipulate women into bed worked equally as well outside the realm of sexual coercion. Its methods helped him to influence and control both male and female politicians on policy issues. Sometimes he couldn't believe how easy it was. He'd started his professional lobbying career during a time when the tobacco industry was under attack. He'd learned that the old ways of throwing money at politicians and then threatening to support their opponents in the next election if they didn't stay on board didn't work the way they had in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. The opposition had organized and adapted. One had to play the game differently. There was no law against stupidity. If these idiots wanted to smoke and make the tobacco industry even more profitable, who was the government to stop them? Volenti non fit injuria. To a willing person, no injury is done. Besides, the U.S. government needed those tax dollars. How else were they to pay for a cradle-to-grave welfare state? He'd successfully delayed a 2006 court order mandating that tobacco companies advertise the ill effects of smoking. The government was forcing private companies of a legally available product to spend their hard-earned profits to undermine their own business. He had tied them up for 10 years in appeal after appeal. That the product he defended killed more than 480,000 of his fellow citizens annually didn't bother Pine in the least. It was a free country. And imagine the healthcare costs if those 500,000 people a year lived. The country would have to care for them for even longer. One of his main takeaways from a philosophy class while in college in Boston were the words of French biologist Jean Rostand. Kill one man, and you are a murderer. Kill millions of men, and you are a conqueror. Kill them all, and you are a god. Pine thought about how lucky they were that the media was so focused on the so-called opioid epidemic. With multiple states' attorney generals and their plaintiff lawyers distracted by the mere 70,000 opioid deaths a year, tobacco could recover from the hits they'd taken in the 90s. That his company was killing Americans at the equivalent rate of a 9/11 attack every 3 days didn't faze Pine in the least. While Vice President Grimes was fighting for his country, Pine fought to keep tobacco addictive and profitable. His success in dealing with unconstitutional decrees from the government caught the attention of the budding vaping industry, and Pine was offered lucrative stock incentives to draft the strategy to deal with emerging federal regulations from the Food and Drug Administration and backlash from do-gooder groups like the American Academy of Pediatrics, the Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids, and the American Cancer Society. Big Tobacco acquired controlling stakes in the leading vape companies early on, infusing them with capital for growth. They recognized the small electronic devices with candy-flavored liquid smoke were a gateway to their tobacco products and an opportunity to co-opt the next generation of customers. Pine managed to hold off regulation and a government-mandated review of vaping's health impact as long as he could, among an avalanche of increasingly devastating evidence. He'd been involved in D.C. lobbying long enough to know when it was time to abandon ship. The writing was on the wall. The multi-billion-dollar e-cigarette industry was about to be regulated into submission. Pine took his money and ran for an even more distasteful occupation, political operative. Although his salary peddling cigarettes and the windfall of exercising his e-cigarette stock options in the vaping industry put him into what was increasingly referred to as the 1%, Pine was still an outsider. The families that controlled the tobacco and vaping companies had the homes, the cars, the jets, the multiple ex-wives, and the art collections. They had their names plastered over everything from university chairs to the wings of world-renowned museums. In both instances, Pine once again felt left behind, a hired gun to be kept content with leftovers from the plates of royalty. Where would they be without him slogging through painful media training, reading depositions, being deposed, and sitting through state and federal congressional testimony? He'd thought the newer and hipper e-cigarette company would welcome him into the clubs and parties he'd yearned for since his youth. It turned out that the gates to the kingdom were guarded by the same old boys network that had plagued him all his life. They just wanted him to work the same magic on vaping that he had on tobacco, and then go home. After discovering that money alone was not enough to open the coveted door, Pine had given notice and exercised his stock options. On the way out, he leaked an internal memo on the company's advertising practices and an independent medical study on what was intended to show the benefits of vaping as an alternative to combustible smoking. The marketing memo clearly outlined the promotion of candy flavorings via social media marketing campaigns targeting children. The medical study warned that because the vape liquid contained lipoid components and toxins, when heated, they caused an acute chemical inhalation injury to the lungs. Or, as a federal lawmaker whose daughter had died at a college party after vaping with friends stated, "It poisons and kills our kids from the inside out. This is murder." Pine had gotten out just in time, leaving those at the company to rearrange the deck chairs on the Titanic as it headed for the inevitable. His memo and medical study leaked to New York regulators and a producer at 60 Minutes, along with a New England Journal of Medicine study on vaping-induced lung injuries, ensured the opioid epidemic was quickly replaced by outrage leveled against the beleaguered vaping companies. Say what you would about opioids, at least they'd never concocted a branding strategy around addicting children to their products. They specifically aimed their deadly prescription drugs at adults. Reginald Pine had grown up one of the worst kind of impoverished, a working-class kid in a sea of wealth. Even as a child, he insisted on being called Reginald. When his classmates found out how particular he was, they tormented him by bestowing him with the nickname Reggie Boy, a name he detested. His father had been a firefighter until a devastating injury almost killed him. After the accident, the Pines continued to live in what had turned into an exclusive enclave of New York, although across the border in neighboring Connecticut. His mother combined her meager salary working at the front desk of the very prep school Reginald attended with her husband's disability checks to make ends meet. Her position at the school discounted the tuition enough to allow Reginald to enroll with the children of means. The Pines wanted the best for their only son. Reginald would watch his friends' mothers zip off to play tennis after dropping their kids at school, the fathers having left in chauffeured vehicles for the commute into Manhattan well before dawn. There they managed the hedge funds and banks of Wall Street, which provided the money that gave them the power to look down their noses at the likes of the Pines. Reginald's family didn't belong to the exclusive clubs reserved for the top echelon of society, nor did they summer in the Hamptons or on the Cape. None of this went unnoticed by young Reginald. Years later, his success would certainly surprise the kids from his old Greenwich prep school, half of whom were probably addicted to Xanax, and whose kids were almost certainly destroying their lungs with watermelon-flavored toxic smoke. They'd be asking him for favors soon enough. All he needed to do was bide his time. His patience had finally paid off when the previous sitting president was forced to resign over what became known as the Capstone Scandal, the testing of an experimental PTSD drug on active-duty SEALs without their knowledge. Overnight, Roger Grimes was president, and Reginald Pine was his most trusted advisor. Thrust into the most overwhelming job in government, Grimes relied heavily on those around him. As chief of staff, Pine wielded a tremendous amount of power. It was the opportunity he'd waited for his entire life. This morning, he was meeting with the CIA director and her senior staff for a highly classified briefing in the secure White House Situation Room. Ordinarily, such a meeting would be attended by members of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the Director of National Intelligence, as well as representatives of the various agencies that made up the U.S. intelligence community. That was the old way, as the staff called it. Pine's way was different. Under the new regime, the only people in the room would be Pine, the CIA director, Janice Motley, and Victor Rodriguez, her head of paramilitary operations. Even with all of the security clearances involved, the White House and cabinet leaked like sieves. The chief of staff could not risk word getting to the president over, under, or around him. If you wanted the president, you had to go through Reginald Pine. All the clubs he wasn't invited to growing up now held the door open for him. He'd finally found the elusive power he sought. He was somebody. The CIA executives were ushered into the secure White House Situation Room, a low-ceilinged conference room dominated by a large table that ran its length. Identical black leather chairs surrounded the table, and Motley and Rodriguez chose two near the head while they waited for the chief of staff to enter. The number of empty seats made the room seem bigger than it was, the inner sanctum of the world's last remaining superpower. Janice Motley was a deadly combination of intelligence and toughness. An African-American woman in her mid-50s, she was a relative newcomer to the agency, but had a long background as a staff attorney for the Senate Intelligence Committee. She had been appointed by the previous president to rein in what he saw as a cowboy culture among the clandestine service, but her initial decisions surprised her former colleagues. One of those was to approve bringing James Reece back into the fold as an asset, which was an enormous political risk given his status as a domestic terrorist. Subsequently, she'd approved the operation that resulted in Reece and Freddie Strain saving the life of the U.S. president by foiling a sniper and chemical weapons attack in Odessa, Ukraine. Those events had propelled her to the directorship. She hadn't forgotten that it was the bold actions of Reece and Freddie who had made that happen. Pine let them simmer for a good 20 minutes, the oldest power play in the book. He then entered in a flourish with his trademark blow-dried salt and pepper hair and capped-tooth smile. Despite a job that required long days indoors, his skin was tanned a deep copper. It didn't seem like the job was keeping him too far away from the golf course. He offered both a decent handshake and took a seat at the head of the table, in the chair embroidered with the presidential seal. The signal was an obvious one. In this room, I am the president. Pine glanced at his watch. He wore an Iron Man digital to work to appear folksy, a subtle but important manipulation. His Patek Philippe was at home. As was his custom, he started the briefing without small talk, indicating with a twirl of his index finger that the director of the Central Intelligence Agency was on the clock. Director Motley cleared her throat.
Thank you for meeting with us, Mr. Pine. As you know from the President's Daily Brief, an American citizen named Hannah Hastings was abducted in Romania. Evidence suggests that her captivity was at the direction of a senior Russian intelligence official named Alexander Zharkov and that she has been transported to Medny Island, a remote island in the Bering Sea off the Kamchatka Peninsula. Rodriguez was handling the visual elements of the presentation using a laptop to advance the PowerPoint slides on the large LCD screens that lined the walls.
How confident are you that this individual is on the island?
Based on IMINT and HUMINT, our confidence is high, Motley replied, not giving up anything that would lead to further questions about the source of the HUMINT, a source Vic had been reluctant to reveal.
But no SIGINT corroboration?
Vic winced in his seat, but Motley remained unfazed. Correct, sir.
Go on.
We believe that Alexander Zharkov, Deputy Director of Directorate S in Russia's Foreign Intelligence Service, is also currently on the island. He is the son of a well-known member of Russian organized crime in St. Petersburg. I know that you are aware of the recent attack on a Montana ranch owned by the Hastings family. That was an attempt to kill one of our personnel and was carried out by members of Ivan Zharkov's crime syndicate.
Who is that? Pine interrupted.
James Reece, sir, the director answered.
Great. That guy should be in prison. Only reason he's not on death row is because of that stunt in Odessa. Go on.
After the hit in Montana failed, Director Zharkov kidnapped Hannah Hastings in Romania in an attempt to lure her brother, and possibly James Reece, to Russia to look for her.
Why would he do that?
Here is a psychological profile on Zharkov, Director Motley said, pushing a file to Pine.
Cliff Notes version, please. I have a country to run.
He's a serial killer. He kills to fulfill an abnormal, sadistic, psychological gratification, thrill-seeking and sexual. In Zharkov's case, it was brought on by finding his mother after her suicide.
This is giving me a headache. What's his end game?
Rodriguez advanced the slide to a screenshot from the dark web.
What the hell is this?
Pine asked. This, Motley continued, is from a site on the dark web. For $500,000 US, one can apply to hunt a person on Zharkov's island.
What?
He imports prisoners from Africa. They become the prey. The website describes them as the worst type of criminals. Zharkov has taken care of the judge and jury parts. For $500,000, you get to be the executioner.
And you are telling me he wants to bring in some bigger game?
Pine asked. That is correct, sir. He was using Hannah Hastings as bait, and it worked. 2 days ago, Ms. Hastings' brother, a former Navy SEAL, contacted Alexander Zharkov via the dark web. His last communication indicated he was booking a human hunt in Kamchatka. Apparently, he does not trust us to get his sister out. He's not been heard from since. He had a TS-SCI clearance, and there are a few things in his head we would prefer the Russians not access.
Fucking SEALs, Pine said, rolling his eyes. If they are not writing books, they're causing international incidents.
Director Motley ignored his sophomoric comment and continued. In coordination with Redacted and the Joint Staff, we've developed 2 courses of action for your consideration, and would like to brief the President as soon as possible.
What are our options?
Mr. Rodriguez will walk you through plans, sir.
Thank you, Director.
The acoustics of the room were unusual, and Vic felt like his voice sounded louder than the situation dictated.
Mr. Pine, we briefed the Joint Staff this morning, and they have moved assets into place to facilitate multiple COAs if the President decides to move forward with a hostage rescue mission to return Ms. Hastings and her brother to the United States. As you know, we have successfully extracted Redacted with SDV assets. The nuclear physicist last year, I remember approving the mission.
Vic bit his tongue, knowing the President approved the mission, not his chief of staff.
Yes, sir. This mission would use that same profile, but instead of a rendezvous and extraction, the SDV would carry assaulters from Redacted. They would infill to the target and conduct actions on the objective using non-U.S. attributable weapons. What does that mean? They'd use AKMs with 7.62 by 39 sourced rounds from Russia to make it look like a mafia hit on the son of a rival.
And the second option?
CAG, aviators from the 160th, agency and FBI HRT operators have been rehearsing at a secure location. The plan is to stage out of Alaska, fueling low-signature aircraft on the Aleutian Islands, and inserting teams via HAHO, that's high altitude, high opening, onto Medney under the cover of darkness. I'm familiar with HAHO. Pine lied. They'd use those same Russian guns?
Correct, sir. Continue. After insertion, the teams would move overland, breach the target building, and secure the hostages. The helos, the same kind used in the Bin Laden mission, would then move in from an amphib in international waters and extract all U.S. personnel. Pine leaned back in his chair and made a production of closing his eyes and heaving an audible sigh. He then leaned forward. You want to invade Russia? No, sir. Our plan is to briefly visit Russia to return an American citizen held against her will. Interesting semantics. In both of these COAs, how long would your people be on the ground? 4 hours for the SDV option, 1, possibly 2 hours for the airborne option. Could this be some sort of sanctioned rendition of a former SEAL for something he did in service against Russia? We do not believe that it is condoned by the Russian government. We also believe that if we go through official channels, Director Zharkov will be tipped off, which will cost Hannah Hastings her life. Is that COA 3? Pine asked. Sir, if we go the diplomatic route, it is imperative that the President understand that he is signing the death warrant of a kidnapped U.S. citizen. You don't know that, Pine cautioned. That is the official analysis of the Central Intelligence Agency. Like weapons of mass destruction in Iraq? Director Motley held his condescending stare.
That was before my time, Mr. Pine,
she responded, without a hint of the fury she felt boiling inside. Enemy order of battle, Pine asked, bringing the briefing back on course and using a term he'd heard the President use on occasion. He'd made a note of it. Alexander Zharkov doesn't rely on official Russian protection. He uses private security contractors from the Wagner Group. 10 are currently with him on the island. We do not believe that they expect a rescue attempt. Don't bullshit me, the Chief of Staff said, directing his question back to Director Motley. What is Zharkov's beef with the Hastings family and this Reece character?
It is possible. It is retaliation for what they suspect was James Reece's involvement in thwarting the assassination of President Grimes last year in Odessa and the subsequent assassination of Colonel Vasily Andrenov and the poisoning of General Qasim Yedid, Director Motley said, quite intentionally bringing Reece's involvement in saving the president's life into the conversation. Yes, most curious, Pine said, leaning back in his chair. I've heard rumors that Mr. Reece is responsible for both of those assassinations. What do you know about that? Rodriguez visibly bristled in his chair while Motley met the President's Chief of Staff's stare without flinching. We confirmed that those were just rumors, sir. Both of those men had lists of enemies a mile long. I see. And why would we risk an international incident, even war with Russia, to kidnap a girl and her brother who the Russians will say were there of their own free will? If we don't, Director Motley answered, an American citizen kidnapped against her will is dead, and a TS-SCI-cleared operator will be exploited for intelligence by the same country that manipulated the very technology we developed to influence our last election. This is a chance to hit back. Pine tapped his finger on the closed cover of his iPad case. How soon could you go? All assets are standing by, sir, Rodriguez said. We could have the teams on C-17s within 45 minutes of the President's signature for either COA. Pine continued tapping his iPad, thinking through options and worst-case scenarios. I want you to thank the men and women who have been preparing for this possibility. Pine paused for effect. But there's no way in hell that we are invading a nuclear-armed Russia to get back one girl and her brother who are probably already dead. Do you have any idea what kind of international incident this would cause? Relations with Russia are already in the shitter. This could start another Cold War, or worse, World War III. Sir,
Motley attempted to interject. "You had your chance to speak, young lady. Now it is mine. There will be no presidential finding. There will be no mission. Send your men back to Bragg or Coronado or wherever they came from. I want NDAs signed by everyone who is in the know on this. I don't need any of these assholes whining to their congressman about it." "Sir, shouldn't the president weigh?" Rodriguez interjected. "As far as you're concerned, I am the president. He will not be briefed on this, and any attempt to go around me and get to him will be career-ending for everyone involved. Do I make myself clear?" The two spies remained quiet, but nodded in recognition. "Good." Pine's tone switched from enraged to almost effeminate on a dime. "This room is secure. Leave your op plan for the executive files. Now, I'm sure the CIA has other threats to our national security on which to focus. Thank you for coming, and please enjoy the rest of your evening." He rose and strode out the door without shaking hands. He had just been passed a valuable piece of information. If he could relay it in time, it could pay dividends for him once the president was out of office. He needed to visit an old friend. Information truly was power. Chapter 59. Location redacted. Reece peered through the thermal optic on his SR-25E2, scanning the scene around the bunker structure for any sign of human activity. The light weapon thermal sight was mounted forward of his Night Force day optic and made any living thing in his scope stand out like coal on snow. Reece was at the closest of 3 Overwatch positions, just over 600 yards from the target building. The only movement he spotted was from the assault elements approaching the structure from 2 directions. Operators moving swiftly and silently with the experience of hundreds of missions in hostile territory, they swarmed the building, masters in a deadly ballet. Reece shifted his weapon and, using the optic, scanned behind his position to ensure that no one had moved in behind them. All clear. His Overwatch function, devoid of the responsibilities and chaos of command, reminded him of the good old days as an enlisted SEAL sniper. He turned his attention back to the objective in time to see the assaulters set their breaching charges on the concrete building. Instinctively, he averted his eyes. A violent explosion rocked the building. The lead elements stormed through the openings created by the carefully prepared shaped charges. The distance and the suppressors masked the sound of gunfire, but Reece knew that the engagements were swift and violent. After 10 seconds that seemed like as many minutes, Reece heard Sergeant Major Holloway over the radio. "Objective clear. I pass. Touchdown, Duggaboy. Touchdown, Linus." The operators were maintaining a perimeter around the target site, their precious cargo well protected at its center inside a phalanx of armor-clad operators. A quick glance at the screen of his chest-mounted ATAC device, essentially a smartphone with detailed mapping software configured for military use, confirmed the position of friendly forces and the location of the LZ. The lines between war and video games had officially blurred. Reece and the rest of his sniper element were 200 yards out when they heard the odd-sounding whine of the stealth helicopters approach. He watched as the assaulters loaded the hostage into the first Black Hawk, which lifted off immediately, spiriting her to safety. He picked up the pace to a jog, turning every few seconds to check their 6. He instinctively ducked as he passed through the rotor wash and climbed inside the helo alongside his sniper team and part of the assault element. His stomach sank as the pilot cranked the throttle and the powerful bird jolted skyward. Reece's legs dangled out the open cargo door of the Black Hawk, his rifle ready to support the crew's 7.62mm miniguns if necessary. They were soon off the objective, skimming low over the terrain at high speed. Barring a mechanical failure or an interception threat from a Russian fighter jet, they were in the clear. "All elements, this is Argo 6. Endex. I say again, Endex." Reece heard the command element's call over the Peltor headset that he wore under his ballistic helmet. That was the signal ending the exercise. From Reece's perspective, it had gone exceptionally well. Now they just had to do it for real, against an armed enemy defending home soil. Even seasoned professional commandos felt the euphoria of a job well done, and the mood during the debriefing was light but serious. Every pilot, operator, and support soldier involved in the operation was in the room. Men in sweat-stained combat uniforms sipped coffee, Kill Cliff, Gatorade, or Red Bull, each fighting their body's circadian rhythm, which told them it was long past time to go to sleep. The clock on the wall indicated it was just after 0400, and despite having trained every night and slept during the day for the past 5 days, everyone was exhausted. The Special Operations culture is unique in its willingness to ignore rank when it comes to providing brutally honest assessments of an action. Though the mission went well, there was always room for improvement, and the men in the room made no bones about what could have gone better. Drone footage of the assault was played back on the oversized screens and paused at various intervals to allow for discussion. The movements of each individual operator could be tracked using the ATAC software and were displayed and scrutinized the way that game films were in a football locker room. The technology left no doubt as to who did what, when. Reece's role was that of a ground branch liaison, there to support the highly capable operators who would perform the rescue. He had a reputation as a solid combat leader, and because his post-war exploits had given him near legendary status in this community, Sergeant Major Holloway asked if he had anything to add. Just that if it was me on Medney, there is no other group of killers I'd want kicking in the door to do the job. Thank you all for... Reece's phone buzzed. Excuse me, he said, seeing Vic's number come up in the caller ID. Walking a few steps from the Army commandos, he accepted the call. Talk to me, Vic.
It's a no-go, Reece.
Shit!
President's Chief of Staff shut us down.
You didn't even talk to the President? Get me his number. You're the CIA. Get me his private line. I'll call him directly and cash in those chips from Odessa.
I know you're pissed, Reece. Director Motley and I have been talking all night about how best to handle this, but right now our hands are tied.
Reece was about to continue, but instead switched gears. It was time to think, not fly off the handle. Sorry, Vic. Understood. I'll let the crew here know.
Pass on the director's sincere thank you to everyone on site. Get some rest and take your time getting back. We will figure this out. Like you said, we're the CIA.
Reece ended the call and turned to see the room of sweaty operators looking at him, already knowing what he was going to say. They'd been spun up only to be turned off more times over the years than they could recall. Mission is canked, Reece said. Director Motley thanks you all for your efforts, but it's a no-go. A few heads hung in silent resignation before they started to shuffle to the door. Sergeant Major Holloway approached Reece.
Sorry, friend.
Yeah. You guys got a bar around here?
How'd you guess? Follow me.
Most of the seats and bar stools were already taken when Reece and Christian Holloway entered the makeshift bar. What a find, Reece remarked, looking around the cavernous interior.
Well, we've been down here so much over the years, we figured we needed a place to call home. Your Seabees built it for us. Built one for Blue, too.
Plaques adorned the walls, red party lights were strewn from the ceiling, and speakers linked to one of the operators' playlists filled the small structure with the songs of Johnny Cash.
Join us for a beer?
Holloway asked. Give me a few minutes, Reece said. I'm going to grab a whiskey and do a little thinking.
Dangerous stuff, that thinking business,
Holloway remarked with a smile. That's what they tell me, Reece replied, making his way behind the self-serve bar, nodding to the redacted operators, who raised their glasses as he passed. After picking through a seemingly unending supply of whiskey bottles, Reece selected a Woodford Reserve on ice and settled into a bar stool at the far end of the bar, swirling his whiskey and ice with a plastic stirrer. The sun was coming up as the last operators left the bar. Reece's ice had long since melted, and he still hadn't taken a sip, his thoughts lost on Hannah, Rafe, Ivan Zharkov, Alexander, Oliver Gray, and Medney Island. He didn't even look up when the looming figure of Andy Danreb took the seat next to him. How's the whiskey? Andy asked. Looks a little watery. Reece picked his head up and looked around. Are we the last ones here? Brilliant observation. You should come to work for the CIA. Guess I lost track of time. Bars will do that. That water? Reece asked, motioning to Andy's drink. Vodka. It's like water, only better. I am from the Russian desk. Makes sense. What are you doing, Reece? Just thinking. Ah, Andy said, taking a swig of his vodka. In the Cold War days, we used to do a lot of that. What? Figuring out how to get the job done when senior intelligence officials or politicians told us we couldn't. How did you handle it? We outthought them, Andy said, tapping his temple with his finger. We used to call it plausible deniability. Sexy term for giving your superiors the ability to say they had no idea what you were up to, and yes, sir, I'll rein those cowboys in right away, and this will never happen again, sir. Andy chuckled. Your old man did it more than once. You knew my old man? Why didn't you tell me? Everyone knew your old man, Reece. If not in person, then by reputation. And I didn't tell you because it wasn't pertinent the last time we met. And it is now? It is, Andy said, taking another sip of his drink. How? Once your dad was ordered to stand down and hang a certain doctor he was running in Czechoslovakia out to dry. Do you know what happened next? Reece nodded. Good. What do you need to pull it off? Take a breath, look around, make a call. Reece muttered. What was that? Andy asked. I'm a bit hard of hearing these days. It's something an old troop commander of mine used to say. Take a breath, look around, make a call. Well, you've taken your breath, now look around. Reece picked his head up, his eyes slowly taking in the plaques and mementos that adorned the walls commemorating the exploits of one of the best special operations units the world had ever known. He smiled. Thanks, Andy, Reece said, moving off his stool, leaving his Woodford untouched on the bar. Chapter 60. Reece stepped into the early morning light, stopping briefly to shield his eyes from the sun as he fished out his gaiter's sunglasses and slid them into place. Running toward one of the hangars used as a staging area for gear, he could see the, redacted, operators already inventorying gear and packing up for the journey back to Bragg. Christian, Reece called, seeing Sergeant Major Holloway checking on his troops. Hey, buddy. Hope you don't mind us sliding out on you this morning. You look like you didn't need anyone disturbing you. No worries. Listen, I just got a call from Vic at the agency. He's working some other options on this Russia mission. He wanted me to see if we could 1149 some equipment, Reece said, mentioning the form that serves as a requisition and invoice document anytime something of value trades hands in the military. Really? Christian said. Yeah, just want to make sure it's all official. I'll sign the 1149s and take custody of the gear. Should get it back to you in a couple weeks. Reece, has anyone ever told you that you are the worst liar on the planet? Reece shrugged and raised his eyebrows. What exactly do you have in mind? Just some parachutes, nods, radios, and 416s? Reece asked. Oh, and to go with the chutes, we'd need CPS thermal suits, heated Wilcox nav boards, oxygen kits, basically anything necessary for a high-altitude parachute insertion in Arctic conditions. Sergeant Major Holloway folded his arms and dropped his head and thought, well, I guess that's more reasonable than trying to 1149 one of the helos. How many? 5 should do. Holloway rubbed a hand through his heavily stubbled face, as if calculating the possibilities. I think I can probably part with 5 kits like that in the name of interagency cooperation. Post 9/11, we are all supposed to share our information and our toys. As you know, we always travel with extra gear, especially when we are not sure of the mission ahead of time. Reece took a sigh of relief. Thank you. Don't mention it. I'll get Marcus to put together the 1149s for you to sign, and the boys will help load everything up. And, Christian, just curious, how long would we have before these would come up in the system? They will come up at next inventory in... Holloway looked at the date on his G-Shock. 20 days, but even then... They will come up as 1149 to you, until we need them back, which we won't. Those are officially the property of the Central Intelligence Agency. Location redacted. The airfield was jointly operated, half Coast Guard and half civilian, with, redacted, aircraft sitting opposite a collection of civil aviation aircraft, mostly single-engine, propeller-driven planes. Though, redacted, didn't ordinarily see much Gulfstream traffic, Its redacted runway offered plenty of room for the business jet to land. It touched down gently, tufts of blue smoke swirling off the tires. The pilot steered the jet toward the black Chevy 2500 Suburban parked outside of one of the civilian hangars near the FBO on the south side of the airfield. James Reece was leaning against the hood. The engines were still whining when the door folded downward and Liz Riley descended the steps. "You flying this thing now?" Reece asked. "I'm just the co-pilot. I'm working on my pilot rating. It won't be long with you and Rafe jetting all over the world. Thanks for helping me with my hours." "Liz, I have some gear to load. It's not much, but I'm guessing it should go in cargo. Do you have a laptop on board? I need to do some planning on the way back to Montana. Does this thing have Wi-Fi?" Liz nodded. "Of course it has Wi-Fi. It's a G550. What do you think we are, Spirit Airlines?" The two friends wasted little time opening the rear of the SUV and loading the Pelican cases and kit bags into the Gulfstream. Liz assessed the approximate weight of the gear and made some notes on an iPad. 20 minutes after the G550 had touched down, the fuel had been topped off, the cockpit crew had filed their flight plan, and they were airborne again, on their way to Kalispell. Chapter 61. Petersburg Petroleum Company, St. Petersburg, Russia. Svetlana really did feel sorry for him. He'd morphed over the last month, gained confidence as he put his plan in place, only to have retreated into his shell as that plan had deteriorated into abject failure. She couldn't help but wonder if the thumb drive she'd provided to the SVR had anything to do with it. Maybe she'd even take him home one night and help him find pleasure in a true sexual experience, instead of the manufactured embarrassments she'd employed to gain access to his computer. Who knows? She might even enjoy it herself. "I've made you some tea." "Thank you, Svetlana," he said, continuing to stare into his computer. "Are you taking the metro home tonight?" "Oh, Oliver, you work too hard. The metro only runs until midnight. It's already past. "I am so sorry. I lost track of time. Let me get you a cab," Oliver offered, reaching for his desk phone. "You are too kind, but don't trouble yourself. This city is full of them, even at this hour. I can manage. Don't stay up too late." She lingered for a moment, resting her hand on his shoulder and giving it a sensuous squeeze. She did not see movement in his pants. "I won't," Oliver lied. "Until tomorrow." "Until tomorrow," she repeated. "Good night, Svetlana." As soon as she was gone, Oliver picked up his cell phone and sent a text. He then reached for his pipe and stood, moving to the large glass window that dominated the wall of his office. 4 men took their positions on the deserted street below. One walked past the building and took up station at the far end of the street. Another loitered at the opposite end of the block, while 2 others stepped into an alley. Oliver would have known they were Bratva thugs even if he hadn't just texted them to let them know their target was about to leave the building. In their dark jackets, jeans, and watch caps, they looked the part. Svetlana looked up and down the street for a cab and then began walking north to a corner where hailing one would be easier. She'd never make it. The 2 enforcers stepped out of the shadows into her path. Oliver's heart beat faster as he saw her stop and take a step back, then hold out her purse to them. She stole a glance up at his office window, and when she did, Oliver lit his pipe. As the fire from the wooden match illuminated his silhouette through the glass, the knives came out. They were upon her. Oliver could see 3 bodies mixed together in a violent clash for survival, and caught the glint of a blade reflect off a streetlight. His breathing rate increased with the excitement of his voyeuristic encounter. He might not be able to lead men into battle, but he'd proven adroit at hiring low-level criminals to ambush the unsuspecting. He'd done it long ago in Buenos Aires. Observing the primal dance taking place on the gloomy street, he felt a now familiar rise against the fabric of his trousers. His hand found its way past his belt and into his pants. One stroke and his knees shuddered as he leaned into the wall for support, almost dropping his pipe as his body spasmed. Regaining his composure, he watched as a black Mercedes sedan pulled up to the curb. The lookouts had joined the knife men, and all 4 squeezed into the German import before it sped away. Oliver thought of the life slipping out of his matronly assistant, her blood running into the gutters of the old city. Straightening himself up, he set his pipe on his desk and went to the bathroom to clean up. Chapter 62. Glacier Park International Airport, Kalispell, Montana. Reece gazed out the window as the jet rolled to a stop. There, waiting on the tarmac and leaning against a two-tone early 90s F-250, was Elias Malik. Jonathan had emailed Reece in flight to let him know the team was assembled and would be waiting on him. Liz opened the door from the cockpit.
We have to do some post-flight and get ready for tomorrow. Eli's out there waiting to take you and the gear to the ranch. I'll be about an hour behind you.
Reece descended the steps and approached his longtime friend. "What's up, Kahuna?" the larger man asked. People often assumed Eli was from Hawaii due to his dark skin, affinity for all activities water-related, and fondness for inserting words from the ancient Polynesian language into everyday speech. He had an aptitude for language and picked up a few words during his time attached to SDV-1 on Ford Island. Few knew his patriotism and devotion to country really stemmed from his family's escape from their native Lebanon in 1981 to his mother's home country of Sweden and eventually on to the United States. Eli's early years were spent just northeast of Beirut. He remembered the pine and cedar trees, eating pine nuts while watching the deer, squirrels, and rabbits, and even his introduction to skiing not far from his home. As Maronite Christians, those memories faded to recollections of his father and uncles picking up rifles and leaving to defend their enclave, while the Lebanese Civil War destroyed what had been called the Switzerland of the East. With the dawn of the 1980s, the writing was on the wall. The old Lebanon was gone. It was time to leave. As they made their way to the airport, passing roadblocks in the uncertainty of a new decade, he remembered his mother telling him, "Be strong, my lila krigare," my little warrior. Fluent in Arabic, Lebanese Arabic, Swedish, French, and English, and with the features of a Swedish mother and Lebanese father, Eli could pass as a local almost anywhere on Earth, a trait that would make him a valuable asset to the U.S. military following 9/11. The two embraced in a hug Reece thought might squeeze the life out of him. "Thanks for being here, brother. How's the family?" "Jules and the kids are a little unsure what to do this far from the water, but they're adapting. I want them to live the mountain life for a few years while I help Rafe stand up his Warrior Guardian program. Then we'll probably head back to Cali or the islands. There are a couple business opportunities in the CBD space that I think can really help some of the guys struggling back at the command." Eli had dropped out of college to serve his country at a time when the Navy needed corpsmen. With the recruiter's promise of a slot at Bud's, just as soon as you finish Corps school, Eli dove headfirst into the world of combat medicine. First assigned to the 1st Marine Division at Camp Pendleton, California, Eli found that getting to Bud's once you were in the system was a difficult proposition. He also found he had a propensity for taking care of those in need. Dive, MedTech, and first-class dive schools followed with eventual orders to SEAL Delivery Vehicle Team 1 in Hawaii. It was there that Eli's eyes were opened to the world of special operations. Following the events of September 11th, the call went out to those with language skills, and Eli raised his hand. He soon found himself on the front lines of the War on Terror as a combat medic for the Redacted. He never made it to Bud's, but he'd seen more combat than most who'd passed the Crucible in Coronado, and he'd more than earned the respect of those who wore the trident. "I have some gear in cargo," Reece said, nodding back to the plane behind him. "Well, let's load it up, Kahuna. The rest of the team is waiting at the ranch." Chapter 63. Columbia Country Club, Chevy Chase, Maryland. If there was a downside to Reginald Pine's job, it was the hours. After a highly lucrative career, he'd played golf 5 days a week, working on the relationships necessary to move up the political ladder. Now he played once a week, if he was lucky. He had joined his usual Saturday foursome early that morning, monitoring the events of the day on his iPhone as he moved across the fairway in his signature pastel pink polo with popped collar. Though the use of cell phones was prohibited on the exclusive club's property and calls were usually restricted to members inside their cars, Pine's position meant that he could bend the rules for official business related to national security. Pine shot well that day, scoring only 2 over par according to his scorecard. He'd picked his ball up once and
kicked it out of the rough a few times, but didn't everybody? After a kale salad lunch in the grill overlooking the 18th green, he headed for the indoor pool, glancing at his watch as he walked through the sliding glass doors to confirm that he was on time. A lone figure was rhythmically swimming laps, his body gliding through the water in long, powerful freestyle strokes. Pine took a seat on one of the padded wicker chaise lounges and waited patiently for the man to finish his workout. The swimmer emerged from the pool, paying Pine no notice as he ascended the steps and pulled off his goggles. He wrapped one towel over his Speedo and picked up a second before taking a seat on the chair across from his visitor. Grant LaRue was tall and relatively fit for a man in his 60s, the result of his daily pool workouts. Still, a paunch of belly fat he couldn't quite defeat dangled over the towel as he turned his attention to the president's chief of staff. LaRue was a D.C. lobbyist whose primary clients were overseas companies, mainly Russian. LaRue played by the rules and was paid handsome retainers by businesses based in the largest country in the world. This also gave him plenty of reasons to meet with Russian businessmen on a regular basis. Pine had first met LaRue through a tobacco industry campaign to counter anti-smoking efforts in Russia. The two Washington power players had formed a long and mutually beneficial relationship over the years. In exchange for information from the executive branch, Pine would have a soft spot to land as a partner in Grant's lobbying firm after the next election. Quid pro quo. "How was your swim, Grant?"
"Refreshing as always," the older man responded, toweling off his short gray hair. "What is it that brings you off the greens?"
"Just a quick chat. I have some information that might be of use to you."
"Shoot."
"It seems that one of your Russian friends has a problem with a Montana family last name of Hastings. There was a big shootout at their ranch and someone grabbed their youngest daughter in Romania. Word is they've taken her to some island in the Bering Sea, and that her brother, a Navy SEAL, of all things, has somehow joined her. Sounds like one of your friends is there with them both."
LaRue stopped, drying himself.
"I'm listening."
"You should also know that the CIA wanted to launch a hostage rescue mission, and I put the kibosh on it."
"My business associates will appreciate that."
"That's not all. Given the personalities involved, I wouldn't be surprised if these deplorables try to go it alone. Your people should be ready."
"How credible?"
"They're former Spec Ops types, SEALs and whatnot. They have money behind them, so they may actually have the resources to pull off an attack, a rescue, or whatever you call it." Grant rubbed his angular chin, his eyes drifting toward the ceiling.
"Understood."
"Do you, Grant? I want to make sure we are absolutely clear here. Your associates, they need to get rid of these Hastings people and make sure the bodies are never found. I don't need the president getting all patriotic on me. No evidence."
"That's a bit harsh, Pine, even for you."
"I just want to avert World War III.
"If they are still alive, I can assure you they will not be for long. It will be as if they never set foot in Russia."
"Good."
"My friends will not forget your discretion when your man is out of office."
"I'm counting on that," Pine responded as he rose to leave. "Let's do lunch one of these days."
"Let's do that."
Absolute power. Chapter 64. Coomba Ranch, Flathead Valley, Montana. As Reece and Eli approached the main house, the door swung open and Jonathan stepped onto the porch. A motley crew emerged and walked down to the circular gravel driveway. Reece almost choked up, seeing the men who had once been as close to him as brothers answer yet another call. This time it wasn't for the country. It was for a man who had fought with them and offered them a way to transition from military service to the private sector while reconnecting with their families as part of the Warrior Guardian program. "Farkas," Reece said, approaching a redhead who bore an unfortunate resemblance to the bully character in A Christmas Story. In special operations and aviation circles, it was best to just accept your nickname and learn to live with it. The fact that he, like his Hollywood namesake, wore a permanent scowl only added to the legend.
A native of Boston, Sean Fleming had been a recce team member at his last command. He'd specialized in advanced force operations, inserting into denied or non-permissive areas, performing reconnaissance missions to identify targets, threats, HLZs, DZs, potential avenues of approach, and escape and evasion corridors. As part of this specialized role, Farkas was a subject matter expert on free-fall parachuting. With thousands of jumps under his belt, he was a tremendous asset when it came to putting men onto a target from the air. Upon his retirement the previous summer, he had come to work for Rafe's outfitting business without hesitation to get some fresh air and figure out his next move. Wearing Carhartts and a T-shirt from Tucson's Trident Bar and Grill, Farkas spit into an empty beer bottle and smiled. "Looks like we'll be jumping out of a perfectly good airplane tomorrow. As I recall, jumping is not your favorite activity." "Good memory," Reece responded. If Reece never exited an aircraft with a parachute again, it would be too soon. He preferred his feet remain firmly planted on the ground. "Just follow me out the back as usual, nothing to worry about." "Just gravity," Reece smiled, and moved on to the next man in line, slapping hands and embracing in a half-man hug. "What's up, Devin?" Reece asked, as he greeted the golden-haired, board shorts, flip-flop, and tank-top clad SEAL. Reece couldn't remember ever having seen Devin without a smile. "How's Ado doing?" Ado sat obediently at his handler's side, awaiting a command. The Belgian Malinois had been Devin Blanding's last multi-purpose canine as part of the Naval Special Warfare Canine program. When Devin was sidelined by an IED that almost killed him in Yemen, Ado never left his side, knowing that, had he been killed, Ado would have been put down by a system ill-equipped and not funded to run a retirement home for aging attack dogs. Devin found his purpose. After consulting with Rafe, Devin had packed up his 1976 Volkswagen bus pop-top camper and headed to Whitefish. There he found a beautiful piece of property about 20 minutes outside of town that would allow him to build his dream: Divine Canines. He built a canine facility where he could train personal protection dogs, many for the high-net-worth clients of Rafe's program, as well as service dogs for citizens with impairments and disabilities. With Rafe's help, he started a foundation called Rescue 22, named for the 22 veterans who took their own lives each day in the United States. He trained service and emotional support dogs for veterans dealing with PTSD, traumatic brain injury, and the physical and emotional trauma of combat. A separate section of the property was reserved for retired or transitioning military and police working dogs, animals who would otherwise be quietly put to sleep. He set up an entity called the Warrior Dog Foundation to give them a beautiful place to live out their lives in dignity. Though he still had it, the VW bus had been retired in favor of a new Mercedes 4x4 Sprinter van, custom-built for moving dogs to and from the airport in Kalispell. "Ado's doing great, buddy. I think he knows something's up and it's time to come out of retirement." "Can I pet him? Does he remember me?" "Go ahead. He won't kill you." "Unless I tell him to," the dogman said, only half in jest. Reece knelt and ran his hands down the back of Ado's head, remembering just how many dogs had saved his life over the years. Without multi-purpose canines and dog handlers like Devin, more than a few operators would never have made it home. Standing, Reece turned to the last man in line. Barefoot, he wore dirty jeans and a gray T-shirt, depicting half the face of a Sioux warrior, eagle feathers dangling from his braids. Reece knew the meaning of the feathers, as did the man who wore the shirt. Lawrence Ciavarini was one of Reece's favorite people. No one called him Lawrence or even Larry. Even fewer knew he was actually Italian, most guessing by the dark hair that fell to his waist and the name of his custom knife company that he was Native American. Despite the fact that he had no Native American ancestry, he'd been called Chavez y Chavez after the Young Guns character since first crossing the quarterdeck at Team 5 10 years before. He had grown up in the Black Hills of South Dakota, where his father had the interesting distinction of being the go-to attorney for the bars lining Main Street and the pop-up clubs that appeared out of necessity to handle the overflowed drinking traffic just outside of town. He had the respect of the community because he wasn't just some white-collar lawyer there to make a buck.
He also ran a motorcycle restoration and mechanic shop, specializing in bikes from the 1960s, 70s, and 80s. The law firm paid the bills, but his heart was in the bikes. Young Chavez learned engines and the art of motorcycle restoration and maintenance at the hands of a true master. His dad never talked about the war, but every year when thousands of leather-bound bikers descended on the small town in August, a group of aging Special Forces veterans would make a pilgrimage to the shop. Chavez recognized the SF crest with its motto, De oppresso liber, free the oppressed, on many of the men who passed by to share a drink with his dad. He heard Project Delta mentioned more than once, but the war was something not discussed in the Ciavarini house, perched on the hill overlooking the Black Hills National Cemetery. The machines in his father's shop led to an early interest in knife-making. Working on bikes provided young Chavez enough money to slowly acquire the equipment that would one day define him as one of the country's most sought-after knife makers: grinder, files, drill press, sander, forge, and anvil. Though he worked long hours on bikes and pursued his passion for the traditional skills still being kept alive through a select few Native Americans in the Badlands, his mother still managed to ensure that he would be able to survive in polite society. She taught him to cook, about the subtleties of fine wine, and instilled in him a knowledge and love of Renaissance and Baroque art, all skills and areas of knowledge that would cause more than a few to scratch their heads in wonder. On his 5th deployment in as many years, he was shot multiple times during a room entry that turned out to be an ambush. Before being airlifted to Balad and on to Landstuhl, Chavez escaped from the FOB medical facility and was found naked, knife in hand, on his way to the Iraqi side of the base, threatening to scalp the Iraqi commander he suspected had set them up. The culture of senior-level leaders in the SEAL teams was shifting. What was acceptable and even normal at one time was now grounds for medical retirement. After the medical board cut short his time in uniform, Chavez returned to the Black Hills, adrift. By this time, the reality show frenzy had long since hit, but cameras still followed more than a few stars into the adventure that was the Sturgis Motorcycle Rally. A producer who knew his father asked the recently unemployed Chavez if he'd ever done any stunt work in Hollywood. He was about to produce a movie on Benghazi and needed someone who knew special operations to take a few falls. Now, between movies as a fall guy in L.A. and creating custom half-face blades in his shop in Kalispell, many for Rafe's clients, Chavez had found a semblance of peace, though he still wanted to scalp that Iraqi commander. "Been too long, Reece," Chavez said. "That it has." The two comrades in arms shared a hug. Then Chavez reached into his back pocket and pulled out a blade in a leather sheath. "It's a hunter, Skinner. I made it when I heard you were headed back here." The passing of a blade between warriors who have spilt blood together carried a unique significance. "Thank you, brother." "Okay, now that you two lovebirds have become reacquainted, what's the plan?" Jonathan said, looking down from the steps. Glancing at the road behind him, Reece turned back to the Hastings family patriarch. "While we are waiting on the pilots, we have some weapons to sight in." Chapter 65. Medny Island, Russia. Alexander Zharkov sat in a high-backed leather chair, his feet resting on an ottoman in front of the fire. The outside of the bunker-like building disguised its luxurious interior, which had the look and feel of a cozy wilderness hunting lodge. Despite the Victorian-era feel of the room, the bunker was equipped with state-of-the-art satellite communications gear, which was appropriate, given its joint ownership by the military and Russia's primary foreign intelligence agency. He scanned the sender and subject lines of his email inbox on the laptop computer balanced on his thigh, a steaming cup of tea cooling on the side table. One name caught his attention, and he double-clicked to open it, waiting impatiently as the message was decrypted by the software. It was from his station chief in Washington, who was running an illegal named Grant LaRue. It was marked urgent. He read it carefully, and a smile came to his lips. His intended target had taken the bait, and intelligence from LaRue confirmed that there would be no official rescue.
That meant a small force of private citizens were likely on their way without a quick reaction force to back them up. His men would tear them apart, and if any survived, he would hunt what was left, the prey of a lifetime. His last chase had left him unsatisfied after his quarry had chosen to take her own life rather than die at his hand. Like a lover who pulled away at the very moment before climax, her act had planted a hunger inside him, one he needed to satiate. He called to Karyavin Vasilyevich, the top Wagner contractor tasked with protecting the island. Wagner was a private military contracting firm with close ties to Russia's intelligence agencies and was used as a surrogate army in both Ukraine and Syria. Many of the men were veterans of the 2nd Spetsnaz Brigade of the GRU, and all had combat experience. Vasilyevich, who had worn the rank of captain while in the Spetsnaz, appeared in his winter combat uniform with a handgun in a drop-leg holster on his right thigh. He stood rigidly, not quite at attention, maintaining the bearing of his military days.
Captain Vasilyevich, we can expect the Americans any day now. I will increase patrols immediately. Do we know their method of insertion? I suspect that they will come from the sea, but there's no way of knowing. We must be ready for anything. Yes, sir. Keep all of your equipment shielded inside the bunkers, unless directed otherwise. That is all.
Alexander swore he'd heard the man's heels click before he departed, despite the rubber soles of his winter boots. Chapter 66. Coomba Ranch, Flathead Valley, Montana. After confirming dope on the rifles 1149 from the Army, Jonathan led the men into his gun vault. The former Celis scout was a serious collector of firearms, and his gun room was a sight to behold. The 1,000-square-foot rectangular room was constructed of thick concrete, reinforced within by a web of steel rebar. A vault door sealed the room off from the rest of the house, protecting the valuable collection from fire and theft. The interior was finished with rich walnut paneling, giving the room the warmth and glow of a London club. Rack after rack of rifles, shotguns, and handguns lined the walls, ranging in vintage from centuries-old flintlocks to sporting rifles used in the safari heyday of Jonathan's beloved Africa. Alongside them was a selection of modern assault rifles that would rival anything at Fort Bragg, redacted. The guns were arranged from left to right, in chronological order, with everything from highly engraved Purdey percussion-era fowling pieces to the coveted Heckler & Koch 416D. As the holder of a Type 7 FFL, as well as a special occupational tax from the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, Hastings was able to buy dealer samples of the latest military-grade firearms, including machine guns and suppressors. The team wasn't in the room to admire the collection. They were there because it was the closest thing to a secure conference room. It was highly unlikely that anyone was attempting to listen in on their planning session, but in this business it was best not to take chances. A large LCD screen had been positioned on a table at the front of the room, and folding chairs were arranged facing it. Caroline had prepared a feast at the rear of the room, and a silver urn of coffee would provide everyone with a steady stream of caffeine as they completed the mission planning process. Thorne had scarcely left Jonathan's side since this ordeal had begun, and he soon joined the growing group of participants. He introduced himself and his two pilots, Liz Riley and Navy veteran Chip King, before Reece took over. I want to start by thanking all of you for being here. You didn't have to be. The government has decided to opt for a diplomatic solution to bringing Rafe and Hannah home. From what I've learned about our enemy in the past few days, my assessment is that we are working with days, not weeks, to resolve this. My estimate is that as soon as the politicians start talking about this, Rafe and Hannah will be killed and dumped in the sea. I want everyone to consider what's at stake. This is an invasion of a sovereign foreign country. All of us could be executed or rot in a Russian or U.S. jail for this.
You have to survive the jump first, Reece, Farkas interjected.
Good point, Reece conceded. And that's if you can get out the door before we're shot down by a Russian MiG, Chavez reminded everyone. There is that, Reece smiled, knowing the dark humor was part of the deal.
If you have any doubt, now is the time to say something. Trust me when I tell you that all of us will understand." Reece paused and looked each individual in the eye for signs of hesitation. As expected, they were all in. "All right, then." Reece clicked a remote and began the intelligence briefing he'd borrowed from Andy Danreb at the CIA. "The agency was kind enough to put this target package together for us," Reece continued, working through the same briefing he'd received at Redacted, before moving into the tactical portion of the plan. The initial idea was to stage out of the Aleutians and hey-ho in from low-signature aircraft onto the remote side of the island. The rescue force would have then patrolled to the objective, located Hannah and Rafe, then exfilled via the special helicopters the government insists don't exist. The rotary wing assets would stage off an amphibious ship in international waters. Since we don't have those resources, the plan is to use Thorne's G550 to perform a hey-ho jump from international airspace, using the winds to get us into Russian territory and onto Medny Island. From there, we will patrol to the target, though with far fewer ground assets.
"Without the stealth helos, how do we get the package home?" Farkas asked.
"Good question. Thorne will land his Albatross on the east side of the island here," Reece said, pointing to a cove on the map. "We make our way to him and skim the wave tops until we are back in international airspace. Then it's on to Alaska." "Why not use the Grumman for the insertion? A lot less risk than a jump," Devon asked, thinking of jumping Ado in Arctic conditions. "It's likely the island's radar would pick us up coming in. With the reduced signature of coming in via hey-ho, we can hit the ground and maintain the element of surprise. For extract, we don't have much choice. If the Albatross pings on their radar, we will be turning it around and getting back into international airspace before the Russians can positively ID us. If we inserted on it, we'd be sitting ducks." "Check."
"What about coming in by boat?" Eli asked, wanting to cover all the options.
"Finding a boat of sufficient capability and moving it into position could take days. We just don't have that kind of time."
"Roger that. I sure miss being able to drop high-speed boats out of a C-17 on a few hours' notice."
"There's something else," Reece said. "3 of us are going to jump Russian-sourced AKMs. With such a small force, we are going to need every technical and tactical advantage we can get. So our primary weapons are the 416s on loan from Redacted. If the only brass left on site is Black Hills 77 grain made in the USA, we could raise U.S.-Russian tensions to a level not seen since the Cuban Missile Crisis. Wherever we put bodies in the dirt, we are going to have to fill them with 7.62 by 39 and leave Russian brass all over the scene. It won't hold up to scrutiny by the SVR, but it will be enough to give the U.S. plausible deniability and avert a war. The agency was planning to bombard their systems with enough disinformation to sow the seeds of mistrust among the rival gangs. The official stance will be that this looks to be an organized crime hit on the son of Bratva leadership."
"What could go wrong?" Chavez asked. That was rhetorical, in case anyone was wondering.
"Chip, Liz," Reece said, nodding to the pilots.
"Hey guys, I'm Captain Chip King. You can just call me Chip. By the looks of it, I think I've been doing this since before most of you were born, and I've been working for Senator Thornton since he left Congress. I'm going to put you where you need to be, so don't worry about that. I'm afraid I have the easy part."
Chip outlined the G550's flight plan, which would move the team from Kalispell to the west coast of Washington, and then skirt British Columbia on its way to Anchorage. They would land in Anchorage, refuel, and check the weather. The projected winds between the Aleutians and the Russian Commander Islands would determine their exact path toward the target.
"Liz will cover the drop,"
Chip said, deferring to the former Army aviator who was much more in tune with the language of special operations. Dressed in the Alexo Athletica workout gear and University of Alabama ball cap she wore whenever she wasn't in her pilot's uniform, Liz wasn't a known quantity to anyone in the room, other than Reece, Chip, and Thorne. But it quickly became clear that this was not her first mission brief, as she projected a schematic of the G550 and explained exactly how the plane would be configured for the jump. Reece noticed that her trademark South Alabama accent abated slightly as she began her portion of the briefing. She could crank it up at will when she needed to lay on the charm and virtually turn it off when she thought it weakened her position. She wasn't in charm mode today. Farkas followed Liz with a briefing on the pre-jump and exit procedures, sounding like he did it every day, which for many years he had. "What's the medevac plan?" Eli asked. "After the drop, we divert to ADAC, refuel, and wait for the call," Liz piped in. "There's an old Air Force field with a 10,000-foot runway at Erickson Air Station on Shemya in the Aleutian Chain. It's used as a civilian diversion field now, so we can land there if necessary. If Hannah or anyone else needs immediate medical attention, we can land at Shemya and transfer the patient from the Grumman onto the jet. We can have them on the ground in Anchorage within 2 hours, far faster than the Grumman. If there are no casualties, we will fly back to Anchorage and rendezvous there for the trip home."
"What happens if there's a mechanical failure and the Grumman doesn't make it in?"
"Then y'all better be good swimmers, or we'll have to land the Senator's expensive jet in Russia."
Her comment, in her thickest southern drawl, lightened the mood and evoked a few laughs. Thorne grimaced. "When do we launch?" Devon asked. "Tomorrow morning, 0600, Reece said. "That gives everyone time to prep gear, and Thorne and Jonathan can get a head start in the Grumman. They are leaving as soon as this briefing is over. They have a long, noisy trip ahead of them." "Anything else?" Reece asked, scanning the room. "Yes," Tim Thornton spoke up. "A lot of you know John Barklow down at Sitka." Heads nodded around the room at the mention of a man who had put most of them through their cold-weather warfare survival training on Kodiak Island in the SEAL teams. He now used that expertise as the big game manager for Sitka Gear and Bozeman. "I called down and had him send up survival kits for each of you. I know you've gotten used to having an AC-130 overhead and QRF just minutes away. This is not Iraq or Afghanistan. This is Russia. I also have a flare gun up there for each of you. If we can't establish comms, and you get to the coast but can't locate me, put up a flare, and I'll come to you. Jonathan will be with me, and we will be looking. By that time, there shouldn't be anyone left alive on the island to see it." Heads nodded again as the gravity of what they were about to undertake sank in. "Jonathan," Thorne said, indicating he was finished. "Just one thing, lads," the old warrior began. "That you're doing this for our son and daughter means more than my family can ever express. There isn't enough money in the world to compensate you for taking this risk. But as a small expression of my thanks, you will each receive $200,000 for your work. It's the very least I can do. If you don't come back, your family will be taken care of. That I assure you." Reece looked around the room, not knowing what to say next. "Sir," Chavez stood and addressed the man before him. "I certainly can't speak for everyone, but please give my money to Freddie Strain's kid, the one with the special needs." Reece swallowed hard as a chorus of voices followed suit. "I'm not one for this kind of emotion, as Caroline can attest," Jonathan said, "but thank you, lads. The deposit will be made." "In whose name?" Reece looked around the room. "From the Warrior Guardians." Chapter 67. Medny Island, Russia. Alexander descended the spiral stone staircase into what most would call a dungeon. The intelligence officer thought of it as his hypogeum, the intricate final staging area for man and beast before they were raised into the floor of the ancient Roman Colosseum to meet their fate. In this case, the cages were jail cells with 2 entrances and exits. One opened to the inside, the area into which Alexander now ventured, and one on the opposite side opened to a ramp, leading outside, into Alexander's Colosseum, Medny Island. Sergei followed close behind, carrying a large leather satchel. Most people thought of the gladiatorial games as pitting the fiercest fighters in Rome against one another in barbaric battles for the joy of the crowd, but Alexander preferred the Venation. It was a spectacle in which the beasts of the Republic were set loose against Venators, the most respected hunters in Rome. Though Alexander hunted humans, he thought of them as game. They were his dentati. The level had room for 8 single cells. 6 held the Africans from the Central African Republic who had arrived on the latest flight, criminals from the mines who would be executed in Africa or hunted in Russia. Better they have a fighting chance against Alexander and his clients than die on their knees as slaves in the red dirt of their homeland. Alexander and Sergei passed the 7th cage, now empty after its occupant had given Alexander a good warm-up 2 days prior. He was ready. His skills were sharp. He was hungry.
They stopped at the last cave, and Alexander came face to face with the adversary he'd been seeking.
S. Rainsford, a clever pen name. I am Alexander Zharkov.
Rafe remained silent, studying his foe with an intensity that sent a chill down Alexander's spine.
A worthy opponent.
My sister, Rafe said.
Your sister is dead. But just like the deer that comes to the feeder, or the leopard who climbs the tree after rotting zebra meat placed there by those who hunt him, you are here.
You are a sick fuck, Rafe spat.
Oh, come now, S. Rainsford. Your writing on our sport is so eloquent. Do not stoop to such a level. Leave that to the Africans. Tomorrow we hunt, or I should say, I hunt. You will be fed well tonight, and just before dawn, the cell doors behind you will open. A ramp will lead you up to ground level, where another door will be open. Sergei will have you in the sights of my very capable Dragunov. It's the only time he uses a modern weapon, and rest assured, he will not miss if you force him to take a shot. Some have chosen this option, but I know that you will not. You want to kill me. I had to ensure you would come and that you would play. It's a pity that your friend James Reece isn't here with you. How I would have loved to hunt you both. If I don't kill you tomorrow, he'll finish the job. Unfortunately for us both, that will not be the case. Your friend Reece is on his way here now with a makeshift band of misfits. In all likelihood, they will be slaughtered by my security forces as they make landfall. You look surprised, S. Rainsford. Do you think our intelligence apparatus died at the end of the Cold War? I can assure you, it is still very much in place, stronger now than it ever was. And if I don't play? Ah, you will play, S. Rainsford. You will play because that is your only chance to kill me. I hunted your sister out of this very cage, Alexander said, looking around as if recounting a fond memory. Don't worry, she was treated well. She was not violated. I needed her in top condition. She was strong, that one. Strong and smart. Rafe and Alexander's attention was drawn to a scraping sound as Sergei pushed a table across the cold cement floor, positioning it in front of Rafe's cage. I want you motivated tomorrow, S. Rainsford. I know you will be, but just in case, this should help. Sergei handed his master the leather satchel, which Alexander placed on the table, unclasping the two brass buckles that held it closed. With great respect and ceremony, Alexander reached inside and pulled out a large glass container. Looking admiringly at its contents, he placed it on the table in front of Rafe's cell. Good luck tomorrow, Rainsford, he said, before walking to the stairs that led to the main level. Already thinking of the thick moose steaks Sergei would grill for their supper. He left Rafe alone in his cell, staring into the lifeless, upturned eyes of his dead sister. Chapter 68. Glacier Park International Airport, Kalispell, Montana. A Gulfstream G550, also known as a G5SP, is one of the most versatile and luxurious business jets that money can buy. With a $45 million price tag, it was built for comfort and speed over extended distances. Despite its spacious interior, which can accommodate up to 19 passengers, it was not designed to accommodate 5 Heiho jumpers, a dog, and all the weapons and gear necessary to perform a clandestine night insertion into a foreign nation via parachute. The aircraft's interior was divided into 3 main sections: a forward club section with 4 leather seats facing one another over a small table, a 4-place divan configured sideways with 2 seats across the aisle, and an aft sleeping compartment. This arrangement allowed every member of the rescue team a seat, leaving their gear distributed around the cabin and in the aft baggage area. For operators accustomed to making transcontinental flights on the nylon-strapped seats of military transport aircraft, it was a crowded but welcome change. The team inspected, checked, and double-checked their gear before loading it onto the plane. As Jumpmaster Farkas carefully inspected each parachute rig before they were loaded, since conditions before the jump would not be as ideal for doing so. If one didn't know any better, it looked like a professional soccer or rugby team was boarding the aircraft for an away match. "Farkas, can you rig this up for me?" Reece asked, extending the Eccles legend his father had given him. "I knew you were going to grab a sniper rifle," Farkas smiled. "Yeah, I'll rig it up." "Just in case," Reece said. "Just in case," Farkas acknowledged. In the absence of a flight attendant, Liz performed the FAA-mandated safety briefing and indicated the location of the emergency exits. "The forward cabin door is the primary means of exiting the aircraft, but additional exits over the wing can be accessed in an emergency," she said, doing her best flight attendant hand sweep toward the window exits. "In the event of a high-altitude jump over a hostile nation, the aft baggage door is the preferred method of egress," she said, evoking a laugh from the team. The plane accelerated down the runway and surged skyward thanks to its powerful Rolls-Royce engines. Within minutes, they were at their cruising altitude of 40,000 feet, moving at a steady speed of Mach 0.83. What always surprised Reece was how quiet this aircraft was, its engineers obviously spending far more time and effort on passenger comfort than those who designed airliners. As soon as the plane took off, every operator went into their own world, listening to music, reading, or sleeping. Eli went into the crew rest compartment and began laying out medical gear in case the Gulfstream became an air ambulance. IV drips were prepared, bandages arranged, and various medications were lined up on the nightstand. Satisfied that things were as ready for an emergency as they could be, he returned to his seat and opened a Russian language app on his iPhone. Reece couldn't sleep. He spent his time deep in thought, going over the jump, the contingencies at every phase of the operation. With no backup, there were only 2 words to describe what they were about to attempt: suicide mission. Those who were sleeping were jolted awake as the plane touched down in Anchorage and slowed to turn off runway 7 right. The operators peered out the windows at the unique array of aircraft. Everything from balloon-tired Super Cubs to various float planes were visible in what seemed like every direction. Due to Alaska's size and the remote location of many of its cities, towns, and wilderness areas, it has the highest per capita rate of aircraft ownership in the nation. The Gulfstream taxied to Signature Flight Support, one of the field's fixed-base operators, where the engines were shut down. The window shades were lowered, and Liz opened the cabin door to coordinate refueling. All 5 of the rescuers stayed on board and out of sight, no sense arousing any suspicions about the nature of their journey or cargo. The cold air blowing through the open door was a warning of the temperatures they'd be facing when they eventually exited the aircraft. Eli made a comment under his breath about these being sub-Hawaiian temperatures as he pulled a stocking cap over his head. Once the plane was fueled, the pilots used an iPad application called 4Flight to file their flight plan electronically. According to that plan, they would travel from Anchorage to Haneda Airport in Tokyo, Japan, via Bethel, Alaska, and onto Route R220, which passed almost directly over the Commander Islands, though they had no intentions of following that route all the way to Tokyo. They also filed an E-APIS report with the Department of Homeland Security, a requirement when filing an international flight plan. Only the pilots' names were listed on the report, since the 5 commandos in the back would not be aboard when the plane made its next stop. Since they had so recently landed, the pilots performed a rotor bow, motoring the engines for 30 seconds to thermally stabilize them before the start sequence was initialized. All systems read normal as the engines idled and the takeoff procedures began. They were wheels up within the hour, and once airborne, Liz announced they were 3 hours and 26 minutes out from the drop. Reece leaned back in his seat. Next stop, Russia. Chapter 69.
As they flew over the Alaskan peninsula, Reece warmed up dinner, piping hot bowls of venison chili and freshly baked cornbread, all prepared by Caroline Hastings in advance of their departure. They devoured what they knew could be their last meal. Reece pressed his head against the window and looked down at the lights of sparsely populated villages. He wondered how many Americans remembered that the only land battle of World War II fought on American soil took place on the barren volcanic islands 30,000 feet below. The Battle of Attu was all but forgotten these days. 549 U.S. troops lost their lives defending home soil from Japanese invaders in May 1945. 1,148 were wounded, and 1,814 were taken out of the fight for cold injuries and disease. The battle marked one of the largest banzai charges of the war. Of the 2,379 Japanese troops that began the battle, only 28 survived to be captured. The battle also drove the military to improve cold weather warfare gear, innovations that continued to evolve into what Reece and his men would use on Medney Island. One by one, they hit the lavatory and began dressing for the mission. When exiting an aircraft at this altitude, temperatures could be minus 50 centigrade. Without protection from the cold, they would freeze to death in minutes. These extreme temperatures required them to wear several layers of synthetic clothing, specially designed for Arctic warfare. The clothing system, known as the Protective Combat Uniform (PCU), was developed by the Army's Natick Soldier Systems Center with input from alpine climbing legend and Jim Jones founder Mark Twight, and manufactured by Patagonia. White and gray splotched multicam alpine combat overwhites completed the ensemble, topped off with body armor before donning specially designed Heiho gray synthetic thermal suits that would be discarded once they hit the ground. Farkas received a weather update from the cockpit that he used to make his final navigational calculations. The Gulf Stream was indicating winds from 250 degrees at 40 miles per hour, which matched the earlier forecast and gave him confidence that the report was accurate. They would be at the absolute limits in terms of their gliding distance to the target. If the winds shifted, or worse, reversed, they would find themselves in the icy Bering Sea, dead within minutes. Farkas re-inspected each man's gear, physically running his hands across every strap, every buckle, every seam. There would be no second chances. Route R220 ran parallel to Russia's Air Defense Identification Zone, or ADIZ. It was important to stick to established commercial airline routes when making a covert insertion into denied territory. If they deviated too far from the official route, Russian radar operators monitoring the Petropavlovsk-Kamchatsky airspace would take note of their location and alert interceptor aircraft based in Magadan. A MiG-31 could shoot down the Gulf Stream from 200 miles away. To avoid that disaster, the pilots only allowed their course to divert slightly from the center of the route, putting them at the absolute edge of the ADIZ, 48.5 miles from the tip of Medney Island. Devon let Ado walk among the operators, sniffing and saying hello. The dog handler wanted Ado to know the difference between friend and foe if he was given the command to bite. Using the buddy system, the band of mercenaries donned parachutes with ATAC, or Android Tactical Assault Kits, in a chest-mounted Juggernaut navigation board MFF-T2, with backup Garmin Fortrex GPS and Oceanic Compass in case the primary system failed. The ATAC was a military-specific smartphone app that provided users with real-time geospatial situational awareness, communication, navigation, and targeting information. Their weapons had been fitted with tape to hold down anything they didn't want flying off in the violence of exiting an aircraft moving at 500 miles per hour. The muzzle, ejector port, handguard, optics, laser, and magazine all had riggers tape adhering them to the rifles, which were mounted horizontally across their waists. Reece had the added benefit of having the Eccles Legend strapped vertically to his right side in a padded case with foam taped around the scope, just in case. Weapons were strapped to jump harnesses, and with a final check of nods, helmets were secured in place, oxygen masks dangling to the sides. The G550 was flying at 35,000 feet, but the cabin was pressurized for 8,000. An hour out from the drop, the cabin pressure was adjusted to 10,000 feet. The commandos took their seats and plugged into a supplemental O2 unit on the floor of the aircraft.
Resembling a large pelican case with dials and knobs that looked foreign to Reece, it allowed the jumpers to breathe 100% oxygen without depleting the small green tanks strapped to their chests. Ado had a nasal cannula rigged inside his muzzle. Reece always wondered how much O2 the dogs were actually getting. Decompression sickness, otherwise known as the bends, is an ailment usually associated with scuba diving, but the risks of such a physiological event are equally as great during high-altitude parachute jumps. Residual nitrogen in the bloodstream can, upon descent, turn into bubbles that can migrate throughout the body and cause pain, paralysis, and death. To prevent the onset of decompression sickness, they pre-breathed for an hour. Any nitrogen remaining in their bodies, even any ingested while switching oxygen tanks, could be deadly. The exercise of breathing pure oxygen prior to exiting the aircraft allowed them to get into the zone, running through the contingencies of the complex mission. Reece reviewed MET-TC, mission, enemy, terrain, troops available, time, and civilian considerations. The mission was clear: find Rafe and rescue Hannah. Enemy: the target package from the agency briefing, redacted, estimated that Alexander had a security detail of no more than 10 private contractors. Terrain: mountainous, harsh, and cold. Troops available. Reece looked around the plane at his assault force. 5 plus a dog. Time: if they made it in without detection, they would have 4 hours to complete the mission and make it to meet Thorne and Jonathan in the Albatross at Extract. Civilian considerations: non-applicable. All civilians had been force relocated 15 years ago. Reece found himself wondering why. Alexander didn't have the island then. The Russian government had moved them. Never mind that now, Reece. Focus. At 20 minutes out, the silence was broken by Liz's voice over the intercom system. Farkas switched to his portable bailout O2, moved to the rear of the cabin, and pushed open the polished door that led to the aft baggage compartment. The jumpers all wore clear goggles so the team medic could check for signs of decompression sickness, the bends, the chokes, neurological hits, and skin manifestations. Eli looked for pupil dilation or constriction, which could signify a nitrogen bubble expanding in the brain, and checked for signs that anyone was hyperventilating or scratching at their suits. The team looked ready. At 10 minutes out, the interior cabin lights were extinguished and everything went completely dark. Reece flipped down the L3 Harris GPNVG-18 night vision goggles attached to his helmet. The 97-degree panoramic view provided by the 4 images intensifiers helped eliminate the tunnel vision effect of the earlier nods he'd used in the SEAL teams. It wasn't quite daylight with the goggles in place, but it gave them an advantage over those without them. At the 2-minute mark, oxygen lines were disconnected, leaving the men to breathe from their bailout bottles attached to their kit. Each jumper checked their buddy's O2 system: pressure, regulator, indicator, connections, and emergency equipment. Reece considered the possibility that his oxygen system would freeze in the extreme air temperatures. If that happened, hypoxia would set in quickly, and he would die a euphoric death, no doubt unaware of his fate. He shifted his thoughts to the jump sequence, suppressing the notion of when he'd last worn a parachute. The pilots donned their emergency oxygen masks, took a few deep breaths to ensure a good seal, and checked the internal microphones. Then, with a concerned glance at one another, they depressurized the cabin to a cacophony of master caution warnings and audio alerts. Both pilots had added layers of clothing to protect them from the frigid air. The men in the rear stood in single file, the first 2 inside the baggage area and the rest lined up behind them in the aft lavatory and into the cabin. Farkas reached up and activated the infrared strobe mounted on his helmet, and each man followed suit. Soon all 8 strobes flashed inside the cabin, which was disorienting to say the least. The flashing lights, invisible to anyone not wearing night vision equipment, would help the jumpers keep track of one another in the darkness until they could stack up and turn them off. Bad guys sometimes had night vision devices as well. 1 minute out, the whine of the twin turbofans abated significantly, slowing the jet's airspeed to one that wouldn't rip the jumpers and their gear to pieces when they exited the aircraft. With the aircraft trimmed to just above stall speed, the cabin differential pressure was equalized to allow Farkas to turn the handle and open the aft baggage door, which slid up along internal tracks. He attempted to open it slowly, but the hurricane-force winds snatched the latch from his hands and slammed it open so hard that he thought it would be ripped from its hinges. The engineers in Savannah had done their jobs well, and it stayed attached to the plane. The cargo door on the G550 lies just below the left engine nacelle at the rear of the aircraft, which meant that the risk of impacting the fuselage or any other part of the aircraft upon exit is minimal. The quiet ride suddenly became deafeningly loud. The combination of the howling winds and the jet engine just above the hatch drowned out any chance of verbal communication. The cold air was equally shocking to the senses, even with all the layers of specialized clothing. Farkas studied the open hatch as well as his ATAC screen in sequence, the nods exaggerating his head movements as he did so. He pantomimed a countdown from 5 seconds. Then, without hesitation, he exited through the open hatch into the darkness, each jumper following as closely behind him as the cramped space allowed. The sound of the jet engine was overwhelming as Reece passed underneath, but it faded away almost instantly as the aircraft sped into the night. He found a stable body position and deployed his primary parachute. The small pilot chute unfurled the nylon canopy and violently arrested Reece's freefall. After confirming that his canopy had deployed as designed, he scanned for the flashing strobes that indicated the position of his teammates. One by one, he counted them until he'd confirmed that the other jumper chutes had opened. They didn't bunch up to avoid creating a radar signature. Instead, they switched off their IR strobes and flew in a loose formation behind Farkas's lead, 25 yards apart. After the exhilaration of free fall and the dread of ensuring everyone was accounted for, Reece concentrated on maintaining his position behind Devon. He could see Ado's head and tail. The dog was strapped into Devon's harness, and Reece couldn't help but wonder what the canine was thinking as he descended from the heavens. As they glided toward the objective, Reece made tiny course corrections by reaching up and pulling on the parachute's toggles, their forward momentum carrying them deeper into Russian territory and toward their target. Despite the cold, it was quite peaceful, the only sound the wind howling at their backs. Reece looked down and below his boots saw only darkness. According to the ATAC screen, they were on course and maintaining sufficient speed and altitude to make it to Medney Island with a bit of air to spare. His oxygen appeared to be flowing normally, and his mind was clear and alert. All Reece had to do for now was follow the leader. So far, despite the long odds, everything had gone according to plan. But, as Reece knew all too well, no plan survives first contact with the enemy. Chapter 70. 40,000 feet above the Bering Sea. It took all of Liz Riley's significant body strength to wrench the aft baggage door into the closed position. Thankfully, when she wasn't flying airplanes, she was moving large stacks of iron in the weight room. She knelt in the baggage area in silent prayer, asking God to watch over the avenging angels who had just leapt into the darkness. After a few moments of quiet reflection, she unhooked the safety line she'd rigged to prevent her falling into the abyss and made her way back to the cockpit. The captain immediately began the repressurization of the cabin and cranked the onboard climate control to its highest heat setting. 15 minutes later, both pilots were able to take off their oxygen masks and lose a couple of layers. Making a hard turn off their flight plan was bound to raise a few eyebrows, so they carefully drifted back toward the center of their course and resumed their airspeed and altitude. They'd continue a full 40 minutes past the drop, at which point Liz would call Anchorage Oceanic Control and report cabin pressurization issues. She would request a rerouting to ADAC where they could land and have the system inspected by maintenance crews. That would put them as close as possible to their emergency rendezvous location without arousing too much suspicion. As the jet roared through the night sky, Liz couldn't help but return to her faith. She whispered a quiet prayer to the patron saint of paratroopers. St. Michael the Archangel, defend them in battle. Be their protection against the enemy. Medney Island, Russia. Alexander Zharkov was in the bunker's command center where the weapon was controlled. 3 uniformed operators manned the computer stations, each of them wearing headsets with lip microphones. One of them was in contact with the nation's air defense network, which operated early warning systems that dated back to the Soviet era. A jet traveling nearby had strayed a few miles from its course, putting it at the limit of the air defense identification zone. It was time. Grant LaRue, his SVR placed illegal, never failed to provide the highest quality intelligence. He was running his own source inside the White House, the American president's own chief of staff, who believed he was passing information to a trusted friend who had a high-paying job waiting for him when he left politics. A useful idiot. The weapons system on this island was the largest of its kind in the world, and so far the tests had been extremely successful. The underground generators, capacitors, and dish emitters formed the basis of a directional EMP, designed to render the technological advantages of modern armies useless in an instant. An EMP is an electromagnetic pulse, a short burst of invisible energy. EMPs can be caused by coronal mass ejections from the sun, lightning, or nuclear detonations, varying significantly in size and scope. Though EMPs are harmless to humans, they can cause permanent damage to electronic components. The system in place on Medney Island was a proof of concept, one that would activate an invisible dome-like shield above the area. It was Russia's experimental answer to the U.S. missile defense system. Guided missiles, aircraft, and even drones could be knocked out of the sky instantly. Mobile systems could send an entire battle space back into the 19th century, while larger fixed weapons, such as this one, could potentially shield entire installations or cities from nuclear attack. Their only challenge at this point was projecting the pulse far enough into the atmosphere to interrupt nuclear-armed re-entry vehicles. This system effectively protected the entire island up to an altitude of 1,000 meters. Zharkov glanced at the watch on his wrist before speaking. "Move the men inside the bunkers. In 20 minutes, begin pulses every 60 seconds. "It will be done." The contractors, their radios, and night vision devices would be shielded inside the hardened bunkers while the weapon was in use. Once they had confirmation that the invaders were on the ground, Alexander would let slip his hired dogs of war. Chapter 71. Medney Island, Russia. Reece could see the island now, a long white blur against the dark sea below. He trusted their equipment, and his belief in Farkas's abilities was near absolute, but it was still a tremendous relief to see dry land. He thought about the 4 SEAL operators who had drowned during Operation Urgent Fury in Grenada. No matter how hard you train, Mother Nature and the enemy still get a vote. With the island in sight, Reece began to use his toggles to fly the chute toward the LZ, following the stack of jumpers before him. He glanced down at the ATAC screen and double-checked the oversized altimeter strapped to his wrist. Then Reece's entire world went black. He assumed that the cold had sapped the batteries in his nods, but to be sure, he tried his go-to solution for all problems electronic, turn them off, and then back on. Nothing. He flipped the nods up and out of the way, seeing only a ghost of the illuminated image the night optics had provided seconds earlier. The ATAC screen on his chest was as black as his nods. Even though the device was set to the very dim night vision mode, he should have seen at least a faint glow. He pressed the button on the side of the device. What the hell? Reece unbuckled the oxygen mask from his face, let it fall to one side, and pulled the boom mic on the Peltor headset toward his mouth. His other hand found the talk button through the fabric of his thermal suit. "Spartan 2-1, this is Spartan 0-1, over." Nothing. "Any Spartan, this is 0-1, over." No response. Straining, he heard a faint sound ahead, just above the howling of the wind, a human voice. The men were improvising, calling out to one another as beacons to guide them to the target. Reece pushed his earmuff headset ajar to better hear his teammates in the darkness. They risked detection by making noise, but missing the target and landing in the icy waters meant certain death. Reece steered his chute by sound, following the voices in the wind. As his eyes grew accustomed to the dark, he began to make out something in the distance. The faint white of the snow-covered island stood out in contrast to the blackness around it. Reece had spent enough time studying satellite imagery of the island to know where they were supposed to land.
He was a product of an earlier era in which computers, GPS devices, and even nods could not be depended upon. He'd been trained and mentored by Vietnam-era SEALs and had learned to navigate by terrain association. As a young frogman, Reece had lived by the map, compass, and iron sights. Those skills, ancient by the standards of today's generation of special operators, were about to save his life. The analog altimeter strapped to his wrist still worked, the tritium-impregnated hands sweeping slowly as he descended. Reece confirmed that he had sufficient altitude to allow him to glide into the target. He would rather come in high and turn into the wind than risk being too low. He could hear the roaring waves crashing against the island's sheer cliff walls, which was yet another indicator that he was getting close. The wind picked up speed, pushing Reece more rapidly toward the unknown DZ. The combination of frigid air and the pounding surf made it difficult to discern the voices of his fellow team members. His course was a bit farther to the right than he intended, so he tugged the toggle with his left hand. A drastic correction could be disastrous, so he was careful to make slight movements. The island was long and narrow, resembling the far smaller but similarly configured profile of Long Island, New York. A series of high peaks ran across the center spine of the landscape, providing few, if any, suitable landing zones. Reece's target was a saddle between two mountaintops, roughly at the island's longitudinal center. He could make out two snow-covered mountaintops below, and as he steered toward them, he desperately hoped that they were the correct ones. His mind wasn't on the mission now. It wasn't on saving Hannah, finding Rafe, or getting back to Katie. All of his focus was on landing his chute. The terrain grew closer, rushing toward him as his perspective changed. Reece looked down over his boots and saw that he was officially feet dry, meaning he had crossed from the ocean and was over land. His mind went through a checklist, consulting the altimeter, studying the terrain, making slight course corrections, and scanning the horizon for any sign of another jumper. He glided toward the mountains, dropping rapidly. He needed to slow down or risk overshooting his target. He had expected the wind to die off as he approached land, but the valley created the opposite effect. It effectively formed a wind tunnel that threatened to blow him into the sea. His airspeed provided him plenty of stability, but not the angle of approach that he needed. He was still 50 feet off the ground, and the saddle was beginning to fall away below him as the slope plunged toward the water. Reece pulled hard on his left toggle, which put him into a steep turn that robbed his canopy of air. He turned 180 degrees and was now landing into the wind, which should have slowed his forward progress. Instead, the wind gusted harder as it raced through the saddle, threatening to blow him backward over the cliff. He pulled as hard as he could with one arm, effectively stalling the chute so that he would crash into the side of the mountain rather than into the water. The move sent him into a steep left turn from which there was no recovery. His feet touched the mountainside and his body went flipping across the snowy face like a downhill skier crashing out of control. He felt his nods rip from his helmet and felt the receiver of his AR burst apart, despite the tape intended to hold it together. After what seemed like an eternity of tumbling through snow, rocks, and ice, his canopy again filled with a gust of wind, dragging him over the rough ground. Reaching up, he frantically searched for the release to arrest his momentum. Got it! The world was suddenly still and quiet. Shit, that hurt. Reece lay still, looking up at the sky, feeling the cold snow on his back. He started with his toes. He could feel them, which was a good sign. He then bent his knees and arched his back. Cautiously, he twisted his spine. Then he wiggled his fingers, moved his elbows, and slowly turned his head from side to side before pushing himself up into a sitting position and reaching for the Eccles rifle, which had survived the fall. Frogman luck. Reece stood up stiffly and slid the Eccles from its padded case, observing his immediate surroundings. His nods were gone, but his helmet was still attached to his head and had probably helped save his life. His first-line gear was still attached to his body, which meant he had his pistol and blades. Without a working light to check his sniper rifle, he used his fingers to explore the familiar weapons system. Barrel, scope, stock, sling. Everything was in place. Whether it retained its zero remained to be seen. Gazing up at the mountains, he pulled out a small compass to get his bearings. He was alone, in enemy territory,
without a working radio, and needed to rendezvous with his team. Their loss of comms link-up point was just a mile to the southeast. There was no sign of any other human life. He was alive and had a mission to complete. Alone, in a foreign land, he moved off into the night. I am never out of the fight. Chapter 72. Medny Island, Russia. Captain Karyavin Vasilyevich joined his men on the high ground and checked their position, arranged overlooking a choke point along the most likely avenue of approach to Deputy Director Alexander Zharkov's lodge. He'd shut down the tactical EMP and patrolled to the ambush site with his 7-man team, all combat veterans of Russia's forays into its former territories over the past decade. It would take 20 minutes for the EMP to rejuvenate and store enough power for another shot, but by that time, the Americans would be on the ground wondering why their high-tech gear was fried. They needed that deadly advantage over the Americans, whose technological superiority would now be reduced to useless pieces of wires and metal. The United States had outpaced their old adversary in technological advances since the fall of the Soviet Union. The new Russian Federation could stamp out machine parts and build the ever-reliable AK, but when it came to the weapons of the information age, computers and microchips, Russia was not even in the running. That meant they had to focus on how to eliminate the technological advantages of their enemies. Though export restricted, the nods and lasers that adorned the team's M4s were purchased in the United States, legally, by Alexander Zharkov's illegals. They were then dismantled and smuggled into Russia, using the Deputy Director's Bratva network to supply his private security detail with the best weapons and optics available. Night vision tubes were disguised inside binoculars, and M4s were disassembled and disguised as machine parts, then reassembled once safely inside the borders of Mother Russia. The one sniper in the group cradled a Chukhavin rifle chambered in 7.62 by 54R in his arms. A recent replacement for the revered Cold War-era Dragunov, he knew the Schmittenbender optic that graced its top rail was not what soldiers in the Russian military would be using. The expensive scopes were for demonstrations and show purposes. True to form, the bureaucrats would ensure that the ground pounders would be given suboptimal glass so that more of them could be fielded. What was it Stalin had said about quantity? No matter. He had his rifle, scope, and a U.S.-made forward-mounted night optic along with an IR laser. He would have preferred the Orsis T-5000 Tokhnost in 338 Lapua, but that could not be helped. He'd sent more than a few insurgents to their graves in Chechnya and Dagestan from behind the iconic-looking Dragunov, though having spent so much time with it, he knew the effective range only extended that of the AK by 300 meters. This new Kalashnikov-concerned Chukhavin was different. With it, he'd kill his first American. Vasilyevich's men had emplaced MON-50 anti-personnel devices just minutes earlier on what amounted to the choke point at the most likely avenue of approach to the lodge. Though the men had no personal experience with the American Claymore mine, they knew the MON-50 was their country's equivalent and had seen their devastating effectiveness in combat in Chechnya and the North Caucasus. His former soldiers knew their trade. Most important, they possessed the element of surprise and had taken away the technological advantages of their opposition. Anyone the explosives didn't eviscerate would be systematically gunned down by his team. Now it was time to watch and wait. Alexander was awake at 3 o'clock a.m., admiring the falling snow. The Buran snowmobile was gassed up and was idling next to the Kamaz 6x6 in the detached garage. Sergei's new dogs were not yet at the level of the two the Hastings woman had killed, though they were showing promising attributes. He'd shunned alcohol at dinner, as was his custom the night before a hunt, but still hadn't slept well. The anticipation overpowered his need for sleep. That worried him some. He wanted to be at his best. The team coming to kill him would be slaughtered on their approach, thanks to the intelligence from Grant LaRue and his lackey in the executive branch. The lobbyists lived and operated in plain sight, right under the noses of the Americans. The lobbying industry had been ripe for exploitation by the SVR. What to do with the bodies? As the National Deputy Director of Clandestine Services, he could turn this into a major international incident and push the United States and Russia to the brink of war. But what good would that do? There was a smarter, back-channel move to make. Later. Focus on the hunt. He'd hoped to somehow capture Commander Reece alive, but the odds of capturing any of the American force alive were slim. He might make an even more formidable adversary than his friend who waited one floor below, nourished but cold, and, more important, inspired. His sister's head in a formaldehyde jar to keep him company all night should have given him all the incentive needed to make this Alexander's most challenging and pleasurable adventure to date. It was time to hunt.
Chapter 73. Medny Island, Russia. Everyone else on the team felt like they were back in the Dark Ages. Everyone but Reece. He was in his element. He'd grown up in the mountains with his father, who passed along the importance of map and compass work, terrain association, taking bearings, and triangulation. Their GPS devices, lasers, and nods might be down, but that didn't mean that these warriors were out of the fight. They reconsolidated at the link-up point. Reece was the last to arrive, the others having managed to land in the same general vicinity. Being most familiar with the routes and objective, Reece took dual point with Devon and Ito. The Belgian Malinois was off-leash and alert, back doing what he'd been trained for. Much like the men he accompanied, Ito had been out of the fight too long and was ready for action. Eli and Farkas followed, with Chavez taking rear security. The lack of nods meant they had to patrol closer together than they were accustomed to. They all knew the threat of being too close if a rocket, mortar, or IED hit. They hadn't jumped snowshoes. Intel suggested the snow covering was light, but reality on the ground was different than it looked from satellites 100 miles up. Even enveloped by darkness over the snow-covered ground, the team moved with purpose toward their objective. Their plan was to hit the lodge, grab Hannah and Rafe, make it to extract, and kill anyone who got in their way. Reece knew it was a bit harebrained. If he were still a SEAL, there was no way he would greenlight 5 assaulters and a dog hitting a lodge on an island off the coast of Siberia. He also knew that if the situation were reversed, Rafe would move heaven and earth to get him out. They were committed. They were going in. Devon froze. He raised his left hand in a fist at head level. He gave Ito the command to halt. Bliff, he hissed in Dutch, following it with an immediate, here. Ito returned to Devon's left side, going prone on the snow, waiting for the next command. Devon had noticed the dog's body language change. It was something only those in tune with their partner would sense. His ears moved forward, his gait became more aggressive, and his tail changed its rhythmic wag ever so slightly. His next move would have been to finish or find the IED. Ito had not forgotten the ways of war. Neither had Devon. He did not want his dog to finish, which meant sitting right at the IED. Certain death. The team sank to their knees. Explosives ahead, Devon said under his breath. Are you sure? Reece asked, already knowing the answer. Positive, Ito alerted on it. Lucky we were coming in from downwind, or we might have walked right past it. How far? Hard to tell exactly, but in these conditions, 50 to 100 yards. Ito's head snapped up again, ears erect, body stiff and ready to launch, looking ahead at an angle. Ambush, Devon declared. Reece was squinting into the darkness when the first round took him square in the chest. Chapter 74. Devon hit the ground and sent 10 rounds in the direction of the ambush before yelling, Contact front! Plots! He yelled at Ito over the sound of his rifle, ensuring Ito would stay down and by his side. On line! Eli low-crawled toward Reece, Devon, and Ito, elbows sinking into the snow, digging in with his knees and feet to propel himself forward. In the darkness, they didn't have targets, and he'd only caught the slightest hint of a muzzle flash as he hit the deck moments earlier. Suppressors. Firing from their aggressors ceased. They had been on a slight incline, and the fact that they weren't all dead meant that Ito had kept them out of the kill zone. If they stayed down, they were below the enemy's line of sight, meaning they were en defilade. Win the fight, Eli thought. Hard to do with nothing to shoot at. Farkas was by his side in an instant. They grabbed Reece by his pant leg and began dragging him back toward a rock formation protruding from the snow behind. Devon pushed himself back, close behind, Ito low-crawling right along with him toward their rear security. I have an out, he whispered, guiding the rest of the team to the rock behind him. Devon and Farkas helped form a perimeter around their wounded leader as Eli went to work assessing his patient, running his hands up and down Reece's body, feeling for severe bleeding and massive injuries. As he went to check for breathing, Reece's eyes opened wide. I'm okay, he said, coughing. Quiet, brother, Eli responded. You just took a round to the chest. Must have hit your head when you fell. Reece's hand went to his chest and felt the pieces of ceramic plate that had split into fragments, absorbing the bullet's impact just as it was designed. Well, this thing is useless now, Reece observed, struggling out of his plate carrier and tossing his magazines to Eli. Where's my rifle? Here you go, boss, Devon said. He'd grabbed the Eccles Legend on his crawl back to the rock. Thanks. Okay. What do we have? Shooting stopped right after you were hit. Looks like they were set up with IEDs, mines, or an anti-personnel explosive device of some sort. We must be out of their line of sight here, but I'd wager they are maneuvering on us right now. That shot that took you was accurate. I'd guess they have NODs and suppressors, possibly IR lasers. Shit. Devon turned in toward the former SEAL commander. Ito will let us know when they're coming. Rafe and Hannah were to the west. Extract was a few hours out to the east. They were pinned down on an enemy island where their adversary held the technical and tactical advantages. Think, Reece. Take a breath, look around, make a call. He looked at the men around him. They were all there to help Rafe and Hannah, but they wouldn't have put their lives on the line unless Reece had asked. He looked back at the rifle in his hands. Wood stock, Night Force optic, similar to what his father had used in Vietnam, only more accurate. That was it. Vietnam. Bring it in, Reece whispered, the others scooting in closer so they could hear the combat-tested leader. Do you still have your flare guns? The ones we were to use in a loss of comms emergency extract to signal the bird? Heads nodded around the circle. Okay, then. We are going to take their advantage and even things up. The Vietnam guys who taught me had to fight at night without night vision. They had to turn night into day. We're going to do the same thing, but we have to do it fast. Hands were already going into kits and removing the small nautical flare guns Thorne had given them before they departed. It's not like the 40mm flares we had in the teams, but it's all we have. I'm going to move to high ground just north, that hill we passed a couple 100 yards back. If my map study is correct, it should put me in a position slightly above theirs. If they flank us or start coming in, let the dog go and start putting up those flares and engaging. If I can get to high ground, I'll fire my flare and start putting them down. Time it right. We only have about 5 seconds per flare, so this is going to happen fast. How many flares per gun? 2, Eli answered. Okay. I'll initiate with one of mine. As one flare goes out, put up another. Do not put 2 up at the same time. It's going to be close as it is. If they are moving in on us, we will have them in an L ambush. Let me come with you, Eli pleaded. Negative, you stay here. I need 3 of you on the guns and 1 of you putting up those flares. Besides, I work better alone these days. Reece looked around the circle, and though they couldn't see it, he smiled. He was a sniper, and he was going to high ground. Chapter 75. Reece pushed himself forward at a full sprint, no small feat over snow-covered ground in the dark. He hadn't been shot in the back yet, which meant the enemy couldn't see him. An even darker shape appeared out of the darkness. The hill was just to his left. Reece veered toward it and began to climb. It was steep enough that the snow only held to the more horizontal ledges. His feet slid out from under him as he worked his way up the scree, thin pieces of rock causing him to slide back a step with every two he took forward. Slinging his rifle across his back, he grabbed at anything that would give him purchase, his hot breath visible in the cold, early morning air. "Keep moving forward," he heard his dad's voice urging him on. "Always improve your fighting position, son." His legs burned, and he felt the rocks and ice tearing at his hands. Up he went, continuing his scramble. Almost! There it was. His sniper's perch beckoned. Sliding into an elevated position above those moving in to kill his team, Reece unslung his rifle and flipped up the scope covers before going prone and setting the flare gun to his right. He was about to find out what they faced. Stock to shoulder, cheek to its rest, body nestled in among the rocks and ice, safety off. Reece reached for the flare gun, cocked it, pointed it skyward over what he estimated was the enemy position, and pulled the trigger. Vasilyevich watched his flanking element approach the enemy's suspected position. They moved in slowly, weapons up, scanning the terrain before them. Even with the advantage of the nods, the ground was treacherous and the Americans were armed. How had they identified the MON-50s right before they entered the kill zone? They must have a dog with them fucking dogs. The flanking element would have them in sight any moment now. A popping noise to his left took his attention from the scene below, and a second later his nods erupted in bright white. Reece was on the gun and on the trigger when his first flare illuminated the ground below. He'd been slightly off on his estimation of where the opposing force's base element would be situated, but not by much. Without a laser rangefinder, Reece estimated distance by one of the ways he'd been taught almost 20 years before. He used a map study. Actual distance to target, 550 yards. Altitude, temperature, velocity, bore height, ballistic coefficient of the 300 Win Mag Barnes, TTSX. Elevated at a 35-degree incline. 2 mil adjustment for a 39.5-inch drop. Wind approximately 5 miles an hour. Full value, 8.5-inch hold right. Reece made the adjustments in his head and pressed the trigger, sending 180 grains of Barnes triple shock through the spine of the far left shooter. Quickly throwing the bolt, Reece chambered his second round and let it fly. He aimed at the upper torsos of his targets, the bullet's nose peeling back instantly on contact into a copper petal of death, tearing through the heart and lungs of his second target. A third soldier was struggling to get into a kneeling position, suddenly aware the two of his teammates were no longer of the earth, when Reece's third bullet took him high in the chest. The bullet ripped through the breastplate and eviscerated both lungs before exiting out the back, removing an even larger chunk of flesh on the way out. Reece had been so focused on eliminating the base element and had thrown the bolt so fast that he hadn't even noticed the flares start going up to his left. When his team's suppressed shots began penetrating the night air, Reece could tell the plan was working. They'd turned night into day. All they had to do was just not miss. If the Russians survived the initial onslaught, they would be back on top with their nods and lasers. Reece's team would get only one chance. He'd seen 5 figures in prone when his first flare had illuminated the landscape. How many have my team sent up? Don't worry about them right now. Do your job. Reece reached for the flare gun, grabbed his second and last round from its rail and broke the action, only to find the spent shell didn't eject on its own. Grabbing it with his numb fingers, he pulled it from the gun, fumbled, and dropped his last flare into the abyss. Chapter 76. Vasilyevich and the last living member of his base element rolled out of what they quickly recognized as a kill zone. Whoever was shooting at them was good. In 3 or 4 seconds, he'd taken out more than half his force. Luckily, the Wagner group team leader still had his sniper. How many flares did they have? Recognizing that the tables had turned, Vasilyevich focused his attention on the cliffs to the northeast from behind the boulder before him and motioned to his sniper. The cliffs! He's in the cliffs, he hissed. The sniper had been set up to shoot down on the approaching force from the high ground and had moved from a prone to a sitting position that would allow him to find his new target in the cliffs above. The night optic was good, but at a distance it was almost impossible to discern an unmoving camouflaged figure from the jagged mountainside. There! Vasilyevich saw a slight movement against a still backdrop. 500 meters, halfway up the rocks, he yelled at the sniper to make sure he knew where to shoot. Vasilyevich directed his M4 at his new target, lasers dancing in and around the location of the movement, and began to fire. Reece's heart sank as his final flare dropped out of sight, bouncing off the rock face and falling into the darkness below. Shit! My teammates are counting on me. Think, Reece. Adapt! He saw the muzzle flashes. With suppressors, they were not as prominent as they would have been without them, but they were enough for Reece to make them out in the darkness. He thought back to the early days in Afghanistan, the automatic weapons gunners shooting unsuppressed at an entrenched enemy position. He remembered the Al-Qaeda guns turning toward the bright flashes of light at the brakes of the 5.56 and 7.62 machine guns. The man's head to his right, exploding. Reece knew he should change positions after his first shots, especially since he had now lost the element of surprise and the enemy had him zeroed, but he stayed where he was. What he suspected was that the enemy's IR lasers had been sighted in for a range of 25 yards to a point of aim, point of impact, a cardinal sin. In simple terms, it meant that the lasers would hit what they were aiming at if that target was at 25 yards. He also knew they had a sniper with them. The single round that had impacted him in the body armor had not come from a 5.56 weapon system. If the sniper already had him in his sights, he was a dead man. Observe, orient, decide, act. Settling back in behind his rifle, Reece took a breath and exhaled. He saw the full auto muzzle flash from the suppressed M4 and noted its ineffective hits to his left. He was looking for the sniper. Reece knew he had an advantage. He'd already put targets down and was perfectly dialed for the distance, angle, and elevation, and he knew the wind hold. His antagonist would be taking all those factors into consideration, but had yet to confirm it with a shot. If the Russian sniper missed, he'd make the correction and would not miss again. A single flash, 3 meters to the full auto gun's left, registered in Reece's brain. He estimated back from that flash where the shooter's head would be on the stock of a long-range rifle, and pressed the trigger. Vasilyevich heard the report of the large-caliber weapon reverberate off the canyon walls, and saw the muzzle flash just as his sniper's head snapped back and away from his shukhavin, his body collapsing in an unnatural heap. Without looking back up at the cliff, Vasilyevich pushed himself to his feet and retreated into the darkness. Chapter 77. The snow crunched beneath his feet, his nods fogging up from the exertion. He stumbled, fell, got back up, and pressed onward. If only he could make it to the lodge. Vasilyevich's frantic radio calls went unanswered. Sergei never used radios. He despised all trappings of the modern world, and the director was on the hunt, focused on his newest acquisition, the American whose sister he'd killed days earlier. What was that? The distinctive sound of Mikhail Kalashnikov's revolutionary invention echoed through the forest. It was too far away to be directed at him. Was it possible one of his men had survived the encounter? His contractors carried M4s. Who on the island had an AK? Then he heard it again, and again. Then it hit him. The Americans were putting AK rounds into the dead bodies of his men. Now Vasilyevich knew what it was to be hunted. His force had been defeated by the Americans. He'd become too comfortable with the night vision and lasers, knowing their adversary wouldn't have the advantage of technology after being hit with the EMP. He'd become overconfident, on home soil with the advantage of surprise and the technical superiority of owning the night. The Americans had made them pay for their hubris. He knew they had taken his force's helmets and night vision, probably their snowshoes and weapons with IR lasers as well. If only he could get to the relative safety of Alexander's compound, he could contact the Russian military across the bay at Petropavlovsk-Kamchatsky or Avacha Bay and request reinforcements. With the weapons in the lodge, he, Alexander, and Sergei could hold off the invaders until help arrived. Stopping to catch his breath, Vasilyevich nervously scanned the path behind him. He'd be easy to track in the snow, and with early nautical twilight not far off, his pursuers would be able to pick up their pace. He closed his eyes, held his breath, and listened. There. They were coming. Keep going. Get to the lodge. Reece and his team charged through the snow, now outfitted in the snowshoes, helmets, rifles, and nods of their enemy. Reece had warned them that the IR lasers were probably sighted in point of aim, point of impact, at 25 yards, so anything past that distance would be dicey. Devon had his eyes on Ito, who pushed forward on the track of their quarry. Reece took point and had his eyes up and out, looking for threats. It was clear that the Russian was moving toward the lodge, probably to sound the alarm and warn Alexander of the approaching hit team. Reece was intent on him not making it. Devon threw up his left hand, signaling the patrol to stop. He'd seen Ito change his behavior. They were close. Not wanting to walk into another ambush, Reece gave the hand and arm signal for the two trail seals to punch out to the right. Farkas and Chavez would move out and ahead to flank their target, putting him in an L ambush and sealing his fate. Reece and Devon waited, quiet and listening for any changes in the environment. Eli took rear security. They'd give their flanking element a solid 5 minutes, and then it would be time for Ito to go to work. They'd caught up quicker than Vasilyevich had anticipated. How many were there? The Russian knew he would never make it to the lodge in time. He would have to outthink them. His plan was a long shot, but one that just might pay off. With a dog on his track, he'd double back, circling around, and run parallel to them, closing the distance while moving in the opposite direction, essentially doing a large U-turn. The dog's nose would be on the track. If he could make the move before his pursuers noticed he was veering to his right, he just might have a chance. The tubes on these particular nods were not the best for peripheral vision. It was like looking through 2 toilet paper tubes. Everything within those tubes was lit up in hues of green, white, and black. To see right or left, his head had to physically turn in those directions. He hoped that because they were exerting themselves to catch him before he got to the lodge, they would be too focused on making time through the snow rather than on the possibility their prey might be trying to outwit them with such a risky maneuver. By the time they figured out he was not going for the lodge, he'd have the drop on them. The 2 Americans and the lone Russian saw each other at the same time. Farkas was in the lead. His weapon came up quickly as he took the safety off, finger to trigger, but not fast enough for the Russian coming directly for him, who dove into his first available cover. "Contact front!" Farkas yelled to Chavez, who immediately joined him on line, both operators melting into the closest trees to evaluate the situation. "He was doubling back on us," Farkas said, now in a hushed voice. "You keep him pinned," Chavez said. "I'm going to punch right. Let's finish this guy." "Roger," Farkas confirmed. "Moving," Chavez said. "Move." Before he could take a step, a Russian F-1 hand grenade landed in the snow, just shy of his cover. Reece, Devon, and Eli heard the explosion. "Shit, he was doubling back on us!" Reece exclaimed. "Oldest trick in the book," the former SEAL commander thought. "Should have anticipated that." "Send him," Reece ordered. Without a second thought, Devon said, "Was," German for bite, and Ito charged toward the enemy. Vasilyevich angled his head out from behind the tree. He could see that both Americans were down but still moving. He'd finish them and then sprint toward the lodge. The snowshoes were a bit cumbersome, but his remaining pursuers would have the same issue, and they just might proceed more cautiously now that he'd shown them he could exploit his tactical advantages just as well as they could. He was just getting to his feet when it felt like he was hit in the side with a sledgehammer. Ito had been born and bred for this very task. While some dogs longed to chase tennis balls or retrieve ducks, Ito wanted nothing more than to kill terrorists. Though this one didn't smell or taste the way the ones had on his past trips to the warmer places with the one they called Devon, he knew this was his target. His job was to destroy the man before him, and Ito knew how to do just that. Reece, Eli, and Devon were within 20 yards when they finally had a clear line of sight to the struggle between man and beast. They saw the Russian make a move to draw something from his waistline. Gun or knife, it didn't matter. 3 lasers found his head, the warriors depressing their triggers in the same instant, each sending deadly projectiles into the brainstem of their target, who dropped straight into the snow. "Here," Devon ordered, bringing Ito back to his master as Eli moved to the 2 downed SEALs. Chavez was getting up, just a little dazed from the blast. "You okay, buddy?" Reece asked, looking in his eyes and then doing a once-over of his body to ensure he still had all his fingers and toes. "I'm good. Snow tamped the majority of the blast, but Farkas was closer. I'll go take care of our plausible deniability," he said, unslinging the AK from his back and walking toward what was left of the dead Russian. Eli was stuffing a wound on Farkas's upper leg with gauze below a tourniquet. Even through his nods, Reece could tell it was a bad one. Farkas was conscious and gritting his teeth to stay quiet. "Farkas, you are going to make it. That shrapnel missed your arteries, so it's not an arterial bleed. You have a bunch of small shards of shrapnel in there. It just hurts like hell. Take these," Eli said, handing the wounded SEAL a handful of pills. "They will ward off infection, and we'll have you out of here and back to an ER in Alaska before they wear off." While Eli practiced medicine, Reece reached into Farkas's pack and pulled out the small Kifaro Wubi, a 21st century private sector version of the venerable military poncho liner. He extracted it from its small built-in stuff sack and wrapped it around the wounded frogman. Next, he pulled out the Sitka Gear flash shelter and wrapped that around the puffy poncho liner. "This isn't perfect, but it will keep you from freezing to death out here. We'll be back. I need everybody for this assault. The lodge is just a click east." Reece thought of Hannah and Rafe. Though he hated to do it, he was not going to be able to leave a member of the team behind to tend to Farkas. If they failed, Farkas was a dead man, if not from the Russian military assets that would descend on the island, then from the freezing temperatures of Medni and the infections that were bound to set in as soon as the antibiotics wore off. "Crush them, sir. Don't worry about me. I have rear security," he said, holding up his rifle. Reece nodded. The other members of the assault force were primed to execute, the familiar look of resolve on their faces. Before storming on toward the target, Reece looked down at the smallest member of the team, the multi-purpose canine who had saved his life yet again. The dog was chewing on something. It was a chunk of Captain Karyavin Vasilyevich's triceps. Chapter 78. Rafe moved toward high ground, faster now that the sun was about to break the horizon. Was Reece really on his way to Russia? Or was it just another one of Zharkov's sick mind games? The image of his sister's dismembered head floating in formaldehyde burned in his mind, the hate keeping him warm. He squeezed himself into a rock outcropping and surveyed the terrain behind him. Weather was coming in off the Bering Sea. That might work to his advantage. He squinted back the way he had come, and could just make out the monstrous 6x6 vehicle pushing through the tundra and snow, slowly gaining elevation in the early morning light. A snowmobile with a single skid in front followed a short distance behind. He knew he had been easy to follow. Now it was time to bait a trap of his own. He looked over the snow-strewn cliffs to the jagged rocks that met the sea at their base, and then carefully backtracked out the way he had come. Alexander brought the Kamaz troop transport to a stop, the tracks in front of him moving toward the very same cliffs where the sister had met her fate. Shaking his head, he grabbed his Raven crossbow from the seat beside him. Sergei and the dogs would deal with anyone who survived his contractors well before they made it to this elevation. He wanted to test himself on this hunt. He'd only bring the dogs up as a last resort.
"What tricks do you have up your sleeve?"
Alexander swung down from the off-road vehicle's lowest step and detached his snowshoes, feeling excitement building inside him.
"Finally, a worthy adversary."
Alexander ran his tongue along his upper lip, his eyes tracing the footsteps through the snow.
Don't make this easy on me, Rainsford.
He cocked his crossbow and inserted a bolt into the flight groove of his weapon before stepping off into the snow in search of his prey. Chapter 79. With Farkas out of the fight, the assault team now consisted of 4 seasoned operators and a dog. They would usually hit a compound like this with 40 assaulters, air assets, a blocking force, and a QRF on standby. On the plus side, Reece didn't have some Remph squawking questions in his ear from back at the Tactical Operations Center. Eli had maneuvered to the back of the building to catch any squirters who might head for the hills during the assault. As the most valuable member of the team with medical skills rivaling any ER doctor, keeping him out of the initial entry was the smart call. Reece noted the surprising lack of security as they approached the entrance under cover of darkness. Was it possible the intel was correct, and the security element they'd eliminated were the only ones on the island? The 10 dead contractors would fit with the numbers from the agency target package. Still, Reece had grown skeptical of all intel that was not generated at the tactical level. They stacked on the door and Chavez took point, finger on the trigger, off safe, with Devon and Ito just behind him. Reece took rear security, giving him the best situational awareness. Had this been a sanctioned mission with the support apparatus that accompanies a special mission unit operation, Ito would have had a small camera attached to his harness, allowing Devon to see what was going on inside without committing assaulters. In this case, they didn't know how many people were in the target building, and they needed to get to Hannah and Rafe before the alert went out that might get them killed. This was an in extremis hostage rescue operation. Unlike a capture-kill, they would bypass potential threats to get to the hostages. A dog in this situation could end up being a liability, but with only 4 operators, they needed Ito to lead them directly to the hostages. Reece squeezed the back of Devon's left leg, indicating it was time to put Ito to work. Devon reached into his cargo pocket and pulled out a small Ziploc bag. Opening it up, he removed a piece of a dirty T-shirt belonging to Rafe he'd asked Annika for before they'd left Montana. He would have preferred to have one of Hannah's, but this was the best they could do. Putting the scent-infused clothing to Ito's nose, Devon whispered in German, "Revera," and opened the door. The entry was not even locked, once again raising the hair on the back of Reece's neck. Could this be an ambush? Too late for that, they were committed. Ito broke the threshold. Chavez, entering, immediately left, weapon up, ready to work. Devon went right, taking his corner and sweeping his rifle back just past the center of the room. Chavez was doing the same. Reece was right behind them, moving left to Chavez's side and taking the center of the room first. Clear. They didn't need to speak. Motions and instincts instilled from hundreds of raids and thousands of training exercises made the flow of clearing rooms second nature. Moving. Follow the dog. They moved past the foyer into the great room that was part dining area and part trophy room. Light was beginning to crack the horizon, but the nods were still the most effective way to penetrate the darkness. The remnants of a fire smoldered in an imposing stone fireplace. Ito tore through the game room. He'd alerted. Rafe was close. The assaulters followed Ito across the room, their movements smooth, natural, manhunters in their natural environment. Focused on the door at the far corner of the room, Reece subconsciously noted the animals that adorned the walls. He shot past a tiger rug in front of the fireplace, moving between a South American jaguar looking down from its perch across from a snow leopard on the opposite wall doing the same. A full-body polar bear guarded the doorway through which Ito led the team. A walrus was mounted just across from the majestic white Arctic beast. Does this guy hunt anything that's not endangered? Reece thought. What an asshole. They followed Ito through the door and into a narrow stone staircase leading into darkness. Reece gave the squeeze and the foursome started to descend, Chavez leading the way, Ito right behind. Reece was last in line, keeping his rifle pointed up toward the door behind them. The stairs terminated in a locked steel door. Ito had clearly alerted on it, and Reece prayed that Hannah was with her brother on the other side. Reece gave Chavez the signal to breach. Ordinarily, they would explosively breach it from the top of the stairs, using the thick walls as protection from the overpressure. In this case, breaching charges were conspicuously missing from the loadout. Chavez slung his weapon and reached behind him for the hooligan tool. Studying the inward opening door, he cursed to himself, wishing he'd brought along the sledge. But when a small band of operators invade a country from 35,000 feet, you can only bring so much. Reece, Ito, and Devon backed up a couple of steps to give Chavez room. Whoever was on the other side would know well in advance that they were coming. In a hostage scenario, that was the last thing you wanted. They were giving up the advantage of surprise. Once the door was ajar, they doubled down on violence of action. Chavez inserted the hoolie into the jamb and, using its claws, started to pry. The door was solid. The rock wall into which it was built was not. Identifying the weakness, Chavez attacked the area where the locking mechanism met the wall. The stone began to crumble. After a minute, the entrance began to give way. Chavez seized the opportunity and turned the tool around, slamming the duckbill, designed to ram, into the lock again and again. The noise reverberated up the stairway, steel meeting steel. Chavez grunting with exertion as he gave the effort everything he had. One final swing, and the door flew open on its hinges. Chavez flattened himself against the wall, making room for Devon, Reece, and Ito to make entry. Devon went left, and Reece hooked around to the right, clearing his corner and sweeping back past the center of the room. Silence. "Clear right," Reece whispered. "Clear left," Devon confirmed. "Wait, what the—" Reece said aloud. "Belay that." Ito had sprinted to the end of the room and was barking at the wall. Only it wasn't. What had at first appeared to be a wall under the alien illumination of the nods was in fact a series of bars, and not just bars, prison cells. The three operators read the room as a professor of literature would a classic novel. They pushed down the left wall, covering the cells with their weapons, sweeping back and forth across the uncleared area. "Movement. Hold fire," Reece commanded. "I'm hitting the light. Stand by. Moving." "Move," Chavez said. Reece took a few steps into the center of the room, flipped up his nods, and pulled down on a string attached to a single light bulb. The room was sparse, rock floor and walls, solid wood beams across the ceiling. 8 prison cells were built against the opposite side of the room. The 3 commandos kept their weapons trained on the unknown, quickly processing the scene. 8 cells. 6 occupied. 2 unoccupied. No Rafe, no Hannah. The prisoners all huddled in the back corners of their cells, trying to determine if the new intruders were friends or foes. "Chavez, Devon, clear the rest of the house with Ito. I think it's empty, but make sure. Then, Devon, you switch out with Eli. I need him in here ASAP. Take up security with Ito. I'm going to see what intel I can get from these guys. Eli and I will prep them to move. We can't leave them here. We have to assume reinforcements are inbound. This time, it's not going to be a few contractors. It's going to be a full-on Russian military response. Take these prisoners to extract. They might be the only witnesses to what's happened here, and if this goes public, we will need them to keep us off the noose." "Hey, boss," Chavez said from the far end of the room. The change in his tone was chilling. He was standing by a table that had been moved in front of the last cell, a cell that was now empty. A large glass jar, almost the size of a water cooler jug, was on top. Reece walked toward it, a sense of dread building the closer he got. Knowing what it was, even before he stopped, he knelt down and came face to face with Hannah Hastings. "What are you going to do?" Chavez asked. Reece felt the hate welling up from the deepest recesses of his soul. He looked from Hannah's upturned eyes to those of his friend and teammate. "I'm going hunting." Chapter 80. Reece ran in snowshoes, finding his rhythm, the Eccles Legend rifle cradled in his grasp. He had reloaded with 4 rounds in its magazine and a 5th in the chamber. 5 additional rounds on its cheek pad gave Reece quick access to more ammunition and put his eye at the optimal height behind the scope. He'd traded his battlefield pickup for his bolt-action Eccles because he wanted a tool he was comfortable with if he had to make a long shot. According to the African prisoners in Zharkov's dungeon, the Russian hunter and his accomplice had started tracking Rafe when it was still dark, which meant he had at least a 2-hour head start. In all likelihood, Reece would have to even up that distance with a bullet. He'd thought the team might mutiny when he told them he was forging ahead without them. He'd convinced them that with his sniper rifle and with only 2 targets still in play, he was best equipped to handle them. Reece stressed that they needed to get back to Farkas, and it would take the 3 of them to move him to extract. 2 would carry the wounded SEAL, and 1 would be on security, while also accounting for the Africans. They'd have to rotate positions as they maneuvered overland to the Albatross and Freedom. While all that was true, Reece also knew that anyone who stayed was probably not leaving the island. Going after Rafe and Alexander meant they would surely miss the extract window. He couldn't live with the deaths of more of his friends and teammates on his conscience. He would continue alone. Reece had dropped most of his gear for added mobility. He needed to move. His half-face Hunter Skinner and Winkler Sayoc R&D Hawk were on his belt. A SIG P320 compact was in a Black Point tactical wing holster at his side. The path was easy to follow. The tracks were from a 4-wheel drive built to crawl over the snow and rock-strewn landscape. The snowshoes kept him from potholing into the deeper patches of snow as he gained elevation. His labored breathing and the howling wind all but eliminated his sense of hearing. Dawn had broken to an overcast sky. It would be snowing soon. He had to catch up with Rafe and Alexander before the weather closed in, concealing their tracks. The jar containing Hannah's head was seared into Reece's memory. The man responsible was at the end of the trail. It was time for him to die. Reece's peripheral vision caught a blur of white to his right. On instinct born of a warrior's DNA, he pivoted and threw up his left arm to block his face, the dog's teeth sinking into the fabric of his jacket and piercing the skin beneath. Dog! Losing his balance on the snowshoes that had just turned from an asset into a liability, he dropped his rifle and spun the massive canine around into the snow. The primal growls of the beast so close to his face flipped a switch in the former commando. His 5-meter target had just become this animal intent on killing him. Forcing the dog down in the powder, Reece took the mount position and fired a palm strike against his own arm, slamming his radial bone deep into the dog's mouth to take away the jaw's mechanical advantage and prevent it from shredding his arm to pieces. Having been taught to defend against dogs bred and trained to kill, Reece shot a second palm strike into its sensitive nose before going for his pistol. With his arm blocking the dog's face, Reece raised the SIG toward its brain. The thrashing animal was not accustomed to being on its back, which made an accurate shot difficult even at contact distance. To prevent a pistol stoppage from the mess that the animal's hair, skin, and bones were about to cause, Reece braced his thumb on the backplate and fired 1 round into its head, ignoring the instantaneous ringing in his ears from the close shot. Reece pushed clear and struggled to get the awkward snowshoes back under him while attempting to clear his self-induced malfunction from the contact shot. Before he could rack the slide, the second dog hit him in the ribs, sending the SIG into the snow. Fuck! How many dogs do these guys have? As Reece reoriented toward his newest threat, he had another chilling thought. Where is his handler? Reece adjusted to the new, larger dog and tried to rip the snowshoes off his feet. The dog lunged, its sharp teeth finding purchase near Reece's collarbone, ripping with its head but coming away with only bits of jacket. With 1 snowshoe now free, Reece swung it at his new aggressor, the terrain and the animal's power keeping the SEAL on his knees as it charged in again. Grabbing for anything he could, Reece pushed 1 arm into the dog's muscular chest and wrapped his hand around its left leg. Feeling the teeth sink into his shoulder, Reece remembered the weakest part of a multi-purpose canine. He grabbed the animal's front legs and snapped them apart like a wishbone, breaking the dog's base. Its primal bark instantaneously became a painful whimper. Rolling around as he would a human on the jiu-jitsu mats, Reece clinched its head and wrapped his arm around its neck, putting it in an anaconda choke. The dog thrashed and pawed in desperation, before depleting the last measure of its strength and going limp in Reece's arms. Falling to his back, Reece sucked in precious oxygen. He took stock of his injuries while noting how much longer it took to choke out a dog than a human. The handler, I need to find my SIG. Reece scrambled to his feet, the 1 snowshoe still attached to his foot, making standing a tougher proposition than usual. Scanning the immediate area, Reece froze. A sound he knew all too well permeated the ringing in his ears, the sound of an action cycling on a bolt gun. He turned toward it and found himself looking at a huge man in skins and furs. He was holding a .300 Winchester Magnum. It was at his hip, pointing directly at Reece. Chapter 81. Reece watched as the bear of a man ran the bolt, sending a cartridge into the snow. His face remained expressionless as he cycled the action once more, ejecting another round. He then moved the rifle to his shoulder. Click. Reece inadvertently flinched at what had just become the loudest sound in the world, a firing pin going forward on an empty chamber. The beast smiled as he turned the rifle around and, holding it by its barrel, swung it like a bat, letting it fly off into the snowy tundra. Reece dropped back to a knee, fumbling with the clasp on the snowshoe, in a desperate attempt to free his foot, the monster slowing his approach, as if to give Reece time. The snowshoe free, Reece went for the blade at his belt, but was stopped by a spinning back kick which sent him careening into the ground, hitting his lower back on a rock hidden just beneath the fresh coat of snow. Who is this guy? A spinning back kick coming with such speed from a man of that size was not a good sign. He's comfortable here, Reece thought, getting back to his feet and shooting in for a double-leg takedown. His opponent sprawled, then spun to take Reece's back, lifting him up until his hips were over his head, slamming him down like a rag doll. Reece's face met the snow, which luckily softened the impact. Sambo, Reece thought. Russian military. His opponent backed off, allowing Reece to start to stand. He's toying with me. The Russian then moved in with an agility Reece had not seen in years, taking Reece back down with a scissor sweep, then recovering in the mount position. Reece covered his face in a vain attempt to block the blows that rained down from above. He heard the Russian laugh, saying something in his native tongue that Reece couldn't understand. An image of Rafe's head, in a glass container next to his sister's, appeared in Reece's mind. Reece thrust his hips up, surprising the gigantic Russian and moving him forward. That move gave Reece the space he needed to draw his blade. Twisting up on his left side and scooting right, Reece plunged the sharp steel into the Russian's hip, then slammed his free hand into the back of the hilt to drive it in as far as possible. Writhing in pain, the Koryak warrior pushed Reece away, giving them both time to stand. A mutual respect for the fighting prowess of the other caused a slight tactical pause. His smile and laughter gone, the Russian drew a large skinning blade from his belt and watched as Reece's right hand moved behind his back, returning with his Winkler R&D hawk in a hammer grip, his left hand still holding Chavez's gift. Both men knew only one of them was leaving this desolate patch of terrain alive. The sharp weapons felt at home in Reece's hands, the grips designed to offer a hold even when awash in the blood of enemies. The two fighters moved toward each other, the Russian using his reach to his advantage, attempting to slash at Reece's stomach. The American anticipated the move. Reece's short blade connected with the larger man's arm, drawing a superficial wound. Reece used his momentum to swing the tomahawk at the Russian's head. Sergei evaded by swaying left, ready to press the attack. Recovering from his missed swing, Reece bent his knees to change levels and hooked his axe behind his target's ankle. He yanked back, sweeping the Russian off his feet. Capitalizing on his dominant position, Reece rushed in to destroy his opponent, but the Russian threw up his feet and used them, along with Reece's momentum, to throw the smaller man over his head. This is why you train, Reece. Push the offensive, capitalize on his first mistake, and kill him. The native Siberian closed the distance and re-entered with a massive downward slash. Reece blocked it by striking his attacker's forearm with the shaft of the tomahawk, and, in a move he'd learned studying the Filipino martial arts, hooked his opponent's arm with the beard of the weapon, swinging it down and away. The violent motion ripped his tomahawk down his opponent's arm and through his knife hand in a move known as disarming the snake. Sensing the Russian was both surprised and off balance, Reece swung his left hand around and planted his blade squarely in the large man's clavicle. Reece moved off center line and swept the Russian off his feet, which also inadvertently ripped the knife still stuck in the Russian's collarbone from Reece's hand. Finish it. Leading with the axe, Reece moved to end the fight, but was blasted back with a powerful kick from the Russian. Don't get careless, Reece. Close the distance, get inside his range, take that advantage from him. Pushing the axe head down in his hand into a punch grip, the bottom of the axe head resting on the top of Reece's fist, he squared off again. Sergei entered with a jab. Mistake. Reece used his left elbow to guide the punch directly into the spike of the hawk, splitting the Russian's hand in two. Howling in pain, a look of madness in his eyes, Sergei fired a reverse punch at Reece's head with his uninjured hand. Reece covered and crashed in, punching the head of his axe into the Siberian's face, taking off the bottom of his nose and leaving part of his cheek dangling and exposed. The Siberian attempted another futile, rage-filled swing, but Reece passed his opponent's arm with the shaft of his axe and darted in to clutch his enemy's head, digging the back spike of the hawk into his neck. Taking his other hand, Reece clinched him close, bumped his hips, and took the huge Russian to the ground, landing with his right knee on his chest. In full survival mode, Sergei wrapped the axe with his one massive working hand, gripping it for dear life. Unable to use his most formidable weapon, Reece reverted to a palm strike to the side of the Russian's head and followed it with an elbow. Seeing his blade still protruding from his enemy's collarbone, Reece grabbed the exposed hilt and ratcheted it back and forth like a joystick. Primordial screams of pain erupted from the large man as the vicious blade cut deeper. Reece pushed it downward toward the subclavian artery, pleural sac, and the top of the lungs, trying to force a tension pneumothorax. Sensing what Reece was trying to do, the Russian moved his enormous fist to the SEAL's left hand, which was working the blade into his body. Another target. Reece sliced through the Russian's last functional hand. He turned the blade over and pressure cut across his neck and throat before planting the blade into the left eye socket. Slippery with blood, Reece drew back the axe and used his hip to bump the axe to a hammer grip. He then raised it and chopped it directly into his adversary's skull. Quickly ripping it free, he continued to cycle full-power blows to the head and neck, driven by a vision of Hannah's upturned eyes, her hair floating around her severed head. In one last attempt at salvation, the giant rolled over, wrapping up Reece's ankle. This exposed his side and back, giving Reece new targets, which he attacked with a vengeance. The SEAL continued his onslaught until the axe severed his antagonist's spinal cord with a strike to the base of the neck. Exhausted and steaming from the fluids evaporating into the cold air, Reece sank back on his heels, enveloped in a fog of death. He closed his eyes and steadied his breathing before kneeling on the Russian's face and ripping the blade from his eye. There was still work to be done. Chapter 82. Alexander deliberately followed the tracks, aware that he was not pursuing a sub-Saharan savage, but a highly trained hunter and man of war. He wouldn't find Rainsford cowering in fear at the end of the trail like he did so many of those imported from the African continent, half frozen to death in a foreign land. No. Rainsford would be thoughtful. He'd be tricky. Put yourself in his shoes, Alexander mused. Where would you go? What would you do? Rainsford was a military man. What did military men the world over do? When pressed, they went to the high ground and they flanked. Two of the basic tenets of warfare, confirmed time and time again throughout history. Or would Rainsford know I know this, and do something only an amateur would do because I won't expect it? Will he be waiting for me in my bedroom when I return tonight? Look, he's going to the same point where his stupid sister thought she could hide, no doubt hoping the weather would cover her tracks. She hadn't counted on the dogs. Maybe he isn't either. Soon enough, I'll put this bolt through your heart, S. Rainsford, and I'll mount your head in a jar right next to your sisters, in my sleeping quarters. Rafe watched his tormentor from the rocks 50 feet above. He'd gone as far as he could in the snow, stopping at a place where he could rock climb toward a cave in the side of the cliff. His ruse was intended to make the Russian think he had found refuge there. Instead, he had backtracked out until he made his way to a section of the snow and rock-strewn mountainside that allowed him to leave his trail. He had carefully picked his way up the slope, using rocks, ice, and the occasional exposed root to hide his tracks. Hope is not a course of action, I know, but sometimes it's all we have. He watched as the man who hunted him edged closer to the cliff's edge. He could sense the calculations going through his mind, attempting to anticipate Rafe's moves. Rafe had seen the contractors, heard the dogs. Without a weapon or proper clothing, his odds of surviving the night were slim. The man below had hunted his sister on this very patch of earth. Rafe imagined her terror in those last moments of life, pursued by this madman, his native tracker and hunting dogs. If he was to avenge her, he might not get another shot. Alexander's eyes followed the tracks until they left the snow for the rock of the cliff face. He imagined the route Rainsford and his sister had taken to the cave, inching their way across to what they believed was sanctuary. Was he going to spend the night in there? Was he just getting out of the elements, preparing for the coming storm? The Russian's eyes slowly moved back from the cave, along the cliff face, to the tracks just to the right of his feet, then back in the direction of his vehicle. His quick step to the rear probably saved his life. A football-sized rock connected with his shoulder instead of his head and sent him crashing into the snow. Rainsford! My weapon! Alexander scrambled to his knees. Crawling to his crossbow, he brought it to his shoulder, his eye finding the scope, as Rafe Hastings descended from above in a controlled fall. Rafe flew down the rock face, his feet finding just enough purchase to direct his movement as he hurled himself toward his sister's killer. He felt the arrow take him in the right shoulder, its broad head pierced tissue and penetrated bone, his right arm immediately incapacitated. His target struggled to get to his feet, fumbling with a second bolt from his quiver. Rafe's left foot found a solid stone, planted firmly, and launched him into his antagonist, sending both of them over the edge of the precipice. Chapter 83. 15 feet to the right, and they would have both been killed on the jagged rocks. Instead, they went over the edge onto a scree slope just shy of vertical. Rafe felt Alexander take the brunt of the first hit as his body connected with a protruding rock, sending them careening toward the sea. Rafe's face made contact with the earth, and he momentarily lost consciousness, his frame briefly becoming a ragdoll. He came to as his already disabled arm shattered against a rock just before he splashed into the knee-deep surf, his leg twisting into an unnatural position with an audible snap. Before the frigid water could completely take his breath away, Rafe pushed himself to a sitting position. Gasping for air and attempting to take stock of his injuries, he wondered what happened to Alexander.
Looks like a compound fracture,
a voice in heavily accented Russian said above the cacophony of the surf.
You of all people know that injuries like that almost certainly lead to death in this country. Look around you, no hospital for thousands of miles.
The waves surged in across the rocky beach, and Rafe used the one arm that worked to keep his head above the icy froth.
You were indeed a worthy adversary. Very similar to your sister. She died right here, just up the beach, on those rocks. The stupid whore jumped to her death, killed one of my dogs with a bone, of all things, and then took the other one with her. I never even got a shot off. The pursuit was thrilling, though. So much better than the savages we import for sport. With you, S. Rainsford, I did get a shot off. How's the shoulder? I'm about to get another shot off and add you to my collection.
As he spoke, He used the crossbow's Versadraw system to retract the string and cock the weapon. He then loaded a short arrow from the quiver into the rail and clicked it into position on the bowstring. I have bested the great seal and tracker S. Rainsford. I am the supreme hunter. You know, Hunter, you're nothing but a killer. A sick, demented killer, Rafe spat. Anger flashed in Zharkov's eyes. Your friends are all dead by now. No one is coming. Sit up so I can kill you like a man. Rafe struggled to bring his broken leg under him and get in a sitting position. He was going to face his death head on. He admired the beauty of the coastline, the rocks and gravel beneath him, the Arctic water rushing past, the sounds, the birds, the cliff, reminded him of Kodiak. And he remembered that this was exactly the reason the SEAL training facility had been built there, to mimic these conditions. Just remember to watch your back. What? Someone is coming for you. Someone who will not stop until he pulls your beating heart from your chest and shows it to you. You're about to find out what it's like to be hunted. Alexander put the crossbow to his shoulder and took aim. In all likelihood, the bolt would go right through Rafe at this distance, taking out both lungs and the heart. He wanted to preserve the head for his collection. The imperialist Navy SEAL and world-renowned hunter would be his most prized trophy. You'll be with your sister in a few seconds. Be sure and tell that bitch I said fuck you for killing my dogs. Her head does make an attractive trophy, though. What was wrong? Alexander willed his finger to pull the trigger, but nothing was happening. He tried again, confused. His breathing was heavy, and his head felt like someone was slowly turning down the dimming switch of a light bulb. He sank to his knees on the gravel beach in front of his quarry, his crossbow falling from his grasp. He looked down to see the wooden shaft of an arrow protruding from the left side of his chest. He admired its craftsmanship, trying to place where he'd seen it before as his body jolted forward, a second shaft appearing alongside the first. Alexander gazed at the native arrowheads in an odd mix of wonder and bewilderment, then fell forward into the crashing surf. Rafe! Rafe! Reece scrambled down the rocks toward the beach, sliding along with the scree in a semi-controlled descent. He had watched Rafe fall to his side and disappear beneath the waves, the powerful undertow dragging him out to sea along with the man who, moments earlier, had him dead to rights. Reece hit the beach at a dead sprint, the wet pebbles doing their best to impede his progress. He crashed into the surf, arms searching desperately for his friend. A body! Reece held tight and heaved it out of the water, turning it over and looking into the open death stare of Alexander Zharkov. Fuck! Reece pushed the body away, frantically feeling for a second one. Come on! There! A shoulder rolling in the surf. Reece surged toward it as the ocean gave him one last chance. Got him! Reece grabbed his friend as another wave surged over them, quickly rushing back out to sea underneath itself and working to bring the two warriors along with it. Reece wrestled through the icy water, looking back at the incoming waves, dragging Rafe toward shore. He dug in to resist the undertow, then heaved forward in the brief respite between waves. In knee-deep water, then ankle-deep, Reece continued to hoist his comrade from the current that threatened to pull them into the depths. Finally, above the relative safety of the low water mark, Reece scanned the cliffs above for threats, before turning his full attention to his friend. Reece had no idea what had transpired before he sent the two arrows through Zharkov's heart, so he immediately assessed his patient, worried that the cold water could mask a massive arterial bleed. Even through his pant leg, Reece could tell there was something seriously wrong with Rafe's leg. His right arm was bent in an unnatural position, the swelling increasing by the second, to say nothing of the arrow shaft that protruded from his shoulder. Reece felt for breathing and a pulse. Pulse was weak. No breathing. Shit! Stay with me, buddy! A quick check of Rafe's airway confirmed that it was clear, so Reece delivered two quick rescue breaths watching his friend's chest rise and fall with the life-saving respiratory assistance. Reece jerked back as Rafe's body involuntarily lurched up, his eyes opening wide as his lungs drew in the much-needed oxygen. Rafe's eyes came to focus on the man who had just saved his life. As he returned from the dead, he was hardly able to form his first word.
Zharkov?
Reece shook his head. It's done, brother. Rafe closed his eyes and nodded. We need to get you off this beach, Reece said, assessing the routes up.
Get this fucking arrow out of me!
Reece knew he had to do something with the bolt. It had penetrated completely through Rafe's shoulder. The razor-sharp broadhead was projecting out his back. Turn on your side and try to think of something pleasant. Reece positioned his friend on his side and carefully unscrewed the arrowhead from the bolt. He then grabbed the shaft from just below the fletchings and, without warning, pulled the carbon intruder from Rafe's body. A heavy grunt was all that escaped the SEAL's lungs. That wasn't as bad as I thought, Reece said.
Speak for yourself. I think my leg's broken. Arm, too.
I believe you're right, Reece responded, checking Rafe's distal and pedal pulses. Don't go anywhere. Reece charged up the rocky shore and grabbed 2 pieces of driftwood, snapping one over his thigh before running back to his patient. I'm going to splint these, buddy. No sense in dragging you out of here if the bones are going to grind through those arteries. Reece attached the thicker makeshift splint to Rafe's upper leg, lashing it in place with his tourniquet and belt. He then did the same for Rafe's arm, using Zharkov's crossbow sling to secure the improvised splint in place. How did you get here?
How are we getting out?
Rafe asked. Your dad and Thorne are coming in with the Albatross. The boys are here, too. Farkas took some shrapnel to the leg. He's in bad shape, but Eli, Devon, and Chavez are moving him to extract, along with your cellmates. Even Ito made the trip.
What? You invaded Russia?
Didn't have much choice. And if we don't make it to extract, we are getting left behind, so let's get you up and out of here. Rafe turned his head to look at the steep scree slope before them. I'm really glad you joined me for those workouts. Looks like I'm back to owing you one, Rafe said. If I make it to the top of this hill, you will. Up you go, Reece said, as he grabbed the larger man by the wrist and leg, rolling him up and into a fireman's carry. One step at a time, Reece. Chapter 84. Reece pushed the 6-wheeled off-road vehicle through the falling sleet. Rafe kept drifting in and out of consciousness in the second row of seats. Without a GPS to guide him, Reece drove toward the rising sun just visible as a lighter section of the horizon, hidden behind a gray wall of clouds. They were 2 hours late for extract, and Reece knew the odds of getting off this island with his friend were minuscule. They had launched with too little information and broke the cardinal rule of mission planning. They had no secondary or tertiary plan for extract. Everything hinged on making it to the Albatross, which Thorne would pilot as close to the wavetops as possible until hitting international airspace. Russian technology remained encapsulated in the late 1980s, which gave them a slim chance. Never tell me the odds. The weather was turning for the worse. If Thorne and Jonathan had delayed extract, it was likely they were all trapped on the island, with no means of escape. Reece rounded a bend and turned the wheel right, leaving what passed for a road and going directly for the Bering Sea. A horseshoe-shaped cove visible through the windshield. It looked protected enough from the weather. It would be possible to get a plane in and out. The only thing missing was the plane. Reece slammed on the brakes as a lone figure stepped into their path 50 yards ahead, a Belgian-made FAL rifle pointed directly at them. Reece managed to find the door handle and pushed it open, showing his empty hands to the old gunfighter before exposing his head and identifying himself to Rafe's father. The old man lowered his rifle and charged toward the vehicle.
What the bloody hell? Where's Rafe?
Reece paused and closed his eyes. Rafe's in the back, sir. He's pretty banged up. I think a broken arm and a bad leg break, probably a concussion. If we don't get him medical attention, he's not going to make it. The old man's eyes bore straight through the younger commando in front of him, the same green eyes as his son, asking the question without saying the words, "What happened to my daughter?" Eli told me, Reece. He told me. Hina is dead. Reese's eyes filled with emotion. I'm sorry, sir. We were too late. Jonathan was a man accustomed to the loss that comes from a lifetime of war in the African bush, but now the old man felt a new and awful emptiness move into his soul. He'd left the death, the executions, the genocide, and the torture behind on the Dark Continent, and even so, the darkness had found him. Now his youngest was gone. Her wild spirit was free. "Jonathan," Reece said in a measured tone, "we have to get out of here. How long ago did the plane leave?" The usually stoic old warrior swallowed hard. He'd aged a decade since Montana. "Jonathan?"
"They left an hour ago. Thorne, Farkas, Devon, Eli, and Chavez, along with the prisoners. Farkas wasn't doing well. Those crazy bastards all wanted to stay, but I wouldn't hear of it. They'd done enough. If my son and daughter weren't leaving this island, then I wasn't either. I couldn't go home without my children. They could go home to theirs."
"Attu Island is our only way out. It's directly east. Load up."
"What are you going to do, lad?
"Drive there. There has got to be a way to communicate in that lodge. These Russians had working night vision, which means they had a secure area where whatever they hit us with to take out our electronics wouldn't penetrate. We need to find it and reach the naval base on Attu."
"No one is going to send the Coast Guard to invade Russia and rescue us with a band of mercenaries. Thorne and the team are probably getting locked up as we speak. I saw it in Africa, Reece. No one is coming but Russians. I plan on taking as many as I can with me before I go."
Reece nodded in understanding. He had wanted to die when his wife and daughter were taken from him, and he'd wanted to kill as many of those responsible before he went down. He opened his mouth to argue, but another voice broke through the sub-Siberian air, an American voice with no hint of a Russian accent. "Drop your weapons or die." Chapter 85. Reece and Jonathan instinctively went to a knee as three dark, dry-suit-clad commandos holding M4 carbines converged on their position. "Names," the unknown voice commanded.
"Fuck you,"
Jonathan hissed. Reece pushed his FAL toward the ground. "It's okay," Reece said before directing his attention to the new threat. "I'm James Reece. I'm here with Rafe and Jonathan Hastings." "I'd ask you the word of the day, but I'm sure you don't know it," the man who was obviously in charge said as he moved in closer, lowering his rifle. "I'm Lieutenant Kevin O'Malley, SDV Team 1. You guys must be pretty important to divert us from a redacted. Paragraph redacted. We've got a man down in the back of the truck," Reece said, moving to his feet. "He can't walk and needs a medic. Multiple EKIA are down. I don't think there are any others, but Russian military is probably inbound." "Oh, they're inbound, all right," the SEAL leader confirmed. "Charlie 01 to Nautilus, I passed touchdown. I say again, touchdown," the platoon commander said into his OSK headset. Then, hitting a push-to-talk attached to what Reece recognized as an L3 Harris AN-PRC-163 handheld radio, he said, "Charlie 11, call in the Z-Birds and send Spanky up. We've got a non-ambulatory friendly here." O'Malley put out his hand. "Nice to meet you, sir. I've heard a lot about you. Not sure what you're doing in Russia, but whatever it is, we are here to get you out." The team's medic emerged out of the morning light and climbed into the odd-looking 6x6 to assess his patient. "What happened?" he asked as his hands checked for a pulse and worked his way down Rafe's body. "He took a tumble off a cliff and nearly drowned," Reece replied. "That was after he was shot with a crossbow. Is he going to make it?" "He's hypothermic. He's breathing and has strong distal pulses, but these displaced compound fractures have me worried. Starting IV. Need to get him to the IDC. We need to extract now," the medic directed at his platoon commander. O'Malley turned back to Reece. "Sir, we have got to get you off this beach. We have a JMAU SRT standing by. He'll be in good hands. The extract platforms are on their way. They might be a little different than the ones you used. Sub is waiting for us 4 nautical miles out. What? How did you know where we were?
Above my pay grade, O'Malley said, clearly not sure what he was allowed to divulge. All I know is that this is an agency-directed op. We have a maritime branch liaison on the sub with us who helped coordinate. A change in the tone of the surf caused Reece to pick his head up. That's our ride, O'Malley said in response to Reece's questioning look. The two Zodiacs, or combat rubber raiding craft, that emerged out of the fog looked more akin to stealth fighters than the Z-Birds Reece had used in the teams. Times change, O'Malley said before keying his mic. Chief, we need a couple guys to help carry. Time to load up. Two SEALs wearing dark green dry suits materialized from the perimeter, and two more maneuvered up the beach from the Black Zodiacs. One carried a Skedco tactical sked that he transformed into a stretcher in the center of the perimeter. They all assisted the medic in moving Rafe's broken and unconscious body from the vehicle and strapped him into the green flexible plastic stretcher, IV bag on his chest. Reece grabbed a handle and heard O'Malley say, "Moving," into his radio. They patrolled toward the ocean, toward freedom, the naval commandos bracketing the stretcher in a tight diamond formation with weapons up looking for threats. As they reached the surf zone, Reece could see that their extraction platforms were very similar to the Zodiacs he'd used in the teams, but had what looked to be a radar-deflecting or absorbing shell over the top to eliminate or reduce radar signature. The engines were muffled or possibly even electric to reduce sound. The naval commandos turned the boats so the bows were pointed back out to sea in a well-practiced maneuver. They loaded from the front as the helmsman timed the waves, waiting for everyone to climb aboard, judging his opportunity to race through the breakers. As they loaded Rafe into their extract platform, Reece turned to Jonathan, and over the sound of the cascading surf pulled him close. "I'm not coming with you." "What the bloody hell?" "My mission's not over. You go. Get home to Caroline. Mourn your daughter. Take care of Rafe. Also, I need you to talk with Thorne and have him get in touch with Vic Rodriguez at the CIA. It is imperative that he lets the agency think I made it back with you through official channels. The Russians can't think I'm still here." "Get in the boat, you bloody idiot!" Jonathan shot back. "The man who killed my father is here. Not on Medney, but he's close, and I know where." Overhearing the conversation, Lieutenant O'Malley turned, the angry sea surging around his waist, the other operators looking impatiently at their senior officer. "Sir, my orders are to bring you back. We can't have an American captured dead or alive on Russian soil." "Don't worry, Lieutenant, I have a history of doing things like this." "You'll never leave here alive, son." Jonathan's demeanor changed as he unslung his FAL and handed it to the former frogman. "If that's true, I want you to tell Katie something for me." "What's that?" "Semper." With that, Reece turned and sprinted back up the beach. Chapter 86. Siberia, Russian Far East. Winter. As winter settled upon the harsh land, a rumor began to swirl among the villages of the Krasnoyarsk Krai. A ghost was moving across the tundra, sometimes taking the shape of the animals that inhabited the wilderness. Some of the stories described him as half man and half beast. Still others were sure one of the brown bears that inhabited the interior had killed a nomadic hunter, merging their souls. The stories were passed along in the way they had since the first peoples had moved into this land, following the herds that gave them sustenance. The ghost would occasionally steal food and supplies from villages along his path, always a gift left in exchange. No one knew his destination, but it was rumored he was heading west, toward what or whom was unknown. Mothers maintained an attentive eye on their children, keeping them closer than usual. Fathers and hunters took an extra minute to pause and study the landscape before closing their doors at night. Once, a village heard a gunshot in the distance. Even specters had to eat. A native kayak had been found by children playing on the peninsula. It had been dragged into the tree line. Its owner was nowhere to be found. A motorcycle had disappeared in Elita, and the Phantom had stolen a snowmobile in Tanzi Bay. When the men of the settlement caught up with it, it was abandoned and empty of gas. An offering of fresh meat was on the seat as payment.
tracks of native snowshoes leading off into the snow. The men knew better than to track an apparition, wearing snowshoes or not. That would not end well. It was best not to meddle in the ways of the spirit world. The wise old men of the villages believed the hunter was caught between this world and the next. He was on a journey, and wouldn't rest until it was done. Village to village the rumor spread, some leaving offerings to the spirit as he drifted across the land, flour, smoked fish, sugar. On he went, passing villages and settlements, in his natural element, moving toward his target. He had never felt so free. There was only the hunt. Chapter 87. Krasnoyarsk Krai, Russia, 6 months later. Reece had spent days watching from his hide site in the hillside. The animal skins kept him warm, and the marmot jerky he'd most recently dried nourished his body. He knew he'd lost weight and muscle mass moving over 2,000 kilometers across Siberia, hunting for the man who had killed his father. Hate kept him warm. Thoughts of Katie, his homeland, his future, were buried. He had built fires when he was able, slept in snow caves or debris shelters, and kept moving, one step at a time, always forward. He used the FAL sparingly. The bow became his primary weapon for the procurement of food. He preferred it that way. He traveled as the ancient hunter-gatherers had moved, nomads following the migrating herds, foraging as they went, in a constant struggle to survive. Reece had a different purpose that pushed him forward. A violent nomad, he had a mission: death. He knew they'd come. The Mi-8 circled and landed on the gravel HLZ just outside the main house. An older man emerged from the helicopter first, the lead from the advanced detail running to the chopper door to escort him and his guest to the relative warmth of the dacha. Then came the little man. At this distance, a positive identification was not possible, but Reece was not working within the confines of the law. Reece knew. The small man bundled up against the cold was his prey. The traitor, Oliver Gray. Reece would watch for another day, and then make his move.
Oliver, why do you keep looking out that window?
Ivan Zharkov asked, looking up from the stove. He preferred to cook for himself when he was at the dacha. It reminded him of his humble beginnings. His children had missed the struggle of the early days, and that saddened him. While he had been forged through adversity, his children had grown up with the trappings of wealth, which bred a softness. All except Alexander, whose sickness had been his downfall. There's not even a fence out there, Pachan.
That is because Siberia is our fence. Even the native people only infringe on the very edges, superstitious about the event that gave us this beautiful land.
Oliver had known about what the world termed the Tunguska event and had heard Zharkov tell of his connection to the area many times. The old man was fascinated with it.
The indigenous Evenks and Yakuts believe a deity sent a fireball as a warning. It was one they heeded. It destroyed 2,000 square kilometers, Oliver. Those that didn't initially believe were convinced afterward, when the sky glowed for days.
Did they ever figure out what it was? Asked Oliver, knowing there had been numerous theories and speculation over the years.
There was no crater. Some think it was a meteor that disintegrated before impact, the soft ground devouring its remains, absorbing its power. Others say it was an underground volcano. It may have been a comet, its ice becoming part of the land. I've even heard that it could have been a small black hole colliding with Earth. No one really knows. Over 110 years later, it remains the largest recorded impact event in recorded history and nobody knows what it was. Regardless, we are in the epicenter of that event. Everything for 800 miles in every direction was destroyed except for right here. Those trees are all that are left, he said, gesturing out the large windows before him. Like the Genbaku Dome at the epicenter of the Hiroshima bomb the Americans dropped on Japan, those trees are all that remain. We too shall remain, Oliver. With the changing tides of geopolitics, the Bratva will remain.
I think you should still have additional security measures in place, Pachan. If James Reece comes, our guards won't stop him.
Oliver, how many times must we discuss this? Our source in the United States confirms that James Reece is in Maryland. I have people watching the airports, train stations, shipyards. All ports of entry have his facial recognition data in their systems. He won't set foot inside Mother Russia without us knowing. He did take care of a rather nasty problem for me. Alexander is no longer a threat, planning to push the old lion out of the pride. My other children are enjoying their spoiled lives as the progenies of a Russian oligarch. There is nothing but tundra and wild animals in every direction.
James Reece is not going to let me go, Pachan. Oliver diverted his attention back out the windows that overlooked the helipad. Lights from the generators illuminated all sides of the compound. Beyond that was darkness. Stirring the borscht on the stovetop, Zharkov continued,
Do you know what would have happened had that impact event occurred just 4 hours later?
Oliver turned back to his new mentor, his brain searching for an answer.
Think about it, Oliver. The rotation of the Earth would have centered the hit on my very home city of St. Petersburg. In 1908, the capital of the empire would have been destroyed. I would have never existed. In all likelihood, there would have been no Soviet Union. The German army would not have had an Eastern Front to contend with, and would have been able to put all efforts into defeating the Allies in the West. No Cold War. It would be a different world.
As one of the most powerful men in Russia, Zharkov drew strength from what he considered a sacred place. Oliver was not so sure. He would have much rather been at one of the more opulent dachas on the Black Sea, where the other oligarchs chose to invest their considerable wealth, and where Zharkov's broods enjoyed the fruits of their father's labor. But Oliver was not in a position to dictate the schedule to the head of the Brotherhood. The pleasant smell of the red beetroot soup calmed him. He turned his eyes outward from the epicenter of what had been a 15-megaton explosion out from the heart of Bratva power toward the blackness, wondering what was beyond it. Reece had counted 9 total, the 3 in the advance team who had been dropped off 2 days prior, and the 3 that arrived with Zharkov and Gray. That plus the pilot made 9. Reece didn't factor in the odds of 1 man against 9 he'd faced worse. He only knew he was going to kill them all. The explosion threw Oliver to the floor. In a panic, he looked to his benefactor, who gripped the stove with a wild excitement in his eyes. Had the gods returned to Krasnoyarsk Krai? 2 men from Zharkov's security element immediately entered the room. Ensuring their principal was alive, they took positions away from the windows, holding their AKMs at the 2 entrances to the room, with the senior man shouting into his radio. They wouldn't dare push the leader of the Bratva to the ground, though they all knew that is where he should be. "Pachan," the man who had just been on his radio said, as he moved to the side of his boss. "There's been an explosion at the front of the dacha. It destroyed the truck and killed Grigory, Misha, and Viktor." Nikolai Christenko had been GRU before being lured into the world of organized crime. He'd been to the dacha many times with Zharkov,
And though he did not believe in the superstitions surrounding the area, it had always made him feel uneasy.
What was it? We don't know, Pachan, but we need to move you to a more secure location.
Da, the elder mafioso said and nodded, though Nikolai suspected he would rather stay and find out if the fireball from the heavens really did come from a supernatural source.
Pachan, we have to leave,
a terrified Oliver pleaded as he scampered toward the relative safety of the stove. Zharkov looked at the former CIA man and to his head of security. He then decided their fate. Reece had waited until he had as many of Zharkov's security personnel in the kill zone as possible before detonating the explosives. He'd emplaced the MON-50 devices 2 weeks earlier after watching the empty dacha for 3 days to ensure it was unoccupied. Reece had taken a foreign weapons course years ago and was familiar with the anti-personnel device developed in the former Soviet Union and exported around the world. Its green body was easy to camouflage in the tundra turned soft by the melting snow. It had been set for use against him and his team on Medny Island, where Reece had collected it before beginning his journey westward into the interior. It worked precisely as designed, destroying the Laplander vehicle parked out front and ripping half of Zharkov's security detail to shreds. If one was not going to walk, there was only one way out of Krasnoyarsky Krai, and its rotors were already beginning to turn.
Iti!
Go, go! Nikolai shouted as the turbines of the Mi-8 spooled up, ushering his boss and his underling toward their extraction platform. The youngest man on the detail knelt by the helo, weapon pointed out into the unknown. Reece knew he had to work quickly. The FAL was not equipped with a suppressor, which meant that its muzzle flash would be visible to the security detail. Prioritize the threats. The fore end of the stock was nestled securely on the leather satchel he had carried, first through Kamchatka and across the Sea of Okhotsk, and then on to the mainland, and then by foot across Siberia. The fire from the still-burning Laplander off-road truck he'd destroyed moments earlier provided just enough illumination for him to use his iron sights. Covered in the mossy green tundra that had once absorbed the most powerful impact event in modern history, his position was located outside the ring of the light. Fire had once provided safety to those who stood within its sphere, warding off tigers, leopards, and bears. Now that light from the burning vehicle was the death knell for those it illuminated. 6 targets. Only 5 bullets remained. As the group of 4 men arrived at the helicopter door, Reece's finger depressed the trigger. His first bullet caught a man kneeling by the helo directly between the nose and mouth, showering the rear security in brain particles. Before his AKM could answer, 2 7.62 by 51 rounds from Reece's rifle took him in the upper chest just above his body armor and sent him crashing into the front of the helo and onto the cold ground. Seeing men falling around his helicopter, the pilot yanked up on the collective and increased pitch even before his passengers had boarded the aircraft. Nikolai shouted over the chaos, beckoning the pilot to return the bird to the ground. He'd be executed later for his insolence and cowardice. Nikolai then watched in horror as the pilot's body contorted violently, the helo just 8 feet off the ground. Reece's last 2 rounds had entered under the pilot's right arm, tearing through his body, before exiting through the glass on the opposite side of the helicopter. The pilot lurched forward against the stick as a bloody froth erupted from his mouth and nostrils, inadvertently pushing down on the collective and sending the chopper in a violent left spin. The rotors tore up the gravel walkway, the sounds of metal thrashing against the earth permeating the taiga, before the giant bird cartwheeled into the dacha. Nikolai pushed his principal to the ground as the machine collided with the wood structure. He knelt and let loose with a fully automatic burst from the Russian rifle he knew so well. Reece waited in the prone position, his rifle now a useless piece of metal without the ammunition to sustain it. He watched the Russian take Zharkov to the ground and fire in the general direction of where he perceived the threat to be. As he brought the AKM into his workspace to change magazines, Reece stood, drew the ancient weapon that had been his constant companion since leaving Medny Island. and sent an arrow into the left eye socket of Zharkov's head of security. Oliver Gray gawked in horror at the wooden shaft protruding from Nikolai's head, visible in the dancing light that escaped from the burning helicopter and vehicle. Imagining a similar fate for himself, he turned to run, tripping and falling to the rocks. "Stop, Oliver!" his benefactor commanded, himself rising to his feet and brushing himself off. "Let us meet our tormentor face to face, shall we?"
Was this man mad? He couldn't believe this was a supernatural deity, could he? Those were gunshots, for Christ's sake, and the object sticking out of Nikolai's face was an arrow.
Oliver's attention shifted from the arrow to the darkness outside the ring of fire, as one of the shadows began to shift. James Reece took a step forward. He'd been covered by the peat moss of the tundra for close to 3 days. The skins he'd stolen from native villages and others he'd tanned with the brains of animals he'd killed en route, creating an insulated makeshift burrow. His muscles were stiff from the patient act of lying in wait for his prey. He left the FAL where it was, out of ammunition, now just a vestige of his odyssey, a link to his past. He slipped the tomahawk from its sheath on his belt and felt its weight in his hand. It felt right. Slinging his bow into the skin sheath on his back, he walked into the light. Oliver did as he was told and pushed himself to his feet, looking from Yvonne to the shape-shifting shadow that emerged from the wilderness. At first, Oliver wondered if perhaps Zharkov's conjecture was not as far off as it had first seemed. Perhaps deities really did roam the tundra, guarding it from intruders. What emerged looked half human, half beast, and it wasn't until the flickering flame caught the creature just right that Oliver saw it was a man. He was covered in animal skins, as if he'd taken on their very essence. When the light caught his eyes, Oliver recognized the look of resolve. His executioner had arrived. "James Reece," the Russian mafia boss began, almost in disbelief. "I see my source in D.C. has been compromised." Even though the specter of the former SEAL had been his constant companion for months, Oliver never imagined that his killer would take the form that appeared before him. Reece took a moment before responding, his mouth and lungs not accustomed to forming words after not having spoken in the 6 months since he'd left Medney Island. "I'd say that's a safe assumption," he said. The words were raspy, akin to starting an old car left idle for too long. Oliver remained silent, his eyes now focused on the evil-looking tomahawk in Reece's hand. The elder Russian's gaze recognized the pelt of the great Siberian brown bear that now adorned the phantom before him.
"And you walked across Siberia to kill us?"
he asked.
"Yes." "Remarkable," the elder man said, shaking his head. "Before you do, allow me to thank you for putting my son out of his misery. I should have done it myself years ago, but blood, you see, difficult business."
"You just allowed Alexander to play his sick games on Medney?"
"He was a very highly placed asset in Russian intelligence, and he was family, more of an arrangement of necessity. If transporting a few prisoners to Kamchatka who would have otherwise been executed in the African dirt was the price to pay for controlling a percentage of the diamond and uranium trade and keeping a source in the Foreign Intelligence Service, then so be it. Sadly, he did have designs on my position, and I fear would have expedited my demise had you not come along."
Reece shifted his eyes to his new target, the man who had killed his father, the man who had one piece of information Reece needed. How could this little, balding, frightened, pot-bellied man have killed Thomas Reece? "Don't underestimate him." "You have something that belongs to me," Reece said. The smaller man's shaking hand moved to his wrist and removed a stainless steel watch, holding it out toward his judge, jury, and executioner. Reece stepped forward and took possession of his father's Rolex. He slid his thumb across its worn face before dropping it into the sheath with his bow. Nizar the sniper. Nizar Katan, the Syrian, where is he? Oliver sensed an opportunity. He might just live through this night, if he played his cards right. I don't know. Then you are of no use to me, Reece responded, raising the tomahawk. Wait, I didn't say I couldn't find him. He was part of Andrenov's network, through General Yedid, both of whom you killed, I believe? Keep talking. Oliver acted as though he were deep in thought. It will take some doing. He is a freelancer now, but I know his protocols and patterns. I can find him for you, but I can't do that if I'm dead. Reece lowered the hawk. The traitor before him had killed his father using a proxy, stabbing him to death on the streets of Buenos Aires. He'd betrayed his country and helped set up a chemical attack on Odessa, the assassination of the Russian president, and the attempted assassination of the President of the United States. This same traitor just might be the only link to the Syrian sniper who had put a bullet through Reece's friend as Freddie had thwarted the assassination attempt on the U.S. president. The only reason Freddie was in the path of the assassin's bullet was Reece. Reece was responsible. Reece needed to find Nizar and put him down. He owed that to Freddie and to Freddie's wife and children, perhaps even to himself. His decision made, Reece turned back to Zharkov, a cold breeze picking up and fanning the flames still smoldering in the driveway. And what of us, then? Reece asked the elder Russian.
Yes, what of us? Zharkov responded. He killed your father, you killed my son. Very Shakespearean.
Only in that it is all a tragedy, Reece acknowledged.
By killing my son, you saved my life, Mr. Reece. Allow me to repay the favor. Allow me to offer you safe passage out of Russia.
Reece looked at the old man quizzically.
Come, Mr. Reece, how did you expect to get home? Walk back across Siberia and kayak across the strait?
The thought had crossed my mind.
You can't be serious.
It's been done before.
That it has. As sick as my son was, he had friends in Russian intelligence, friends who would not take kindly to an American invasion of the motherland or the killing of one of their senior intelligence officers, Bratva connected or otherwise. If they suspect you are still in Russia, they will find you.
So in exchange for your life, you get me out of Russia?
Yes. We will use the satellite phone inside to call in another helo. My network will get you to the Black Sea, and from there you will board a flight to the Central African Republic. I'm afraid I can't do much more for you from there. You will have to make contact with the Americans at their embassy in Bangui. You will be on your own at that point, but you will be alive.
Reece took a moment to take stock of the situation and then slowly nodded. I want to discuss something with you privately, Reece said to the head of Russian organized crime.
Oliver, go to the house to get the sat phone. Mr. Reece and I have additional business.
Happy to still be breathing, Oliver said, Yes, Pakan, and limped toward the main home. Reece remained quiet, watching Oliver Gray move up the gravel walkway. Memories of his father raced through his mind. Road trips in their old Wagoneer, hikes in the Northern California redwoods, canoeing the Boundary Waters, fishing the Taylor, and learning to live in harmony with the land out of their trapper's cabin in Alaska. He thought of the three of them, mother, father, and son, holding hands around the dinner table, saying grace over a meal of wild game.
What was it you wanted to discuss, Mr. Reece?
Interrupted Zharkov. Oliver was nearing the back door to the house. He would make a call on the sat phone before bringing it out to the old man, informing Zharkov's security forces that an American was holding them hostage and that he should be shot as soon as reinforcements arrived, regardless of what Zharkov was about to tell them. The old man was under duress and was being threatened with death by the crazy American. Yes, that would work. James Reece was just as stupid as his father. Gray, Oliver heard the American call out. The former CIA man turned and looked back down the slight hill toward the man who moments before had held his life in his hands. Reece reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, oblong box and held it above his head. A wire led from the box to the ground at his feet, angling up toward the dacha. I changed my mind. Reece depressed the detonator on the last Russian claymore, sending an electrical charge to the embedded blasting cap, detonating 700 grams of RDX, which explosively propelled 485 short steel rods at 4,000 feet per second through what had, less than a second before, been Oliver Gray. The explosion that sent Gray to the afterlife took the aging mafia boss by surprise. He recovered quickly and looked back to Reece.
And then there were two,
Zharkov quipped.
He had just outgrown his usefulness.
Reece chose his next words carefully. Mr. Zharkov, I have a proposal for you.
I am listening.
Get me out of Russia, to CAR. I'll find my way home from there. In the meantime, I want you looking into everything you can find on Nizar Katan, the Syrian sniper who helped take out President Zubarov last year. You must still have contacts at the SVR. Use them. Get me something actionable.
Don't you have the CIA?
Nizar was employed by a Russian through a Syrian proxy. I think you might have better access.
And what do I get out of this little agreement?
Asked the Russian, ever the deal-maker. Reece looked at the tomahawk in his hand. In the short term, I won't skin you alive. Longer term, you will have a back-channel connection to the CIA.
Are you offering to spy for me, Mr. Reece?
No. I am offering you a way to contact me. I'll run any request you have up the chain, but know that even that access could be extremely valuable to you and your organization.
And if I don't agree?
Then there's my short-term fix, Reece said, giving the Winkler Sayok a spin in his palm.
You Americans are too trusting, Mr. Reece. How do you know I won't agree and just have you killed when my detail arrives, or change my mind a month from now and send hit teams to kill you wherever you are?
Because you are a practical man. I killed your son for you, and this alliance will help us both. If you have your men kill me, I have a friend who is even better in the woods than I am. Your son killed his sister, put her head in a bottle of formaldehyde. He'll finish you off, and trust me, he won't be as kind about it as I would be. And if you betray me later, I found you once in the middle of Siberia. Don't think I can't or won't do it again. I kind of like it out here. The elder Zharkov weighed his options.
I accept your offer, Mr. Reece. My son was a killer. We are hunters. I give you my word that no harm will come to you. I will guarantee your safe passage as far as Africa. From there you are on your own.
And, Ivan, if you fuck me, I'll track you down and kill you in your own kitchen. Not only that, I'll kill your sons. All of them. I will erase the Zharkov name from existence. Your legacy will be that an American wiped your bloodline from the earth. Epilogue. Deep in the forest a call was sounding. Jack London, The Call of the Wild. Baltimore, Maryland. Reece waited on a darkened section of street, rain pelting his rented Chevy Tahoe half a block down from the long-term storage facility in Baltimore, Maryland. The engine was on to keep the defroster working, but his lights were off. The facility was ringed in barbed wire and security cameras. Signs advertised a guard. He observed the entrance for an hour. No one came or went. It was open 24/7, if you had the right keys and an ID. Reece had waited until well after midnight to cut down on the number of people he might encounter. In this part of the city, that didn't necessarily make it safer, but Reece wanted to be alone. He'd been back in the States for 6 weeks, debriefing at an off-site CIA annex in Northern Virginia. They needed him close by as they figured out what to do. A team of American mercenaries, well, technically not mercenaries, as none of them had accepted payment, had invaded a sovereign country and killed the Russian deputy director of their foreign intelligence service, who just happened to be the son of the head of one of the most powerful organized crime syndicates in Russia. One of these mercenaries had stayed behind and traveled deep into the interior, killing an American defector from the Central Intelligence Agency. Everything was being kept very low-key, as the CIA and executive branch figured out how best to play it. The Associated Press had picked up a story of the slaying of a Russian intelligence official that first appeared in the Moscow daily Rossiyskaya Gazeta and on television from the state-owned news agency Novosti. The mafia-related assassination received little mention from U.S.-based mainstream media, who were all much more concerned with the circus surrounding the upcoming presidential election. Receiving even less attention was the admission of a red-haired male to a Level 2 trauma center in Anchorage with a mysterious piece of shrapnel in his leg. Alaskans were notorious for serious injuries that came as a matter of course as a result of the inherently dangerous professions that drew people to America's 49th state. The emergency surgery that saved his life was even covered under TRICARE. In a not-so-random visit, the White House log indicated that the day the mercenaries departed for Russia, the director of Central Intelligence made an unscheduled 3:00 a.m. visit to the president's residence. A meeting took place in the Situation Room, a meeting in which only 2 people were present. It lasted 30 minutes. The next hour, an Ohio-class Special Operations-capable SSGN submarine was diverted from a national tasking off North Korea and positioned off the coast of Russia. Because of the sensitivities that enshroud the subsurface fleet, this move went unnoticed and unreported by military and intelligence watchdogs. In the weeks since Reece's return, prominent D.C. lobbyist Grant LaRue had mysteriously gone missing. At the same time, the president's chief of staff, Reginald Pine, had resigned, citing personal reasons. Journalists and conspiracy theorists had yet to connect the two events. True to his word, Ivan Zharkov had used his illicit network to deposit Reece on a dusty airstrip in the Central African Republic. The CIA chief of station in Bangui was more than a little surprised when an American who looked like a homeless mountain man appeared at the front gate. Calls were made, bona fides were confirmed, and Reece found himself on a secure video teleconference with Vic Rodriguez. To the director of clandestine services' agitated and probing inquisition, Reece simply answered, "Just get me home, Vic." Police sirens stirred Reece from his reverie, the blue and red flashing lights screaming by on the way to yet another call. Reece turned on the lights and put his SUV in drive, approaching the front gate and waving to the guard, who manned the facility from behind a horizontal sliding barrier. The guard hit a button, and the iron gate rolled out of the way, allowing Reece to inch forward. "Can I help you?" "I'm looking for container 1855. I haven't been here in years. Can you tell me where it is?" "Name?" "Thomas Reece." The guard scrolled through a database confirming that Thomas Reece had a container in the storage facility and that he was fully paid up. Finding everything in order, he asked for Reece's ID. Reece pushed the ID through the open window of his vehicle, intentionally holding his finger over the first name. The guard yawned, consulted a map, and drew a circle on it before handing it to Reece and pointing into the labyrinth. "Take your first right and then the next left. It'll be about halfway down." "Thank you," Reece said. The lone guard nodded and went back to a night of monitoring security cameras, drinking lukewarm coffee, and eating stale donuts left over from the day shift. Reece drove slowly past row upon row of storage units until he found himself parked outside number 1855. When his mother had passed away, the last of his family's belongings had been sent to Katie's father. The Baraneks were listed as the next of kin after Reece. Because Reece was believed to be dead, 3 boxes had eventually been shipped from his mother's nursing home closet to Dr. Baranek, who ultimately sent them to Katie to give to Reece. Katie had been none too pleased when Reece turned up at the U.S. Embassy in the Central African Republic 6 months after she had seen him off. When he had not returned, both Rafe and Jonathan had paid her a visit. They had been smart enough to call ahead so Katie wouldn't think they were arriving to give her the news that Reece was dead. She'd lived that nightmare once before. Reece thought he would be welcomed back with open arms, but found, much to his dismay, that Katie was pissed. Though the making up had been worth it, they decided that Reece should have his own place, as he was debriefed at Langley, and figured out his next move. Rodriguez wanted him full-time at the agency, but Reece needed time. Time to figure out this next chapter in life, his next mission, purpose. Reece had waited until he was alone to unpack the boxes of memories from the nursing home. As he worked his way through old family photos and mementos from happier times, he'd come across a cigar box containing some military photographs from Vietnam, his dad's DD-214, the paperwork everyone who has served in uniform since 1950 has received upon discharge from active duty, and an envelope containing a key. An address was printed on the envelope, the address of the storage facility. Reece stood in the pouring rain outside the storage container and rubbed the key in his hand. The journey that had started with the death of his father in a back alley of Buenos Aires was finally over. The miles logged and bodies stacked since that pivotal moment had chiseled Reece into the warrior he was today. Why, as he stood in the rain looking down at the key, did he not feel a sense of closure? The man behind his father's death and the killing of Freddie Strain was now in the ground, just fertilizer for the Siberian tundra. The traitor's death begot life. Looking right and left for threats, Reece carefully inspected the corners of the roll-up door with a handheld light, then checked the area around the lock before kneeling down to work the brass key into the old master lock. It took some maneuvering to get it in and twist it, the mechanism fouled with years of grime and dust. True to form, it clicked open, and Reece slid it from its post. What secrets are you hiding? Reece wondered. He could have used his agency contacts to look into who was paying the monthly fees, but Reece didn't want to alert the most powerful spy agency in the world that one of their former case officers who died under mysterious circumstances had a storage unit set up to outlive him. Reece wanted to see what was inside first. He pocketed the lock and key and pulled up on the door. As with the lock, it took a bit of work to get it up to knee level, at which point Reece squatted down and pushed it up. Darkness. Reece retrieved the light from his pocket. Out of habit, he held it in his left hand, his right remaining free to go to the gun, if need be. The light moved slowly from left to right, revealing an empty shelving unit on the left and a tarp over what appeared to be a vehicle. He approached with caution, walking around the car and looking underneath it for anywhere the dust was more recently disturbed. It had been backed in. Tom Reece Combat parked, just like his son. Seeing nothing that set off any alarms, he went to the front left corner and pulled back the cover. Reece couldn't help but smile. There, looking none the worse for wear, was his father's 1985 Grand Wagoneer. The tires were low, and the left rear was clearly flat, leaving the old Jeep much like a football player past his prime, sitting on the bench waiting for that one last play. He wiped the driver's side window with his sleeve and peered through with his light. Looking at the handle for anything that looked cleaner than the rest of the vehicle, he pressed the button and slowly cracked the door. Shining his light up and down the broken seal, he examined it for anything unusual, particularly wires. Once again, all clear. Pulling the door all the way open, Reece used his light to inspect the front and passenger rows. Sliding into the driver's seat, Reece put his hands on the wheel, remembering. He then leaned over and opened the glove box, rustling through some oil change receipts and a tattered owner's manual. Craning his neck, he looked in the rear seats. Nothing. Maybe Dad just left me an old Wagoneer? No. There's something else. Thomas Reece wouldn't take such pains to ensure a storage unit in Baltimore would receive monthly payments 15 years past his death so that someone could one day discover an old Jeep rotting away. Reece exited the vehicle in which he had so many wonderful memories and walked to the back of the classic truck. The window was down, and Reece suppressed a chuckle. He'd learned more than a few swear words listening to his old man curse the notoriously inoperable motorized backsliding window that had to be down before opening the tailgate. Reece depressed the button on the back of his tack light and looked into the storage area. An aluminum rifle case gleamed back. Even all these years later, Reece remembered exactly how to drop the gate. He reached inside and pulled up on the handle, assisting the drop into position. "What did you leave behind, Dad?" Reece whispered. Positioning the case across the gate, Reece inspected the clasps. A small travel lock secured the contents. Reece hesitated briefly to take a look at every point where the rectangular case might have been tampered with. Again, clear. Putting his light in his mouth, he pulled his Winkler Dynamis Combat flathead from his back pocket, a tool that looked like the most aggressive screwdriver in existence. He inserted it between the shackle and body of the lock, aggressively pulling back on the tool, and snapped open the padlock. He then flipped its closures and opened the box. There, lying in the foam cut out to keep it secure, was a duckbill-modified Ithaca 37 shotgun with a pistol grip and canvas sling. Reece pulled his father's weapon of choice as point man in the jungles of Vietnam from its resting place and examined it. With the extended tube, Reece knew it held 8 rounds. 4 boxes of number 4 shot were nestled into the foam. That's it? As much as Reece admired the tried-and-true Model 37, he had expected something more. A truck and a 12-gauge? Something didn't fit. If his dad wanted to leave him a Jeep and shotgun, he would have just left them in his garage. The top left corner of the box caught his trained eye, the foam just a bit out of place. Reece pinched it with his fingers and pulled the top layer out of the case and onto the rifle. A key and a letter falling out with it. Intrigued, Reece went for the key. A safe deposit box key. Reece rolled it in his fingers and inspected it in the light. Nothing to show where it came from. The letter. Reece reached for it. Sealed, he turned it over in his hands. It was addressed to James Reece in his father's hand. A message from the grave? Reece broke the seal, pulled out the letter, swallowed hard, and began to read. He read it quickly at first. Then he went back to the beginning and read it again, hearing his dad's voice breathe life into the words that leapt from the page. When he was done, he slowly refolded it and placed it back into the envelope from which it came, before putting it and the safe deposit box key in his pocket. Then, moving back to the front of the old truck, he took a seat behind the wheel. He watched the rain hitting his Tahoe and the ground around it, each drop an attempt from Mother Nature to cleanse and refresh the world below. Reece stared out the window in a self-imposed trance, his car illuminated every few minutes by a crack of lightning, losing track of time as memories of his father, his mother, the old wagoneer, Buds, his wife and daughter, Iraq, Afghanistan, Siberia, Freddie, Nizar, and Katie, the living and the dead, passed through his mind's eye. Pulling a burner phone from his pocket, Reece pressed in a memorized 10-digit number, hit send, and brought it to his ear. The director of clandestine services answered on the first ring, and Reece gave Vic his answer.